The night rain poured down heavily, signaling a restless night. Amidst the downpour, a hand slumped into a puddle, seemingly exhausted. The black-haired man held the white-haired woman in his arms, seemingly a classic damsel in distress scene. He sighed, his gaze complex as he looked down at the person in his arms, seemingly regretful. In stark contrast, the white-haired woman's eyes suddenly widened, gleaming with coldness and surging killing intent. Slash. Without a word of warning, she drew her weapon and stabbed the man directly, causing him to cough up blood on the spot. The man's hand was stained with fresh blood, proof of the sneak attack. Despite a fatal blow, the black-haired man merely smirked, his skill clearly not to be underestimated. The white-haired woman coldly wiped the streak of blood from her cheek, her gaze unwavering, preparing for round 2. The act ended, and the two stood facing each other in the rain. The real battle of life and death was just beginning. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips, but Deculine only smirked. This death was entirely within his calculations. A system notification appeared. The Break the Engagement quest has been completed, with Deculine's death as a condition. Click! The game screen displayed quest cleared, and a voice sighed in relief. Phew, thank goodness. It turned out it was all just a game. A black-haired man sitting in front of a bright white screen muttered, "Finally, no more bugs." He explained that he had just fixed a persistent and annoying bug in the Break the Engagement storyline. The employee ID card on his collar revealed his identity, Kim Woojin, character model designer at REW Company. Kim Woojin stretched, clearly exhausted, delighted to be escaping endless overtime. His company, REW, was no ordinary force, a rising power in South Korea's barren console game industry, quickly gaining global renown. And what he was testing was their latest AAA game, an all-or-nothing project for the entire company. Kim Woojin checked the time, realizing he had been grinding for 11 straight hours without a break. Truly a professional. The game's selling point was its branching storyline based on player choices, featuring NPCs with human-like AI, captivating the entire world. Players could transform into anyone, knights, mages, demons, rogues, or even royalty. Kim Woojin reminded himself that rewards came with risks. If the game failed, the company would be gone, then decided to recheck the character information after months of grinding overtime. He cursed under his breath. It's all because of this bastard. A dark silhouette with glowing eyes appeared, and the info panel confirmed his identity. Deculine von Grahan Ukline. Deculine von Grahan Ukline, a high-class villain, the game's mid-boss, sat regally on a throne of bones, exuding overwhelming aura. As a major villain with countless branching storylines, this man was a walking bug and glitch factory. But today, Kim Woojin had successfully eliminated him without any errors. The cause of Deculine's death this time: a fatal stab from behind by his own fiancée. Kim Woojin stretched refreshingly, admitting that this Deculine guy had caused too much trouble throughout the entire game. Suddenly, a voice called his name. Woojin. A beautiful female colleague approached, placed a hand on Kim Woojin's shoulder, and asked, "How's the testing going?" The one who just asked was Yu Ah-ra, Kim Woojin's development team leader, and more. It turned out she was his ex-girlfriend. This couple had spent 7 passionate years together, but their personalities were completely opposite. She was a workaholic, while he preferred to lounge around lazily. It was Yu Ah-ra who had brought him into the company and pushed him to work harder. But in the end, they went their separate ways. The outcome was still a complete bust. Kim Woojin secretly felt bitter, admitting that he couldn't change despite her many efforts. Back in the present, Yu Ah-ra began her inquiry. "I heard you struggled a lot with the bugs. Glad it's done. It's been 6 months, right? I heard you have someone new?" She added another line, feigning concern about his new relationship. While Kim Woojin clearly looked uncomfortable, he could only sigh, thinking this company was truly a madhouse, but still replied to brush it off. "It's probably fine." Yu Ah-ra concluded with a sarcastic blessing, then sent him back to work. "Then I wish you two an early happy home together. Stop messing around, get back to work." Yu Ah-ra announced that the scriptwriter was acting up again, demanding changes to the setting and character models. Kim Woojin, upon hearing this, could only grumble. Again? She turned to ask about the boss Deculine, wondering if he was truly a sub-boss that players could easily defeat early on if they were lucky. A developer guy explained that was the game's selling point. Deculine would grow stronger with the storyline, and player choices would directly increase the difficulty. Yu Ah-ra suddenly dropped a bombshell. "Do you know this character's design is based on you?" Leaving Kim Woojin stunned. She continued to tease that they both had the exact same cheesy appearance, while Kim Woojin weakly argued that he had only met the scriptwriter a few times. Kim Woojin retorted sharply, "That's why every time I play the game, the first thing I do is kill him, leaving Yu-Ra dumbfounded. Yu-Ra suggested their personalities were also similar, evidenced by Deculine's last curse before being eliminated. "You bastard," leaving Kim Woojin speechless. "Alright, no more jokes," Yu-Ra said, asking Kim Woojin's thoughts on the demo. He admitted the game was good, but worried it carried the company's survival on its shoulders. Kim Woojin reassured himself, believing that since the gameplay trailer had taken the world by storm, the game surely wouldn't flop. Suddenly, Yu-Ra pointed downstairs and asked a loaded question. "Isn't that your man?" Making Kim Woojin jump, Yu-Ra pointed to the parking lot, where a man was waiting next to a car. "See him? He's still waiting, even this late." The dapper white-haired man in a stylish suit was scrolling on his phone, and Yu-Ra urged Kim Woojin, "Why are you just standing there? Don't make him wait any longer." Kim Woojin could only silently look down. Yu-Ra continued to push. "You should go to him." He finally gave in, replying reluctantly, "You're right. I'll go now." Yu-Ra smiled and waved goodbye, her voice full of hidden meaning. "You worked hard today, Woojin." Kim Woojin turned away, muttering goodbye with a complex expression. Night fell, leaving only the bright, full moon in the sky. Time passed, the clock nearing 9 in the evening. In the deserted office, Kim Woojin sighed heavily and sat back down at his desk. Guess I'll go back to checking on Deculine. Staring at the character model on the screen, Kim Woojin still couldn't swallow his frustration. But is this scriptwriter serious? He thinks that's me? Kim Woojin looked at Deculine's trait panel and discovered an absurdity. He had 6 traits, being both a genius and a mediocre mage. Deculine's biography appeared. In his youth, he was hailed as a magic prodigy, but in reality, he was a fake, a low-level mage. An inflated ego combined with his noble background molded the worst personality in history. Superior, pathologically clean, overly competitive. Kim Woojin looked and muttered, "Is this even considered a person?" Although Deculine grew stronger later in the story, his fate was sealed, always surrounded by those who despised him. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Kim Woojin had a bold idea. Could I add some trait or personality to him that no one would notice? He suddenly froze, his hand stopping on the mouse, realizing a harsh truth. After all, I'm his original model. Kim Woojin found a new characteristic, understanding, and wondered if it could grant that scoundrel a bit of empathy. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to go all out, adding a series of high-end buffs. Filthy rich. Midas's hand sounded good, and he even threw in keen eye and iron body. After adding them to his heart's content, Kim Woojin leaned back in his chair, suddenly realizing he might have gone too far. On second thought, I shouldn't have done this. He decided to correct his mistake, placing both hands on the keyboard, ready to revert everything before something bad happened. Just as he was about to restore everything, a ting sound from the computer interrupted Kim Woojin's intention. He flinched, realizing the message at this hour was from the game's scriptwriter. Kim Woojin hastily asked if any changes were needed to the character model, and promised to fix it immediately. The reply he received was mysterious. "No, it's not that. I just came to watch." Extremely bewildered, Kim Woojin typed furiously, not understanding what on earth they were talking about. He asked again what the other person meant, if they wanted to check for bugs together. The reply was even more baffling. "Haha, no. Look out the window." Kim Woojin looked puzzled, wondering what on earth there was to see outside the window. As he turned, his entire worldview collapsed as a colossal lightning storm, looking like a gate to hell, swirled violently in the night sky. Kim Woojin froze, his face pale, unable to believe the apocalyptic scene unfolding before his eyes. Kim Woojin stared blankly at the sky, torn open into a pitch-black, lightning-filled chasm, not understanding what the hell was happening. A blinding white stream of energy descended directly from the chasm, as if the world was being punished. Inside the light was a chaotic mess of screaming souls, a truly hellish sight. Kim Woojin was sucked into the chaotic vortex, screaming in vain as he free fell through a demonic crimson space. He awoke in the rain, his body aching, his mind blank, not knowing who he was. A voice echoed in his head, a strange man appearing in his memory, and warning. "Remember this, kid. Always be on your guard." Amidst a battlefield littered with corpses, the voice continued to admonish that Deculine was not an easy opponent. Deculine's image appeared, his overwhelming aura soaring amidst magical symbols and floating corpses, the voice explaining that he was merely rebalancing his talents. Deculine's face was cold, full of cruelty, and the voice concluded with a chilling statement. "After all, he is a despicable villain." A shout rang out. "Wake up, Deculine!" And in a luxurious bedroom, Kim Woojin opened his eyes in a completely unfamiliar body. Kim Woojin, in Deculine's body, awoke with sharp eyes. A black-haired younger sister burst into the room, thundering, "How long do you plan to be lazy? Do you even dare call yourself human?" Making the maid standing behind her terrified. Deculine merely replied indifferently, "Ah, I see." He suddenly sat bolt upright, looked his younger sister straight in the face, and muttered that everything felt like a dream, leaving her stunned. It turned out the original Deculine had been holed up in his room because of a woman, and his younger sister was scolding him for disgracing the family. She threw a stack of documents onto the floor, issuing an ultimatum. "If you don't want to lose your professorship, then get to work now." Amidst the chaos, Kim Woojin began to recall. "A week ago, the night sky suddenly lit up, and I woke up in a strange place, in a body that wasn't mine." He sat on the bed, facing the truth. Looking around the lavish room, he stated firmly, "Certainly I'm in the world of the game I developed myself." The familiar scenery outside the window was the final proof. The game had officially begun. Kim Woojin, in Deculine's body, bitterly realized, "What's worse is that I'm in the body of a man. A man who, no matter how the plot twists, cannot escape death." He donned the formal attire, accepting his fate. Swish, the glossy black leather gloves were pulled into place, and the demeanor of a villainous noble began to form. He had officially become the villain, Deculine. Rewinding time, a week had passed since he woke up in the Eucline mansion. In Deculine's bedroom, "At first, I thought it was all just a dream," he mused. But day by day, the feeling of living, real to every cell, forced him to accept this as reality. He wondered if, after dying so absurdly, this was some form of afterlife. But what was certain was, he, Kim Woojin, had become the villain in the very game he was developing. Deculine von Grahan Eucline. Deculine was a mid-game boss, the enemy of countless protagonists, the source of all incidents. The biggest problem now was, he didn't know what stage of the game he was in. Deculine bitterly realized he possessed an enormous amount of mana, but was completely clueless on how to use it, no different from a mobile punching bag. Recalling his life as a developer, Kim Woojin knew well. In over 4,000 game tests, Deculine had only one single scenario to survive the stage. He accepted the harsh truth that Deculine was just a mid-game boss created to be a stepping stone for the protagonist before being eliminated. On the table was a stack of documents about basic magic for a lecture at l'Imperial University, under the name of Senior Professor Deculine. The person who left the documents was Uriel von der Lune Eucline, his half-sister and the one who truly held power in the Eucline family, replacing her useless older brother. He recalled Uriel once screaming frantically. It seemed she had mentioned some woman in the past. That woman was probably Yuli, and Deculine began to suspect that there was an extremely ambiguous relationship between the original villain and her. In the flashback, Uriel threw the stack of papers to the ground, warning Deculine to get to work if he didn't want to be kicked out of his professorship. Deculine suddenly realized that today was the day he had to go to the podium to lecture with an empty head. Sighing wearily, he picked up the documents, preparing to begin his first day of work in this damned world. Although he had never lectured a day in his life, Deculine was determined to extract information at all costs. The system panel reappeared, displaying a vital objective: become essential to the game. Subquest. Lecture at the university rewards 0.5 currency. Because of the system and his younger sister Uriel Eucline, Deculine decided he had to act, for he knew that girl was one of the key pieces that could eliminate him. Moreover, currency was also important, so even though he didn't know how to lecture, he was confident he had a way, and this was his trump card: the innate characteristic understanding, the ability to comprehend everything by expending mana. He recalled that he himself had added this characteristic to Deculine when he was a designer, only hoping this villain would have something pitiable about him. Since it was an innate characteristic that only appeared in the latter half of the game, it surely had some overpowered hidden use. As he opened the door, a super luxurious bathroom-cum-dressing room caught his eye. Although everything was unfamiliar, this body used them with surprising proficiency, as if he had always been Deculine. If it were his original self, he would have called this outfit tacky, but now, he found it both elegant and comfortable, fully embodying a noble. Deculine realized this overwhelming aura wasn't just an act, but also due to the body's characteristics of intimidation, dignity, and aesthetic sense. He felt something strange, as if everything in this body is screaming, "You are me." Kim Woojin's reflection in the mirror looked utterly helpless. He admitted he was being assimilated, and things that a normal Kim Woojin would find uncomfortable now felt strangely natural. Even attending the first lecture, which should have been stressful, now felt like a casual stroll through his home, as the maids bowed deeply. He was fully immersed in the role, striding with the demeanor of a superior, exceptional, and noble aristocrat. But Kim Woojin's soul inside screamed in protest, breaking out in a cold sweat. This is ridiculous. He recalled his true self, Kim Woojin, a healthy, tall, and handsome Korean man, and according to his former boss Yu Ah-ra's blunt assessment, he was just a boring and lazy bastard. Back in reality, Deculane stepped out to his car, greeted respectfully by the driver, vowing to never let his guard down. Sitting in a luxury car for the first time in his life, Kim Woojin, in Deculane's body, couldn't help but think of his impoverished past life. But the thought of vehicles annoyed him, stirring up some unpleasant memories. Annoyed, he suddenly noticed a strange boy already sitting in the car. Deculane narrowed his eyes, assessing the boy and wondering where he had come from. Alan flinched, quickly greeted the professor, and nervously handed over a stack of documents. Deculane took the documents, asking coldly, "Are you a wizard?" He suspected this was his secretary or assistant. Alan was dumbfounded, stammering that he had studied under him for 3 years, but Deculane casually replied, "Just kidding." As the car started moving, he glanced through the documents, thinking it was some passionate lesson plan, but it turned out to be just a pre-written script to be read verbatim. Deculane smirked, knowing full well that the original, arrogant, and incompetent Deculane would never bother to properly prepare his own lectures. Kim Woojin's soul inside was visibly pleased, thinking, "Nice. Someone's doing the heavy lifting for me," Deculane uttered. "Well done," which stunned Alan, who stammered a confused question in return. Even the driver was deeply shocked, unable to believe his master would praise someone, and quickly obeyed, telling him to rest until they arrived. Deculane subtly moved his gloved hand, an uncomfortable feeling rising in his chest. Kim Woojin inside felt disgusted with himself just for uttering a compliment, bitterly realizing that the original Deculane's wretched nature was slowly infecting him. The luxurious car rolled down the main road, and the driver announced, "We have arrived, Sir Deculane." Deculane coldly stepped out of the car, preparing to face his workplace. Before him stood the Royal University, a massive and magnificent architectural complex, where Deculane held the position of professor. Deculane narrowed his eyes, recalling the information about today's lecture. It would take place in Roteo Auditorium. Inside Roteo Auditorium, the students were packed in, one of them excited to finally attend Senior Professor Deculane's lecture. Deculane's footsteps echoed as he entered, while the students were still whispering about his reputation as a genius in decipherment and a child prodigy. Amidst the murmuring students, one boy signaled to his friend, "Shut up. Focus." Deculane stepped onto the podium, his aura dominating the entire hall, introducing himself as Deculane von Gramm-Eucline, Senior Professor of the Magic Tower. Without a superfluous word, Deculane placed the documents on the table and coldly declared the lecture had begun. The female students immediately swooned, screaming internally because the professor was handsome, intelligent, and cool. Inside, Kim Woojin just wanted to scream, crumpling the paper in his hand. What's so cool about this? He was going crazy having to play this arrogant jerk. But in the crowd, another gaze was fixed on him, full of hatred. Sylvia muttered, "I finally meet you, you bastard Deculane." Sylvia's memories flooded back to 3 years ago, when she stood silently before her father's coffin at the funeral. Her father, a researcher who had dedicated his life to decipherment, had taken his own life after the shock of having his research stolen. And the one who had stolen that research, the one who had used it to become a genius in decipherment in everyone's eyes, was none other than Deculane. Sylvia bitterly admitted she could do nothing, because after her father's death, she had lost everything. Sylvia Iliade's flashback continued. She huddled in a ruined house, her family shattered, assets confiscated, with no place left to call home. With eyes dark from exhaustion, Sylvia Iliade swore to herself in that moment of despair. From that day on, she worked tirelessly to get into the Royal University, where Deculane was a professor. Sylvia Iliade clenched her fists, screaming internally that she knew his false reputation as a decipherment genius was nothing but stolen work from her father. Seeing her enemy's nonchalant face, Sylvia Iliade gritted her teeth, fury flaring in her eyes. "How can you be so shameless?" She glared resentfully at Deculane, who stood in a position that rightfully belonged to her father, a position built on lies. Sylvia Iliade's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She only wanted to expose his true face and send him to meet his ancestors immediately. But then she restrained herself, taking a deep breath, realizing she needed to prepare more thoroughly to completely bring that bastard down. Back in reality, Deculane's cold voice rang out, announcing the start of the lecture to all the students. He introduced himself as a senior professor of the Magic Tower, a monarch-tier wizard capable of dominating the elements, and a special lecturer for this class. Deculine began his lecture, his voice icy. As you all know, magic is divided into 3 attributes and 9 systems. He clearly explained the fundamentals of magic. Origin, element, and matter are the 3 attributes. Summoning, spirit, and destruction are the systems. Inside, Kim Woojin smirked, his eyes flashing blue, thinking that things were going more smoothly than expected. He admitted this was his first time lecturing, and on an unfamiliar subject, essentially just reading a pre-written script. But strangely, thanks to the comprehension characteristic, his brain automatically absorbed and understood everything as he read. Kim Woojin realized that Deculine's innate characteristics like authority and nobility were making him the center of attention, making standing before a crowd as natural as breathing. Deculine continued his lecture with full confidence, analyzing the differences in mana storage among various schools of magic. He displayed his knowledge. Wizards store mana in their brains, knights in their hearts, and the most formidable types integrate internal and external mana as one. Deculine concluded with a philosophical statement about the importance of talent, which Kim Woojin inside found utterly laughable. The truth was, Deculine was just small fry, with a paltry 3,375 mana, while another anonymous character possessed over 30,000 starting mana. Deculine concluded the lecture, but Kim Woojin inside secretly scoffed, thinking this clown was reading a script to lecture himself. As he reached the final line, Kim Woojin started to feel apprehensive, wondering if he should read this particular sentence. He immediately realized that the real Deculine, a truly arrogant person, would never say such a thing. Skipping that part of the script, Deculine swept his gaze across the auditorium, coldly asking if anyone had any questions. The entire class fell silent, the students merely looking at each other, not a single one daring to utter a word under the professor's oppressive aura. Seeing no one speak up, Deculine was about to conclude when a voice rang out, interrupting him. Professor Deculine, a hooded mage stood up abruptly, loudly boasting about a mysterious magic said to belong to demons, and challenging Deculine to provide a genius's interpretation. Deculine didn't bother to answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and asked an unrelated question. "Girl, are you from the magic tower?" The hooded mage was stunned. Deculine continued to press, lecturing that if she was from the tower, she had to announce herself first. That was the rule. The hooded mage was deeply shocked when Deculine flatly refused. "I do not accept questions from a child lacking basic etiquette," leaving her speechless. Deculine walked away coldly, ignoring the hooded mage's hesitant call. "I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do," he thought to himself. The insight trait truly consumed an incredible amount of mana. His mana bar was now only 2,000, and 5 out of 3,375. Just understanding the lecture scenario had cost 1,300 mana. He didn't know how much it would cost for an unfamiliar spell, while the students below began to snicker. Sylvia Iliade, the hooded mage, gritted her teeth in frustration as her display of power failed, and she growled. "Wait." Sylvia declared that the mage tower had refused to decrypt this magic, dismissing it as a rumor, but she trusted Professor Deculine's skill. Without further ado, Sylvia directly cast a spell, and a mesmerizing green energy flowed from her hand. A gigantic, complex magic circle appeared in the middle of the lecture hall. Sylvia officially demanded that Deculine decrypt it on the spot. The green light reflected in Deculine's eyes, and in just an instant, his mana bar plummeted, leaving only 360 points. Sylvia removed her hood, revealing that even the tower's low-level mages were stumped and had only asked for a small hint. Deculine's concise reply was, "Barrier magic." Sylvia froze, completely unable to believe her ears, but Deculine delivered the finishing blow. Not even a hint is needed. Deculine coldly declared that this was enhancement-type barrier magic, and someone had intended to trap all the students. With that, he turned and left, leaving the entire lecture hall silent and a sub-quest completion notification appearing. The scene shifted to the Mage Tower's cafeteria, where the students were buzzing about the recent drama. Meanwhile, Sylvia angrily scooped up her food, muttering under her breath, "What a scoundrel." She recalled bitterly that she had intended to use an unknown spell to expose his shoddy decryption skills, but instead, he had branded her as uneducated just for forgetting to state her name, leaving her utterly humiliated. But Sylvia still tried to salvage her pride, thinking he was just flustered and bluffing, which was why he haphazardly called it enhancement magic. She was confident that enhancement magic was extremely complex and always required a medium, but there was none here. What she had demonstrated was a perfect replica of the mysterious magic circle that had appeared on the dormitory door last night. Sylvia scoffed, becoming even more certain that the professor was all talk and no substance, while another student ran up, calling Ephorine's name. Julia excitedly reported to Ephraim. That magic circle from yesterday. We reconfigured it into a barrier and succeeded. Ephraim froze, her brain unable to process the shocking news. Julia praised Ephraim's courage for daring to question that terrifying professor, while Ephraim was still confused. Wait, do you mean it really was a barrier? Ephraim was utterly shocked, sweat pouring down as she realized the harsh truth. Deculine had been right. How on earth did he know it was enhancement magic without a medium? Julia waved goodbye, promising to include Ephraim's name in the report, while Ephraim could only hum in agreement, her mind spinning. Ephraim muttered bitterly, believing Deculine had just guessed by luck, while she had foolishly served as a stepping stone, inadvertently elevating him. She pulled out the registration form for the Elemental Insight Magic course, taught by none other than Professor Deculine von Grahan-Ukline himself. Ephraim's eyes sharpened. She had made up her mind. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. It's time to find this scoundrel's weakness. Clenching her fists, Ephraim told herself to prepare to face that detestable professor every single day. Deculine's image appeared in her mind. Ephraim gritted her teeth and declared war. Just you wait, Deculine. I'll expose your true colors. Ding! Subquest University lecture completed. Deculine casually pocketed 0.5 shop currency as he strode down the hallway. Deculine thought to himself, that truly almost turned into a disaster. He recalled the moment he looked at that magic formula. The insight ability had automatically activated against his will. The magic circle was a chaotic mess of countless overlapping lines. Just a glance was enough to make his mana evaporate at a dizzying speed. Reflecting the complex magic circle in his eyes, he admitted he had only grasped the tip of the iceberg. Even with double his current mana, he wouldn't be able to analyze it. Breathing a sigh of relief for having passed the challenge smoothly, Deculine suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Long time no see. His gaze stopped on a white-haired knightess approaching, and a thought flashed through his mind. That girl, with her snow-white hair and clear eyes. Deculine immediately recognized the face he had stared at countless times on his computer screen. Yuli von Dea Freyden, her hand resting lightly on her sword hilt, asked confidently, "Are you well?" Deculine frowned. This was his fiancée, a renowned figure destined to reach the pinnacle of knighthood. He hadn't expected to run into her here. Deculine replied indifferently, trying to dismiss the matter. "Let's just say, I'm fine." Yuli immediately retorted, her voice full of sarcasm. "Still fine? Even after you broke your promise to me a week ago?" Deculine froze, his mind completely blank. Wait, what promise? I have no idea what she's talking about. Deciding to play his role, Deculine hadn't even had a chance to react when Yuli took a step forward, her voice turning cold. "If you don't remember, then." Yuli pressed closer, her gaze as sharp as a dagger. "Are you going to run away again like last time?" Deculine inwardly realized this situation was tricky. It seems she has no intention of letting me go easily. Deculine resorted to his old trick, blaming illness. "I must have forgotten due to being ill for a while. Would you mind reminding me of our promise?" Memories flooded back. Yuli had once asked Deculine to promise that he would uphold his integrity, confess all deceptions, even if the world were to collapse. But her trust had been misplaced. Yuli realized bitterly. But trusting you was a mistake. The old Deculine had responded to that plea with a single cruel word as they both turned their backs on each other. "Be gone." After a moment of silence, Deculine merely cast an icy gaze back, without a single word of explanation. "Well then, I'm leaving now," he declared, then turned and walked away, leaving Yuli standing frozen, gritting her teeth in anger. Yuli's memories flooded back. Her marriage to Deculine was originally just a political transaction. One side, a genius mage, the other, a knight with once-in-a-century talent. A laughing noble burst into insane laughter, believing that the union of these two formidable individuals would bring immense benefits both politically and genealogically. At the meeting table of the Ukline and Freyden families, no one objected to this arranged marriage intended to consolidate power. Yuli had accepted her fate then, telling herself that this was merely a duty to her family, even though she felt no affection for him. But then both families gradually realized the harsh truth. Deculine's genius label was just a deceptive act. A newspaper article exposed the bitter truth. The fall of a genius? It clearly stated that the young Professor Deculine had stagnated for 3 years, and all his research had hit a dead end. Even knowing everything, both the Ukline and Freyden families decided to cover up the truth, concealing Deculine's incompetence. Yuli realized bitterly that for the sake of reputation and political standing, both prestigious families dared not expose their stain to be gossiped about by the world. Yuli gritted her teeth, declaring that she could endure a rotten marriage, but she could not accept deceiving the entire world. The flashback returned to when she, in her knight's armor, confronted Deculine and asserted that it was a knight's trust. Deculine had coldly accepted then. Very well, as you wish. And Yuli bitterly recalled that he himself had agreed to the pact. Returning to reality, Yuli's eyes were filled with disappointment. In the end, you still, completely breaking our promise. Her hand clenched the sword hilt, hatred surging. The scene shifts to the Imperial University's Mage Tower, dubbed the game's final boss, standing tall and majestic. Deculine entered the campus, judging the Department of Magic here to be on par with Seoul National University's medical school, and the Mage Tower, its affiliated hospital. With the eye of a game designer, he had to admit, the design is good. The vast and magnificent campus unfolded before his eyes. The meticulously maintained gardens exuded the distinct style of American universities. In a moment of recollection, Kim Woo-jin remembered how the entire development team had to work day and night to create this premium atmosphere for the game. Back in reality, Deculine strolled through the campus, thinking that if he weren't in this awkward situation, the scenery wouldn't be bad, ignoring the female students whispering behind his back. Suddenly, hurried footsteps rushed from behind. Deculine subtly turned his head, a look of annoyance in his eyes. Crash! A clumsy student crashed straight into Deculine's back, papers and belongings scattering everywhere amidst a startled cry. The student, Alan, sat on the ground, frantically apologizing and explaining that he had an urgent report, which was why he followed the professor. Deculine recognized the young man he had once shared a carriage with, his tone condescending. Ah, it's you. I thought I was being ambushed. Your name is Zoro, isn't it? Alan's face paled as he quickly corrected him in astonishment. No, sir. I'm Alan. Deculine nonchalantly stated, my mistake, leaving Alan speechless at his professor's bluntness. In Deculine's luxurious office, Alan stood presenting, holding out a stack of documents and reporting, Professor, this is the list of sponsorships for new mages this year. Deculine sat in his chair, flipping through the list while his thoughts explained the Mage Tower's sponsorship mechanism, a system where professors would invest in promising talents. As he glanced at the list, Deculine's eyes flashed blue, a strange sensation suddenly rising within him. It turned out to be due to Deculine's hidden buffs, wealthy magnate, and keen eye, automatically scanning and marking names with money-making potential. Scanning through, he noticed a few names on the list worth paying attention to, but amidst the crowd, one name shone with a dazzling golden light, clearly a top pick, the most lucrative prospect, Ephorine Luna, a main character in the game, the daughter of the one whose career the original Deculine had ruined. The game developer's meta-knowledge came into play. Deculine looked at the sponsorship entry, around zero, no one dared to invest. The young Alan standing nearby also scratched his head in wonder, not understanding why a talent like Ephorine was being neglected like this. Deculine smirked, immediately realizing the entire Mage Tower was avoiding the name Deculine. He picked up Ephorine's file, acknowledging in his heart that her talent was genuine. To reach this level through self-study was no small feat. But here was the core issue. Ephorine was Deculine's enemy, or rather, Deculine was her sworn enemy. Deculine recalled his core characteristic in the game. Villain's fate. The whole world wanted him dead. But what didn't kill him would make him stronger. In the game, this Deculine died in countless scenarios. For example, being stabbed straight through the heart by a white-haired swordsman, or having his skull smashed by some mage's staff, lying dead and contorted on the floor. There were even more absurd deaths, like being poisoned, or, more unluckily, being blown to smithereens by a bomb in the middle of the street. Deculine, Kim Woo-jin's version, realized the truth. To survive in this damn game, he had to make different choices. He made up his mind, his eyes sharp. He had to do things that the original Deculine, that piece of trash, would never dare to do. Resolutely, he picked up a quill and began to write, officially initiating his game-breaking plan. After writing, he called Alan, handed him the paper, and ordered, Alan, submit this, then borrow a few books I've listed before you go. Alan obediently followed the order, bowed, and quickly left the office. The room returned to silence, with only Deculine sitting there, beginning his first move to change the predetermined fate of a final boss. Deculine calculated that to survive, he first needed money because many fatal variables could be resolved with money. One way was to lavishly invest in potential mages to build his faction, but that alone wasn't enough, as this entire world was filled with influential characters who hated him and were eager to tear him apart. He realized the only way to truly survive was to wield absolute power himself. Sitting in the grand hall, he concluded, the optimal survival strategy was to become stronger. The problem was that the original Deculine's talent was merely mediocre, unable to withstand the impending dangers without preparation. Countless predetermined deaths were poised to claim him, and with his current strength, his chances of survival were almost zero. Fortunately, there was still one glimmer of hope to cling to: the specialty this body possessed. Although this Deculine couldn't control the four great elements, he was a master of manipulation magic, especially with earth and fire. Furthermore, combining earth and fire also helped him upgrade another unique characteristic, Midas Touch, a skill that consumed mana to unlock a target's potential. With the ability to manipulate metal, Deculine could perform sword control arts, dozens of hovering swords ready to pierce anyone to death. He flipped open the book, Basic Manipulation Magic, and smirked. The name Sword Control Arts sounded grand, but in reality, it was merely object manipulation, a mediocre branch of magic. However, to truly make it real, he needed to master manipulation, the method of controlling an object's essence. Time for a quick test, Deculine decided. Blue mana began to gather in his hand, ready for the skill test. As he placed his hand on the book, the comprehension ability activated. A massive surge of magic erupted, devouring all the knowledge within. The entire basic manipulation magic system was directly overwritten into his brain. A genuine skill hack. He exhaled, feeling the newly acquired knowledge, his eyes flashing with confidence. Now this is good. Without incantation, without unnecessary gestures, the fountain pen on the desk gently floated into the air. At Deculine's thought, the system announced, "Basic object control has been memorized, allowing use without incantation." He couldn't help but be astonished that a game mechanic worked so perfectly in real life. Although it was only the basic version, the effect was already clear. Deculine calculated that once he mastered the advanced version, he would approach the power threshold needed for survival. After grasping the basic theories, Deculine stood in his study, frowning in thought. What should I do with all this now? A crazy idea flashed in his mind. What if I engrave this entire magic circle onto my body? The logic of this world was simple. The larger the magic circle, the stronger it was, and Deculine intended to go big by using his own body as the canvas for the engraving, not just limiting it to his brain and heart. Fortunately, this body possessed the unique characteristic, iron body, tough enough to withstand the side effects. Deculine confidently asserted that this was a game hack only he could pull off, checking his mana, which was around 800, enough for a test. Without a moment's hesitation, he began the self-upgrade process, his entire body hovering amidst a vortex of magic and ancient runes. The magical characters began to automatically engrave themselves deep into every fiber, every cell of Deculine's body. The magical current grew increasingly frantic. The engraving process accelerated, transforming his body into a living magic circle. A terrible pain surged. Deculine gritted his teeth, feeling every nerve screaming. It felt as if his bones were shattering and his muscles were being torn from within, a pain incomparable to anything else. However, Deculine did not waver, not even letting out a whimper, for that was the dignity of a noble, one who stood at the pinnacle. After his insane self-inflicted ordeal, Deculine sat calmly in his office, his demeanor as radiant as if nothing had happened. His status window appeared, showing his mana completely depleted, with only a single drop remaining. Deculine staggered, his hands trembling from exhaustion, admitting defeat due to running out of battery. But this failure wasn't entirely meaningless. A magic circle had been successfully carved onto his shoulder. Deculine calculated that at this rate, it would only take 2 weeks for his entire body to become hot merchandise. A month passed. At the university's Mage Tower, the first day of Deculine's class began. The university students stared blankly at the wooden sign, which displayed the professor's demand. Use any element you know, and show me the result. The bizarre proficiency test had begun. All the university students huddled together in the courtyard, utterly bewildered, not understanding what kind of result the professor wanted, or why he had vanished without a trace. Ephraim puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, muttering under her breath, "What an irresponsible jerk." She continued to grumble about his teaching style, abandoning his students on the very first day, unable to comprehend what kind of person Deculine was. Lost in her complaints, Ephraim suddenly bumped into another blonde student walking in the opposite direction. Struck, Ephraim spun around, growling irritably. "Hey, who was that?" Ephraim froze, her eyes wide as she recognized the person she had just bumped into. Looking up, Ephraim was stunned as the blonde student's identity slowly became clear. It was Sylvia von Josipin Iliadi, a renowned name in the mage world. Ephraim was completely speechless, standing rooted to the spot before Sylvia. Before Sylvia's aura, Ephraim suddenly felt unusually small, only able to stammer, "Huh?" Ephraim was utterly bewildered, unable to believe that Sylvia didn't recognize her. Suddenly, a sharp pillar of ice erupted from the ground in the middle of the forest, radiating a chilling cold. Ephraim fell sprawling, staring intently at the ice magic she had just created. She muttered, asserting confidently, "No mistake, that girl definitely belongs to the Iliade family." Memories flooded back. 10 years ago, the Iliade family, wary of her father's potential, had marched troops to their home to threaten them. Yet now Sylvia acted as if she didn't know her. Ephraim mumbled as she saw her magic tower suddenly crack open in an inexplicable way. She was stunned to realize that her mana was being brazenly siphoned away by some force. Ephraim's entire magic structure was torn apart by a terrifying surge of energy, and the epicenter was Sylvia Iliade. Sylvia coldly placed her hand on the mana construct, casually asking Ephraim, "Excuse me, what exactly are you doing?" Ignored, Ephraim snapped, questioning Sylvia why she dared to brazenly steal the tower she had created. Ephraim was furious, unable to believe her opponent dared to treat her as if she were invisible, completely disregarding her. Ephraim's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold glint as she realized something, whispering, "Wait a minute." Ephraim pointed directly at Sylvia's face, growling why she was pretending not to know her. She declared bluntly that the Iliade family itself had threatened her family and forced her to abandon magic, and now she had returned to crush Sylvia. Sylvia retorted with a critical blow, asserting she didn't know who Ephraim was and coldly asking, "Then why are you speaking so informally to me?" Sylvia delivered a chilling statement, "I don't know you, but I know your father," which completely froze Ephraim. Without any restraint, Sylvia continued with another critical blow, calling Ephraim's father an arrogant and irresponsible noble. Sylvia coldly dropped a line, "I heard he's dead." And that's when Ephraim completely lost control, her face darkening with rage. The gossiping university students discovered the drama and began pointing, preparing to watch a good show. While the crowd was still confused, Sylvia charged straight towards Ephraim. Ephraim growled, blocking Sylvia's path. What you just said?" Ephraim's entire body erupted with green magical power, and she furiously screamed, "If you're so brave, say it again." Without further words, Ephraim poured all her resentment into a maximal magic attack, firing it straight at her opponent, but she was met only by Sylvia's challenging smirk. Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfed the entire area, sending dirt and rocks flying. The gossiping university students bore the full brunt of the aftershock, screaming terribly and being blown away like fallen leaves. The scene was devastated after the explosion. One university student lay flattened on the ground, while others were still bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ephraim grabbed the sprawling Sylvia by the collar, growling with murderous intent. "Do you dare to repeat that? Do you dare insult my father?" Ephraim's eyes flashed with a deadly red glint. She intended to send Sylvia to her grave right then and there, but Sylvia suddenly looked up, astonished by something even more terrifying forming. A colossal, deep purple magical black hole began to form in the air, chaotic energy swirling as if about to swallow the entire world. The surrounding university students screamed in terror, while Ephraim was stunned to realize that it was a void, an extremely dangerous magical phenomenon. Ephraim understood immediately. This void was created from the very point of mana collision between her and Sylvia, and it was sucking everything around it into its center. The crowd began to flee in panic as they realized the hole was about to explode. But Ephraim froze. She knew that if it exploded, metal fragments would fly out like bullets. She realized the impending tragedy. If that void exploded, everyone here would be wiped out without a trace. Boom! The void reached its limit and exploded, unleashing a terrifying wave of destructive energy, sweeping away everything in its path. In that life or death moment, Ephraim braced herself, deploying a green magical shield to directly confront the earth-shattering explosion. Lying prone on the ground, Ephraim was bewildered when the explosion abruptly ceased, wondering what on earth had just happened. In the thick of the chaos, Deculine appeared like a god, standing tall before the deadly metal fragments hurtling towards Ephraim and the university students. Before the crowd could even process it, all the deadly fragments were frozen solid in midair, suspended impossibly. With just a flick of his hand, Deculine unleashed a colossal wave of icy magical power, manipulating the entire battlefield in an instant. The university students, who had just been fleeing for their lives, now could only gape in astonishment as they realized Deculine had used object relocation to save them all. For the magic students, this was not just a rescue, but a peak performance, showcasing the pure beauty of magic. Even Ephraim and Sylvia, the two who had just been fighting to the death, had to silently admit, this was a level of magic manipulation they could never reach in their lifetimes. Clatter, all the metal fragments were completely neutralized, falling scattered to the ground as a pile of harmless scrap. After clearing up the mess, Deculine spoke coldly, his tone as if nothing significant had just happened. Attention everyone. Today's class is suspended here, except for those who caused this mess. All of you may leave. Ephorine's face turned pale, realizing she had just poked a hornet's nest and was about to pay the price. The two were summoned directly to the interrogation room, the atmosphere as tense as a stretched bowstring. As they entered, the two professors saw Deculine and Chairwoman Adlin Cizelian already seated, and immediately offered fawning greetings. Professor Retlin and Professor Relin showered them with endless praise, saying that the diligence of the other two was a shining example for the entire mage community. Chairwoman Adlin Cizelian also responded gracefully, thanking the two old men for coming, then turned to Deculine for his agreement. A female professor on the council spoke first, her tone full of contempt, as she referred to the unknown nobody who dared to touch the daughter of the Iliade family. The rest of the professors laughed along, praising profusely how Deculine had neatly handled the situation, preventing a major scandal. Deculine knew very well these old foxes were openly flattering him, and that the disciplinary outcome had actually been arranged by them beforehand. On one side was Sylvia, the powerful lady of House Iliade. On the other was Ephorine, nothing more than a commoner. The game was too obvious for those who only knew how to cling to the powerful. But Deculine decided to overturn the tables, because he could see something these people couldn't, and he would change this disciplinary decision. With his special eyes, Deculine saw through a surge of dark energy emanating from Ephorine's body. At the same time, his passive skill activated. Villain's fate. The whole world wanted him dead, but what didn't kill him would make him stronger. A true final boss move. The disciplinary hearing officially began. Ephorine and Sylvia Iliade sat dwarfed in the empty hall, preparing for the judgment. Old Professor Retlin immediately adopted a lecturing tone, roaring, "How dare you cause trouble in this sacred classroom? If Senior Professor Deculine hadn't been there, someone would have been hurt." Facing the question, "Why did you fight?" Ephorine merely lowered her head, gritting her teeth as she replied, "I cannot say." Ephorine suddenly realized, looking up at the shadows of the professors above and thinking to herself, "Hes watching from up there. That's why I can't speak." The real reason flared up in Ephorine's mind. Sylvia Iliade had started it, rubbing salt into the wound of her deceased father. But in front of her sworn enemy, Deculine, she would rather die than utter a single word. Seeing that the prey refused to confess, an old professor impatiently roared from above, "Are you kidding me? Speak up. Or is it your inferiority complex as a commoner?" He continued his contemptuous tirade. "You must know your place. You must recognize the class difference between you and Sylvia. How dare you?" Cornered by the harsh words, Ephorine could only lower her head in silence, clenching her fists, enduring the ordeal. It was Sylvia Iliade's turn to speak. The girl began her act, casually admitting to accidentally breaking Ephorine's belongings and then blaming the subsequent argument. The professors immediately chimed in, mocking Ephorine as a country bumpkin who couldn't control her emotions, making a mountain out of a molehill. An old man demanded Ephorine's immediate expulsion for violence, leaving the young girl to merely lower her head and endure the bone-chilling cold of injustice. In her mind, Ephorine felt the whole world had turned its back on her, criticized by countless fingers with no one to defend her. Despair turned into rage. Ephorine gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred. "Deculine, it's all that bastard's fault." President Adlin Cizelian spoke up, stating that the council's opinion was unanimous, seemingly ready to finalize the expulsion. But at the last minute, Adlin decided to ask for the opinion of the witness at the scene, Professor Deculine, to make the final decision. Hearing the name of her sworn enemy, Ephorine completely collapsed, thinking to herself, "It's truly over." Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed from above, not questioning Ephorine, but directly challenging the professors. "Do you truly believe you did nothing wrong in this matter?" Deculine concluded by calling out the noble lady's full name, Sylvia von Joseph Iliade, leaving Sylvia Iliade stunned, and Ephorine bewildered. Deculine directly questioned Sylvia Iliade, probing whether she was truly innocent, leaving Ephorine frozen. The entire council was bewildered by the sharp turn of events. Old Professor Retlin stammered, asking Deculine what he meant. Deculine stated bluntly, as if slapping them in the face, "You could have completely prevented this, but you did nothing." He then sarcastically remarked if Sylvia's talent, which the whole world expected so much from, was only this much. Hit where it hurt, Sylvia Iliade was speechless, her face drained of all color. Sylvia Iliade began to act, bowing her head in apology, and admitting she had intentionally let things escalate to ensure Ephorine received a severe punishment, leaving Ephorine dumbfounded. Ephorine was completely confused, not understanding why Deculine had turned to question Sylvia when it was clearly her own fault. Old Professor Retland tried to argue stubbornly that the defender couldn't be at fault, But Deculine coldly dismissed him, threatening to take full responsibility himself for organizing the class this way, and directly asking Professor Relin if he wanted that. Ephraim was utterly shocked, unable to believe Deculine dared to challenge even the professor openly backing Sylvia. In Ephraim's mind, there was now only one question, echoing amidst her confusion. Why is Deculine protecting me? President Adlin Cezelian was about to speak up to mediate, when Deculine interrupted with a single, powerful word. Stop, silencing the entire hall. President Adlin Cezelian spoke up to reconcile, stating that clashes among rookies were common, and they should be overlooked this time so they would still have motivation. Deculine concluded succinctly. There will be no punishment. Go home, leaving Ephraim frozen. As in her mind, she had already mentally prepared to be expelled from school. In the typical style of the old Deculine, old Professor Retlan immediately changed his tune, flattering Deculine that a senior professor truly was different, his vision far surpassing that of mere small fry, all for the sake of the students. Just as Deculine was about to leave, a voice rang out, blocking his path. Excuse me. It turned out to be Ephraim. The girl clenched her fists, unable to let him simply leave after turning everything upside down. Ephraim gathered all her courage to question him, with only one question swirling in her mind. Does he remember the Luna surname? Does he know my father? Standing in the middle of the vast hall, Ephraim officially confronted Deculine directly, demanding an answer. Deculine merely smirked subtly, thinking to himself. Just as I predicted, Ephraim asked directly, her voice strained. I want to know if you remember the Luna family, and if you know that my father died because of your delusions? As soon as she finished speaking, Ephraim felt a pang of apprehension, fearing that bringing up the past would make Deculine overturn his decision, using punishment to silence her for his own safety. Ephraim gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, if Deculine couldn't even remember her father, then it was truly over. Deculine coldly cut off all her efforts. You don't need to ask. Ephraim was completely frozen. He uttered a condescending remark, lecturing her not to waste her potential by obsessing over the past. After speaking, Deculine turned and walked away, the sound of his shoes echoing in the vast hall, leaving Ephraim all alone. Ephraim stood stunned for a moment before snapping out of it with only one thought in her mind. He knows. She deduced that Deculine knew well about her and her father. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood up to protect a small fry like her. Clenching her fists, Ephraim believed he felt responsible, because her father had died while working under him. Recalling the painful scene, she bitterly concluded that everything he did was merely out of pity. Nevertheless, Ephraim couldn't hold back tears of relief, telling herself that as long as he hadn't forgotten her and her family's existence, it was enough. While Ephraim was still immersed in her emotions, a system notification appeared, showing that Deculine had just completed a quest. Villain's Fate. Overcome the mortality variable. Shop currency +2. Scene change. A classic convertible glided along a country road. The driver, having just heard the story, merely hummed in acknowledgement. This man was Giltheon von Ludwig Iliade, the patriarch of House Iliade and Sylvia's father. He declared that his daughter would no longer need to worry about that child. Giltheon judged that Ephraim Luna, though talented, had missed her golden opportunity, while Sylvia merely rested her chin in silence, her face full of calculation. The flashback returned to 10 years ago, the day of the Academy's aptitude test, which was also the first time Sylvia and Ephraim met. An old mage examiner, after checking through a crystal ball, was left gaping, declaring that both children were born with the potential to reach the rank of archmage. The old mage couldn't believe that two such geniuses had appeared in his domain, while young Ephraim was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Young Sylvia seemed more mature, turning to ask Ephraim what was happening. Introducing the ultimate rank of mages, eternity, a transcendent realm that even emperors could not reach. Those who achieved it would be inscribed in history as archmages. According to the unwritten law of the magic world, only 3 archmages could exist in each era, regardless of faction or attribute. Except for one spot already occupied by Demakin, the remaining 2 positions were still vacant, and Adlin, the Mage Tower president, was a strong candidate for one of those 2 spots. Sylvia's flashback appeared. She, the daughter of House Iliade, and Ephraim, the daughter of the Luna branch family, had no choice but to fight tooth and nail for the last spot. Giltheon Iliade, Sylvia's father, his face stern, issued a warning to the patriarch of House Luna. Give up the idea of sending your daughter to the academy, Kagan Luna. The Iliad family used the excuse of inter-family tensions to deploy soldiers and crush the Luna family. But the truth behind it was entirely different. Sylvia Iliade rested her chin in thought, admitting that everything was for her, to pave the way for her to become the archmage instead of Ephraim. For Sylvia Iliade, becoming the Archmage was not just a dream, but also a duty and responsibility as heavy as a mountain. In her mind, a challenging image of Ephorine appeared, as if asking, "Are you afraid it'll catch up to you?" Making Sylvia Iliade's irritation evident. Sylvia Iliade brushed it off, telling herself that girl was just an annoying nuisance not worth bothering with. Back in the present, Giltheon Iliade advised his daughter not to mind Ephorine anymore, but then unexpectedly warned, "Be careful of Deculine," leaving Sylvia Iliade stunned. He explained that Deculine was not a simple matter. Though he was stagnating, his prodigy label could explode back into prominence at any moment. Sylvia Iliade replied with sharp eyes, asserting that she knew that well and even suspected that Professor Deculine might already know everything. Sylvia Iliade recalled bitterly that the magic trap she had painstakingly set up had been completely seen through. Her plan was to deplete Ephorine's mana when the girl attacked. Then, she set a charm that would only explode when it sensed Ephorine's mana, aiming for the girl to be punished more severely out of spite. But Deculine, that man had seen through all her tricks, even though she had carefully checked for any magical surveillance in the lecture hall. Instead of exposing Sylvia Iliade, saying "you did it," he merely remained silent, compromising, not bothering to stop her, a completely superior move. He only uttered a cold remark from above, "I know everything, so you'd better obey," leaving Sylvia Iliade with no retreat and forced to swallow her pride. Back in the present, Sylvia Iliade sat in the car, clenching her fists, utterly bewildered. What kind of person is he, really? A tear of helplessness rolled down her cheek. A few days later, a luxurious car pulled up in front of the magnificent Deculine family mansion. Inside, Deculine was adjusting his attire when a voice called out from Roy. He casually replied, "I'll be right down." A long limousine was already waiting, ready to take the overbearing professor somewhere. Deculine sat in the car, smug that his move to side with Ephorine had not only helped him eliminate a deadly variable but also earned him some shop currency. He recalled Ephorine daring to stand up and question him, admitting that the girl must have held a grudge against Deculine ever since. Deculine had also anticipated Sylvia Iliade's bitterness, but he didn't care. Prioritizing the immediate problem was paramount. Looking out the window, he was fed up with the social activities of the upper class, something he only wanted to avoid quickly. But the system threw out a side quest. Attend the New Year's Bloom social event with currency as a reward, forcing him to participate and conveniently check out some notable figures. The luxurious car screeched to a halt in front of a colossal mansion, signaling the destination of the high society party. As he stepped through the door, the servants bowed in unison, greeting, "Welcome, Senior Professor Deculine." Such was his status. Inside was a sea of people, all nobles dressed lavishly, the party atmosphere loud and extravagant, truly the epitome of excess wealth. He scanned the crowd, filled with scions from influential families, and of course, not lacking a few familiar characters from the game. Deculine's gaze suddenly stopped, locking onto a specific target in the crowd, signaling that the fun was about to begin. A blonde noble named Ehelm was smugly showing off some model he had created himself. Deculine suddenly realized that coming here might not be as bad as he thought, while some minor noble was startled to see him. The noble was overjoyed as if head struck gold, rushing over to greet him. "Oh, isn't this Professor Deculine?" Another noble cut in, vying for attention, boasting that his son was Deculine's student. Immediately, a swarm of nobles gathered like flies, each wanting to strike up a conversation, making Deculine instantly regret his earlier thought. Amidst the noisy chatter, Deculine suddenly froze when he heard someone mention the name Miss Ganesha. Ignoring the old noble who was trying to invite him to dinner, Deculine strode straight ahead, disregarding the man's hurried calls after him. He calculated that Ganesha was an important adventurer for the storyline, and building a good relationship with her would be the greatest achievement of this event. Without wasting a second, Deculine scanned the entire banquet hall, searching for his target's silhouette. All his focus was now on a single question: where is Ganesha? Deculine scanned the banquet hall, certain his target was nearby. As he looked up, Deculine locked onto a female adventurer standing on the second-floor balcony. Found her. The red-haired adventurer with two braids stood with her arms crossed, looking extremely displeased, clearly not fond of this party. Deculine hurried towards his target, but a sarcastic voice rang out from the crowd. "Oh, look what we have here." A blonde noble blocked his path, calling out Deculine's name, making him stop. He cursed inwardly. Why now, of all times? That man was Ehelm von Garion Rewind, a royal court mage of monarch rank, smirking meaningfully. Ehelm approached, his words expressing honor but his tone full of sarcasm. He mockingly asked about Deculine's research progress and mentioned some strange rumors. Ehelm stopped beating around the bush. directly stating that Deculine's research had made no progress for 3 years, and his attitude as a professor was being questioned. Deculine knew full well, this guy is openly mocking me. The blonde man continued his charade of offering help, but in reality, he was just a bitter person who had lost to Deculine in the race for senior professor and had held a grudge ever since. Deculine merely smirked inwardly. This childish provocation might have worked on the original Deculine, but for him, it was just a joke. Still, he had to admit, he's not wrong. Deculine flinched, a cold drop of sweat trickling down his temple as he noticed something amiss. Damn it, the target is gone. Ganesha had left the balcony at some point. Damn it, just because I had to deal with this idiot, I lost track of Ganesha. Deculine cursed inwardly, while Ehelm continued to prattle on about how no one would like someone as arrogant as him. Losing patience, Deculine spun around, calling the annoying guy by name. Hey, Ehelm. Without another word, Deculine bluntly put him in his place. Mind your own business and get out of my sight, you rotten cheese. Ehelm froze on the spot. Leaving Ehelm sputtering in shock, Deculine walked away in annoyance, his plan falling apart as he had to find Ganesha before she left. Outside the building, under the moonlight, the crowd began to whisper, searching for the professor who had just disappeared. Escaping the crowd, Deculine sighed in exasperation. I shook off that Ehelm guy, but there are still so many clinging on. I truly despise these gatherings. Suddenly, a voice called out his name, and Deculine's eyes lit up with surprise. It turned out to be Ganesha, standing with her arms crossed on another balcony. Target acquired. Ganesha smirked provocatively, teasing. What a coincidence to meet here, isn't it? Or perhaps you were looking for me. Deculine thought to himself that he was just trying to shake off those persistent leeches when he accidentally stumbled upon Ganesha, and he realized they knew each other from before. Ganesha feigned, "I'm lost," then sneered, immediately laying her cards on the table. Stop joking. It's clear you're looking for me, because you have something to discuss. Ganesha got straight to the point, apologizing for an old mission and asserting that she had already paid the deposit and the penalty, hoping he would let it go. She frankly admitted that she hadn't brought the magically talented child as requested, but not because she couldn't, but because she didn't want to. Ganesha looked directly at Deculine, calmly stating her reason. You've grown fond of the girl, so I couldn't bring myself to hand her over to you, Professor. Deculine immediately understood the problem. The original Deculine was planning to repeat that dirty cycle, exploiting talented children to cover up his own lack of achievements. After a moment of silence, Deculine spoke. Let me ask you something. Ganesha narrowed her eyes, asking a question that struck straight at his core. Professor, how long do you intend to live like this? Ganesha's pointed question made Deculine freeze, sinking into thought. How long, indeed? Deculine recalled the original owner's wretched past, listening to useless nobles' flattery, betraying Uriel, and hurting Sylvia and Yuli, all for his own empty reputation. Breaking free from his thoughts, Deculine turned his back to Ganesha, declaring firmly, From now on, I will live differently, leaving her stunned. Ganesha was completely taken aback. She had prepared herself for a fight to the death. Not this confession. That's a strange answer. I thought you were going to eliminate me. Ganesha teased that he was overly worried, especially since she had skipped one of his secret missions, but Deculine merely looked unconcerned. Deculine thought to himself, killing Ganesha now would be suicide, as she was a true monster. He knew very well that Ganesha was a formidable figure, a renowned character in the game, one who could finish off an opponent with just a single strand of hair. Her power was real, with overwhelming characteristics like all-round master and indestructible, a warrior who had reached the pinnacle of physical strength. Deculine realized the reason the original owner hadn't sent assassins after Ganesha was because he had already possessed this body. Otherwise, the original Deculine's life would have been lost long ago. Ganesha was still suspicious, asking pointedly, Did you eat something strange today? But also told herself that her goal of building a relationship had succeeded. Deculine stated concisely, I have no reason to stay here anymore. I'm leaving, then turned and walked away, ignoring Ganesha, who was still bewildered. Ganesha still couldn't believe it, calling after him, Are you sure? You're really not ordering my assassination or expulsion? Deculine turned, throwing back a dignified remark. Doing so would be beneath me. Ganesha froze, speechless at the noble's 180-degree change. As he walked, Deculine calculated that he could use the Adventurers Guild to exert pressure, but if he made even a slight mistake, a fatal variable could appear immediately. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Villain's fate. Death averted. Shocking Deculine, whose face changed color. What the hell? He realized that this time the system reported it as averted, not overcome. It turned out the previous conversation was a death trap. Deculine broke out in a cold sweat, a feeling of unease rising to its peak, as he realized there was no safe corner in this world. Scene change. A blonde girl named Rayleigh, Yuli's relative and a rookie adventurer ranked 42, was irritably calling out, "Sister, how long are you going to sit here?" Yuli, the white-haired girl, coldly replied from the dining table, "I didn't want to come in the first place," then flatly refused Rayleigh's plea with a single, "No." Rayleigh was speechless, completely helpless against her sister's stubbornness. As Rayleigh inquired about that person's recent situation, Yuli froze, her face darkening. Rayleigh looked worried, stating directly that many unpleasant rumors about Professor Deculine were spreading. In Yuli's mind, the image of Deculine coldly turning his back and walking away reappeared, plunging her into a terrible mood. Yuli gritted her teeth, admitting to Rayleigh that things were extremely bad. Hearing this, Rayleigh frantically warned Yuli not to speak such things loudly, just as a decisive set of footsteps echoed nearby. Yuli startled, looking up sharply, as if sensing someone's presence. It turned out to be Deculine descending the stairs, and Helm stood nearby, looking up with a provocative gaze. Deculine swept past like a gust of wind, not bothering to glance at Yuli or anyone else. Helm and his noble friend standing nearby began to whisper, mocking the professor who was once so infatuated with high society, now leaving early and even ignoring his own fiancée. Their gossip was like salt in Yuli's wound, confirming that the rumors of her and Deculine's fractured relationship were true. Deculine coldly left the grand hall, leaving behind the nobles who were whispering about the drama between him and his fiancée, Yuli. But Deculine didn't care about the gossip, because a system notification had just popped up. Side quest complete, 0.5 currency acquired. 2 weeks had passed since that event, and the scene shifted to the magnificent Eucline mansion. Since then, besides practicing magic, Deculine had also thrown himself into the gym to improve his pathetic physique. The reason was simple. He had just had a near-death experience while trying a crazy experiment. Recalling a few days prior, a terrifying magical explosion had occurred in his study. Deculine collapsed, sprawled on the floor with a pool of blood beneath his head, looking no different from a corpse. Scrambling to his feet, blood staining his mouth, he bitterly admitted that a normal mage would have been dead. Only his iron body characteristic could withstand this backlash, when he tried to infuse fire magic into metal magic. Although this magic upgrade helped him grow stronger quickly, it was also extremely dangerous and brutally wore down his body. Realizing that physical condition was just as important as mana, Deculine established a new routine, working out in the gym every morning. Deculine sighed in relief, his bulging muscles drenched in sweat, after a strenuous physical training session. As soon as he returned to his office, he saw Alan waiting with a strange scroll in his hand, and asked. Alan respectfully presented the scroll, reporting that it was an official document from the Mage Tower. Seeing Deculine's expression, Alan clarified that it came from the Professor Qualification Review Committee, giving him a bad premonition. The document's content was severe. In 6 months, there would be a hearing to review Professor Deculine's research progress. Deculine immediately realized he was in deep trouble, as this proved the original Deculine had neglected his research long before he possessed the body. He recalled that in the game, Deculine's title as professor was a fixed plot element, unchangeable. Losing his job wouldn't just mean losing his title. It could also mean losing his only path back to his old world. Standing still for a moment to digest the bombshell information, Deculine quickly composed himself and began to calculate. He headed to his laboratory, hoping that the old Deculine had left behind some valuable legacy for him to work with. Creak! Deculine pushed open the door and entered the laboratory, an impassive expression on his face. What met his eyes was a scene like a junkyard. Truly a chaotic mess. Seeing the laboratory covered in an inch of dust, he was certain the old Deculine had abandoned it ages ago. Amidst the wreckage, he paused when he discovered a patch of grotesque greenish slime. Clearly something someone had intentionally hidden. Deculine frowned, immediately realizing this was a dirty trick, by someone intentionally obstructing his former self. He smirked, never expecting to have to use telekinesis to clean up this mess. Whoosh! The pile of filth was flung away, revealing an ancient book that flew straight into Deculine's hand. Opening the book, its entire content was encoded with ancient characters, clearly meant to conceal the research. But this petty trick was useless. His comprehension characteristic activated, and blue magic enveloped the book. Deculine's eyes flashed with blue light, and all the encoded knowledge in the book was immediately deciphered, and poured straight into his mind. A dazzling golden light burst from the book, proving this was an overwhelmingly formidable research project, further buffed by the tycoon and keen eye characteristics. Deculine flipped through the book, remarking with an impassive expression, "This research is incomplete. Several pages are torn, some are blank, and there are even completely wrong theories." Suddenly, he discovered a locket clipped inside the book, containing a picture of a white-haired girl. "Isn't this Ephorine?" Deculine pondered, finally understanding. So Ephorine's father hid this when he was a researcher for Deculine. Memories flooded back. House Luna hated Deculine, and Ephorine had lived a miserable life, all caused by the original Deculine. He decisively closed the locket, his voice firm. "Don't worry." Deculine declared that he would use insight to complete this project and list Ephorine's father as a co-author, even though he knew deep down that he desperately needed achievements. The scene shifted to the Light and Salt Cafe on campus, where a voice rang out. "We commoners must unite." Julia was giving a speech to a group of students, emphasizing that there were only 30 commoners in this year's class, and if they didn't cooperate, they would be doomed. Julia slammed the table, then turned to Ephorine. "You agree, right?" Ephorine flinched, mumbling evasively. But in her head she screamed, "But I'm a noble." Ephorine sighed wearily, telling herself how could she act like a noble when she didn't even own an inch of land, let alone a house. Julia snapped, emphasizing that Ephorine's presence was mandatory. There was no getting out of it. The female students chimed in, appointing Ephorine as the commoner representative for daring to defy Sylvia, making Ephorine force a laugh while internally screaming, "I'm doomed." A blue-haired student raised a critical issue. To form a club, they needed an advising professor, and no one would sponsor a bunch of commoners. Julia also had to admit this was the biggest obstacle, and she fell into deep thought. They started listing professors, but every candidate was dismissed. Professor Relin flattered nobles, and Professor Kamel regarded commoners as less than human. Another green-haired student interjected, stating the obvious with certainty. "Professor Deculine is out of the question. Cross him off first." While the group was discussing important matters, Ephorine only stared at the plate of pastries on the table, muttering a prayer that they wouldn't eat all of hers. Suddenly, the blue-haired student slammed the table and stood up, exclaiming an unthinkable idea. "What if we ask Professor Deculine?" Ephorine froze in shock. Ephorine protested loudly, her face pale as the group ganged up on her, forcing her to go ask Deculine. The blue-haired student calmly analyzed. "Come to think of it, he's quite fair, isn't he? He treats nobles and commoners like trash equally." Julia brought up an old matter, suggesting that Deculine had a soft spot for Ephorine, because he helped her avoid disciplinary action. But Ephorine brushed it off, insisting he wasn't that kind of person. Ephorine broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that things were going terribly wrong, and she didn't want to see that professor for another second. Despite Ephorine's protests that asking him would only make things worse, Julia resolutely dragged her away. As she was being dragged, Julia suddenly stopped, dead in her tracks, leaving Ephorine bewildered. Ephorine looked up and asked Julia what was wrong, then realized a figure was standing tall right in front of them. An icy voice commanded, "Move aside," and Ephorine began to feel something was amiss. And that person was none other than Deculine, the professor she was desperately trying to avoid. Ephorine was speechless, her face drained of color. Ephorine gathered all her courage to block Deculine's path, her face drained of color, but still bracing herself to face the final boss. Meanwhile, her best friend Julia had slipped away unnoticed, only daring to peek out from behind the door to cheer her on, making Ephorine scream in silent fury. "Traitor!" Deculine completely disregarded Ephorine, walking past with the air of a superior being, making her flinch. Seeing her target about to escape, Ephorine frantically called out, "Professor Deculine." Desperate times called for desperate measures. Ephorine bowed deeply, holding out the form and shouting, "I'm trying to start a club and I need your signature, Professor." Ephorine explained her reasons, saying that the other professors were all discriminatory towards commoners, and swore she would never bother him again, thinking to herself that she'd rather face this boss than be harassed by those small fries. She recalled the group's discussion, concluding that the other professors were only good at stalling for time and offered no hope, which was why they had to turn to Deculine as a last resort. Expecting a harsh refusal, Ephorine was stunned when Deculine coldly took the form, only managing to think, "Huh?" Deculine casually signed it, then said curtly, "Prepare detailed documents and send them to my office," leaving Ephorine frozen with a huge question mark above her head. Deculine coldly handed the signed form back to Ephorine, with a single, curt word, "Here," making her bewilderedly accept it. Ephorine gaped at the signature on the paper, her mind blank, unable to believe the truth. He actually signed it? Deculine turned and walked away with a dominant aura, leaving Ephorine still stunned in the middle of the campus with her friend Julia, who had just run over. Julia ran over, asking excitedly, but Ephorine was lost in a jumble of chaotic thoughts, unable to understand why her enemy had suddenly been kind to her. The scene shifted to the classroom, where Deculine began his lecture on pure elements, pointing out the fundamental mistakes rookie mages often made. Ephraim sat below, her mind not on the lecture but fixed on Deculine's back, wondering if he was doing this out of guilt. She continued to sink into bitter thoughts, believing that even if he pitied her after having driven her father to his death, it was all just hypocrisy. A murderous aura flared. Ephraim clenched her fists, her face darkened, and she growled in her mind that if he was truly remorseful, he should publicly confess his crimes to the whole world. Julia, seeing her friend's face full of murderous intent, shook her shoulder and asked, pulling Ephraim out of her hateful thoughts. Julia angrily whispered to Ephraim, telling her friend to just ignore those loud-mouthed but empty-headed nobles. Ephraim's gaze swept over to the noble ladies who were whispering and mocking the low-born girl trying to appear studious. The blonde student and her friends looked extremely annoyed, while Ephraim was at a loss for words, realizing she had become the common enemy of the nobility. Ephraim reassured Julia, calmly saying this wasn't the first time, and urged her friend to focus on the lecture. At the podium, Deculine began his lesson, emphasizing that every magic circle had a reason behind each stroke, even if the rookies only knew how to use them instinctively. Although she initially didn't want to listen, Ephraim had to pay attention when Deculine demonstrated changing the color of the ignition magic circle with just 2 strokes, subtly showcasing his supreme understanding. Deculine used magic to summon a book, declaring that this was the magic the class would learn today. He coldly announced the name of the spell, Flowing Fire, and simultaneously opened the book to reveal complex magic diagrams. Deculine's lecture, the Kim Woojin version, was no longer a trashy display of showmanship as before, but a masterful demonstration of mana manipulation, leaving all the rookie students gaping in astonishment. Deculine's lecture struck directly at those who considered themselves geniuses, like Sylvia, making her feel genuine interest in learning for the first time in her life. Deculine began his demo, summoning a basic water magic circle and explaining its operating principles with authority. He continued by summoning a fire magic circle, declaring that he would combine these 2 seemingly opposing elements. A surge of purple energy erupted as the 2 magic circles merged, unleashing a swirling flame that left both Sylvia and Ephraim gaping in astonishment. The flame didn't burn chaotically, but flowed like water, an illogical phenomenon unfolding right before the entire class eyes. Sylvia, the Academy's top genius, now had a pale face, sweat pouring down, unable to believe this bizarre magic. The entire lecture hall fell silent, realizing that Deculine's lecture condensed an amount of theory and creativity they had never dared to imagine. Old ways of thinking were overturned. Geniuses often used magic instinctively, viewing theory as a constricting and formulaic cage. The reason for this rut was that delving into theory would devour all practice time, but Deculine had just proven that the one who mastered theory was the ultimate master. A contradiction always existed in the mage community. Delving into theory would hinder practical application, an extremely inefficient way of thinking. Deculine smirked, for he knew well that to reach the top, genius intuition was essential. Sylvia bitterly realized that the problem was those geniuses couldn't explain or convey their intuition to others. For someone whose talent was doubted like Deculine to be able to deliver such a profound theoretical lecture, Sylvia could only conclude, this is unbelievable. After class, a student sighed, realizing that the rumors about Deculine were vastly different from reality. Ephraim left the lecture hall, admitting to herself that this was the first time in her life she had focused so intently on a lecture. As she walked, she pondered deeply. The lecture seemed to have left a profound impression. Arriving at her room, Ephraim was speechless to find it defaced with insults like arrogant trash and get out of the magic tower. She muttered that the bullying had escalated since her confrontation with Sylvia, then suddenly noticed something slipped under the door. Ephraim picked up a fancy-looking piece of paper. It turned out to be a sponsorship certificate. Ephraim smirked, almost falling for it, but then realized how absurd it was. Who would sponsor someone targeted by both the Iliade family and Deculine? Perfect. Ephraim decided to report this sponsorship fraud to claim the reward money. She headed straight to the Bureau of Magic to get to the bottom of it. Click. Ephraim pushed the door open, ready to expose the fraudster. As soon as she checked, Ephraim froze, sweating profusely. This document is genuine. The Bureau official coldly confirmed the seal was authentic, making Ephraim scream in panic, unable to believe the truth. Ephraim's mind exploded with joy, immersed in a vision of a future filled with roses and wealth. Startled out of her daydream, Ephraim blushed and glanced around, mumbling in embarrassment. Surely no one saw anything? Having just hit the jackpot, Ephraim was so panicked she packed her bags to run away, fearing the rumor of her having 100,000 Eln would spread everywhere. In Ephraim's mind, The bureau official's puzzled expression suddenly transformed into the gaze of someone eyeing her wallet, and then Ephraim realized she had just made an epic blunder by going all the way to the Bureau of Magic to report what she thought was a fraud, which turned out to be real. Mortified, Ephraim collapsed onto the floor, groaning and holding her head over her own self-sabotage. But then, sprawled on the floor, she realized an undeniable truth. This wasn't a dream. A tear began to roll down her cheek as emotions overwhelmed her. Finally, someone recognized her talent. Ephraim burst into happy tears, a smile mixed with tears. Amidst her sniffles, a new resolve was ignited. I feel like I've come back to life. I'll just keep working hard. The morning sun shone, signaling a new beginning and a promise to try a little harder. At the Hadakane manor of the Eucline family, a voice echoed with doubt and irritation. The butler reported that Deculine had arrived at the auction house, leaving Yariel Eucline speechless, her face darkening. Yariel exploded, tearing at her hair as she recalled her accursed brother burning through 10 million elm last year, and now he was off to the auction house to stir up trouble again. She gritted her teeth, vowing not to forgive him if he caused any more problems. While Deculine's luxurious car pulled up to the Schatzinsel auction house, Deculine walked with an air of confidence, thinking to himself that he was finally about to acquire the item he had long sought. He recalled the reason. As he specialized in telekinesis, he needed high-quality metal to compensate for his limited talent. The precious item he was currently using was merely a makeshift one made from wood steel, a high-grade metal, but still not good enough. Back in reality, Deculine sat in the VVIP waiting room, his sharp gaze fixed on his true objective for today's auction. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye, a white-haired female knight already seated in the room. Yuli turned, her face stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Oh no, why is it him? Yuli shot up, her face as cold as ice as she recognized the person who had just entered. She covered her face, speechless, while Deculine looked up with a haughty, uncaring expression. Deculine offered a perfunctory greeting, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected to run into Yuli here. Yuli cut straight to the chase, questioning Deculine about throwing 2 apprentice mages before the disciplinary committee. Deculine smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. Slow on the news, are we? So what? Are you going to blame me again? Yuli was speechless, unable to retort against his arrogant attitude. Deculine leaned closer, his voice full of authority, lecturing Yuli not to extinguish the hopes of new recruits and warning her that karma would strike if she repeated past mistakes. Cornered, Yuli could only stand frozen, completely shocked by his words. Deculine concluded with a cold remark, calling it the last piece of advice he would bestow upon her. Yuli clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. It seemed she had resolved to end her lingering relationship with Deculine. Yuli turned and walked away, Deculine thinking to himself that no matter how beautiful she wasn't a reason for him to marry her, especially since he hadn't done so in his previous life. He recalled his game knowledge, knowing that getting involved with Yuli would only bring trouble, possibly even leading to his demise at the wedding due to the hidden forces behind her. Yuli decisively left, while Deculine merely watched her retreating back with a cold gaze. Deculine began to find it strange. In the game, Yuli wasn't the type to frequent auction houses. He wondered what she was doing here. Yuli spun around, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment, shouting to ask if he had come all this way just to say those words. Deculine found Yuli's reaction rather cute, while she was mortified, thinking that he was the one who had misunderstood. Suddenly, Deculine froze, breaking out in a cold sweat as he realized his strange emotions. Just moments ago, he had considered her a potential danger. He was deeply shocked to realize he was being infected by the original Deculine's feelings for Yuli. His personality was being affected. A beep sounded, announcing the imminent start of the auction, interrupting Deculine's train of thought. Deculine tried to reassure himself, claiming his heart hadn't skipped a beat, and he was just being foolishly anxious. Deculine took his seat, his aristocratic demeanor cold and ready for the auction. The auctioneer began, introducing the first item, an oriental ceramic vase. Immediately, Deculine's insight swept over it. The ordinary ceramic vase suddenly radiated the brilliant golden aura of a high-quality item. He instantly recognized this glow, identical to the magnate's aura he had seen in Ephraim's profile, and it was growing stronger. The auctioneer began shouting bids, the number leaping from 700,000 to 1.3 million in the blink of an eye. Other nobles joined in, pushing the price to 1.5 million, appearing eager. But Deculine simply raised his hand, closing the bid at 2.5 million, clearing the round in astonishment. He calculated that with over 200 million elna in his account, spending money like this was trivial. What mattered was that this vase was worth far more. Subsequent items like rings, scissors, and ancient rune necklaces were brought out, and all were acquired by a single dominant bidder. The nobles began to whisper, realizing that distinguished guest number 777 was sweeping the entire auction, and speculating that it was Professor Deculine of the Eucline family. Yuli subtly shook her head, clearly disappointed. She muttered that he was just a show-off, recklessly spending money and completely unlike her, a person who knew nothing of humility. With an annoyed expression, Yuli decided to ignore him, no longer paying him any mind. The auctioneer cleared his throat, announcing the final and most impressive item about to go on the block, a mythical mineral. He pulled back the covering cloth, introducing it with flowery words like nature's magic and winter's flame. The curtain was drawn, revealing a colossal stone emitting an icy blue light. It was the Snowfire Stone. Yuli gasped in astonishment as she recognized the item, while Deculine maintained a poker face, clearly having known beforehand. The Snowfire Stone, one of the world's most precious metals, was primarily used to forge weapons with cold attributes. It was a contradictory material, containing both heat and cold, its quality surpassed only by legendary items like dragon bones. Deculine smirked, affirming that this was the best material obtainable within reach. Yuli's face was grim, determined to acquire the Snowfire Stone to forge high-quality equipment. The auctioneer shouted himself hoarse as the price soared, from 10 million to a staggering 30 million eln. Yuli was overjoyed, certain she had won as the auctioneer prepared to strike the gavel. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from number 777. 31 million eln. Instantly extinguishing Yuli's smile, Yuli spun around, immediately recognizing the familiar number 777 that had been disrupting her throughout the auction. She was furious, gritting her teeth and wondering why that wretched man was doing this. And the spoiler was none other than Deculine, still with his superior, nonchalant expression. The bidding war continued. Number 777. Raising the price again, prompting a nearby noble to comment. The Snowfire Stone is a material for forging swords. Surely it's a gift for your fiancé, sir? The noble added a romantically sarcastic remark, but Deculine merely replied with one word. What? Deculine then glanced at his opponent, surprised to realize that the person fiercely competing with him all this time was Yuli. Deculine calculated that even though he knew Yuli would be visibly annoyed, he was still determined to acquire the Snowfire Stone. Yuli was no pushover either. She knew this item appeared only once every 3 years and could not fall into someone else's hands. Both realized this was a risky gamble, but for their own objectives, neither was willing to back down. Deculine's and Yuli's gazes locked onto the shining Snowfire Stone. The bidding war had officially begun. The auctioneer struck the gavel, closing the bid. Final price, 42 million elm. The owner of the mythical Snowfire Stone is distinguished guest number 777. Deculine leaned back in his chair casually, as if he had just bought a bunch of vegetables from the market. The surrounding nobles buzzed, acknowledging this as the most intense auction from the start. And the winner was Professor Deculine. Another noble began to taunt, suggesting Yuli had gone too far, while Deculine was simply trying to buy a gift for his fiancé. Yuli hung her head, completely devastated after being brazenly snatched from. But then, despair quickly turned into hatred. She gritted her teeth and wondered, are you going to repeat what happened a year ago? Yuli's memories returned to the disastrous engagement ceremony, where Deculine sat amidst a mountain of treasures and declared that he could give her everything. Deculine smirked with extreme arrogance, believing that this pile of riches was enough to make Yuli submit, because I am that great. But for Yuli, Deculine's ridiculous display of wealth wasn't a proposal, but a blatant insult. Yuli looked up, her eyes blazing, and growled that Deculine knew very well what she truly wanted. The two faced each other before the grand gate. Yuli bluntly stated her condition, something that couldn't be bought with money. Not receiving the desired answer, Yuli turned on her heel and left, personally ruining that trashy engagement ceremony. Deculine was stunned, then turned furious. But the story didn't end there. Immediately after, the foul-mouthed nobles began spreading baseless rumors, slandering Yuli by claiming she had tearfully begged for the engagement in exchange for the Knight Commander position for her family. Back in the present, Yuli bitterly wondered if Deculine truly thought stealing the Snowfire Stone would make her return to him. What an idiot. She clenched her fists, hatred surging, and swore that no matter how hard he tried, she would never love someone like him. While Yuli was still seething, thinking about that scoundrel, he suddenly appeared right behind her. She spun around, unable to believe her eyes. It was Deculine, the name haunting her thoughts. Deculine spoke with a nonchalant expression, his tone condescending. You want the Snowfire Stone too? Yuli exploded, roaring in anger. How long are you going to keep toying with me? Contrary to her expectations, Deculine didn't retort, but simply uttered softly, "I'm sorry." Yuli froze, sweat beginning to bead. She stammered, utterly bewildered. "What did you just say?" Deculine didn't bother to explain further, turning his back and leaving as swiftly as the wind. "Well then, I'm leaving." Left alone, Yuli stood rooted to the spot, her brain unable to process her opponent's utterly baffling move. She was completely flustered, wondering why he apologized. The Deculine she knew would never pull a stunt like this. Just as Yuli stood bewildered, a voice called her name from behind. Helm had arrived. A dignified white-haired woman, Josephine, Yuli's older sister, appeared by a luxurious car and urged her younger sister, "Is that you? Get in quickly." The luxurious car glided past the iron gate, heading straight into the vast estate of the Frieden family. Inside the car, Deculine analyzed the situation. Yuli being bitter about losing the Snowfire Stone was normal, but the unexpected part was that her death variable hadn't appeared. Upon arriving at the Eucline mansion, the servants bowed deeply, while Deculine inwardly scorned the original Deculine, who was so pathetic he was stabbed to death by Yuli. Deculine's glance immediately registered the tense atmosphere. The servants hung their heads, not daring to utter a sound. He asked coldly, "What's wrong?" A servant trembled as he replied, still not daring to look up. The butler reported that Lady Yariel had arrived, drawing Deculine's attention. At the end of the hallway, Yariel, his younger sister, stood waiting with a less than pleased expression. Yariel confronted him directly, her voice full of indignation. "That was money to buy a mine. You said you'd only hold on to it for a while, but you spent it all like this?" Deculine replied calmly, admitting his carelessness but immediately reassuring her. "Don't worry, I guarantee I only bought things that will yield a profit." Yariel pointed directly at Deculine, growling in a fit of rage. "You!" Deculine inwardly thought the situation was bad. The original Deculine was truly seen as a trash can in his sister's eyes. With tears welling up, Yariel choked out, asking if her sole purpose was merely to clean up his messes. She continued to pour out her heart, saying that while she and the servants struggled to shore up the family's dwindling finances, he had squandered all the money in a single day. An ominous red aura flared from Yariel as she screamed, calling him an idiot for throwing all the family's money into gambling. Dark energy erupted, engulfing the entire room in Yariel's fury. Deculine frowned, recognizing it instantly. This was the manifestation of the villain's destiny, a deadly variable in the game. He analyzed further, noticing a golden light within the red energy. It was Uriel's Tycoon's power also being activated. Deculine calculated in a flash. If he couldn't handle this, it would be a death variable. But if he overcame it, it would become a massive source of funds. Deculine's blue eyes flashed. He had a solution and inwardly reassured her. "Don't worry, Yariel." Yariel exploded, grabbing Deculine and unleashing all her resentment, screaming that because of him, her life was ruined, forcing her to drop out of school and live a half-dead existence. Tears streaming down her face, Yariel continued to curse, questioning Deculine why he had squandered 150 million eln in just one day, calling him a scoundrel. Right in the midst of her fury, Deculine delivered a critical blow. "I will grant you the position of family head." Yariel's tear-filled eyes immediately widened in stunned silence. Still in shock, Yariel stammered a question, and Deculine coldly confirmed once more. "Yariel, I said I will grant you the position of head of the Eucline family." To quell all doubts, Deculine went all out, offering to make a mage's oath if she didn't believe him, leaving Yariel speechless once again. Yariel tremblingly asked again, unable to believe he would stake his life on an oath, but Deculine simply replied with a firm yes. Her anger cooled, replaced by suspicion. Yariel crossed her arms and asked him directly if he had hit his head, but Deculine merely replied nonchalantly, "Then don't believe me." After a moment of deliberation, Yariel accepted the agreement, but didn't forget to issue a sharp warning. "If you go back on your word later, you're dead." Having said that, Yariel turned on her heel and left, declaring that she had to go to the auction house to clean up the mess someone had just made. The door slammed shut. Deculine stood alone in the room, and a system notification appeared. Villain's destiny. Death variable overcome. Shop currency +2. Quest complete. Deculine breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a storm had just passed. He inwardly thought that giving up the family head position wasn't a big deal at all. He looked up at the sky, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Just change one step at a time, and one day, he would escape this damned fate. Suddenly, a female voice spoke from behind, admitting that his words weren't just empty boasts. Deculine looked up and recognized the intruder. Ganesha, perched casually on the windowsill, as if she owned the place. She hopped into the room, nonchalantly apologizing for passing by out of curiosity, but then overhearing something too shocking not to stop and watch. Deculine crossed his arms, coldly asking what was so shocking, asserting that Uriel would do even better than him as family head, which made Ganesha freeze. Ganesha narrowed her eyes, muttering the name Uriel von Delun Uklein, clearly implying something, and then she dropped a bombshell. Uriel didn't have a single drop of Uklein blood. Deculine's eyes flashed blue. He was stunned, not understanding what the hell Ganesha was talking about. Ganesha calmly repeated it once more, firmly asserting that Uriel von Delun Uklein was not a member of this family. Deculine told himself that he already knew Uriel was his half-sister. This was the original setting, but not a single drop of Uklein blood? Where did this bizarre setting come from? It wasn't in the game. Ganesha nonchalantly exposed him. Didn't you yourself ask me to check if the girl was truly of your blood? Turns out the original Deculine already knew, and was even pulling the strings. Deculine smirked, his eyes flashing with a powerful blue light, his attitude dismissive. So what? Uriel is still Uriel. Ganesha froze, surprised that a man like the professor could say such a thing, while Deculine thought to himself, I didn't even know this setting. How could I have predicted it? Seeing his attitude, Ganesha concluded, all right, I'll keep your sister's secret. Before leaping out the window and disappearing, Ganesha paused, dropping another bombshell of information. She warned, I hear the six-headed snakes have already started to make their move. The six-headed snakes were the 6 most notorious crime bosses on the continent, each with a bounty of tens of millions on their heads. Ganesha finished, stating that their target was the items Deculine had just won at the auction, warning him to be careful when receiving them. A strange masked man appeared, taunting Deculine that his magical defenses were too lax, which was why he got in so easily, then bid farewell and vanished. The man left behind a white handkerchief radiating magic before dissolving. Deculine let out a tired sigh, slumping into his chair after having to digest too much shocking information. He clutched his head, telling himself that this was a truth he shouldn't have had to know. But then he quickly regained his composure, because he wasn't the real Deculine anyway. So whether Uriel was his biological sister or not changed nothing. With eyes flashing with authoritative blue light, Deculine firmly declared, Uriel is still Deculine's sister, period. Under the moonlight, a truth was decided to be buried forever. Meanwhile, in a forest, Ganesha and her party sat around a campfire, discussing how Professor Deculin had changed so much, as if he were a different person wearing a mask. Ganesha pouted, wondering how a scumbag could look so cool with just a few words, and was immediately teased by her male companion for being attracted to handsome men. While Ganesha was fuming and about to beat up her companion, Rayleigh, the rookie adventurer and Yuli's cousin, pondered whether Deculine truly possessed such a human side. Ganesha stretched comfortably, declaring, Anyway, we don't need to be wary of Deculine anymore. I was going to ask if he still needed a magic slave, but it seems he has no such intention. After finishing her story, Ganesha waved her hand, ordering her entire adventurer party, Let's go home. Ganesha put a finger to her lips, her sharp gaze warning, Oh, and what everyone heard today must be kept secret. Watch your mouths. A blue magic orb enveloped Ganesha's entire party, and energy began to converge in preparation for teleportation. Whoosh! A flash of blue light tore through space, and the entire group vanished without a trace. The next day, at the university's Mage Tower, the towering structure stood majestic under the clear blue sky. Deculine sat with his arms crossed in his office, a system panel appearing before him, announcing the Level 1 system shop. He muttered, Finally, I can use the system shop, but I don't have enough money to buy what I need. The system interface explained. The system shop is where special currency is used to enhance characters, not just for players but also for named characters in the game. Deculine mused, as the system announced that the system shop was a limited feature, only usable about 6 times until the late stages of the game. The reason was that each shop level only allowed 1 purchase, and the required amount of money doubled with each upgrade, an exorbitant price that would make players scream. Deculine frowned, realizing the system shop's exorbitant price. The cost doubles with each level, truly bloodsucking. He reassessed his strength. Even with daily training in mind, sword, and physical conditioning, his level was still too low. Not enough to solo formidable bosses. He set his immediate goal, mana quality upgrade, and to achieve that, he needed to farm 4 more coins. But suddenly, a knock echoed. Deculine coldly granted permission, and his student Alan timidly poked his head in, holding a stack of documents. Good morning, Professor. Alan approached the desk, presenting the documents and reporting. It's like this, sir. I just received this from the front lines. Deculine took the Mage's magazine, and Alan immediately warned with a serious expression. This is today's article, that I think you should be careful about." It turned out to be a wanted poster for Lockhack, a mage killer who had just been spotted lurking in the suburbs. Deculine sneered, thinking that this guy was only a threat to petty mages, and stood no chance against his current level. He even wished to encounter the assassin to farm some money for the shop, then stood up and told Alan, "Don't worry about the mage killer. I'm going to the library. You should go home too." Deculine had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, remembering something. "Ah, that's right." Deculine unexpectedly asked Alan if he wanted to be an assistant professor, which stunned the young man, but he quickly agreed. Alan's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. The entire tower seemed to shake from the silent scream in Alan's head. "What?" Alan stammered, reminding Deculine that he had once called him incompetent, but Deculine coldly replied that he valued Alan's diligence and also needed someone. Seeing Alan about to argue further, Deculine directly tossed him a bracelet with the Eucline crest, concluding, "Don't ask too many questions. Just do your job well." Alan bowed deeply in thanks while Deculine stood there with an emotionless expression, considering the matter settled. Deculine calculated to himself, "This kid handles paperwork and errands very well. I can't let such a useful tool get away." He recalled that his previous assistants couldn't stand his personality and ran off, but Alan handled the work of several people alone, so he had to keep him. True to his word, Deculine shoved another stack of money into Alan's hand, telling him to go home early and have dinner. Before Alan could refuse the large sum, Deculine had already turned and walked away, not bothering to hear another word from him. Deculine strode through the luxurious corridor, the aura of a superior emanating from his every step. Meanwhile, Alan remained frozen at the door, holding the stack of money the professor had given him, his mind completely blank. Deculine's destination was the advanced reading room, a place not everyone had the qualifications to enter. He came to the library not for entertainment, but to complete Luna's thesis. The thesis he found in the laboratory was about pure elemental creation, but its theory was riddled with holes and errors that needed to be patched. Deculine walked, calculating how to find some excellent magic books on manipulation magic, when he unexpectedly bumped into someone. He turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over the blonde girl he had just collided with. Deculine narrowed his eyes, his voice icy as he questioned, "Why are you in the advanced reading room?" It turned out the unauthorized person there was Sylvia, a newcomer who had just debuted in noble society. Intimidated by Deculine's presence, Sylvia could only stammer an "ah" in confusion. Rewind 10 minutes. A librarian was explaining why Sylvia was present in the exclusive advanced reading room. Professor Relin, through a crystal ball, brushed aside the trivial rules, declaring Sylvia the Iliade heir and Rookie of the Year, thus granting her special privileges. The librarian immediately changed his attitude, informing Sylvia that she had been granted access and could search freely. It turned out Sylvia had infiltrated this restricted area to indulge her passion for literature and languages. Her goal was an ancient novel written in Etenel, the language of the elven race, a rare commodity since their disappearance. Sylvia was unaware that while she was engrossed in finding books, Deculine, like a silent reaper, had quietly approached right behind her. A sense of unease arose, and Sylvia startled, spinning around. Facing Deculine, he immediately fixed her with a knife-sharp gaze and questioned her directly. "Why are you in the advanced reading room?" Sylvia broke out in a cold sweat, her mind unable to process why the boss, who never set foot in the library, was here, while Deculine uttered a threat. "Do you want another disciplinary committee meeting?" Regaining her composure, Sylvia hastily explained that she was there to find documents, and had been given permission by Professor Relin himself. Deculine coldly declared that once the rules were ignored, both the professor and the librarian who covered for Sylvia would face disciplinary action. Sylvia's face paled, and she stammered, unable to speak, seeing Deculine about to make a big deal out of it, still holding the precious book. Without another word, Deculine snatched the book from Sylvia's hand to inspect it. He glanced at it and immediately exposed her. An Etenel language novel, breaking the rules, just for a romance story about the fairy race? Sylvia quickly denied it, claiming she was only passionate about literature and languages. Unexpectedly, Deculine tossed the book back to Sylvia, stating curtly, "I'll let it slide this time." He warned her that if she didn't want to be sneaky, and instead wanted to flaunt her family background, next time she should properly send someone to borrow books. Any repeat offense would result in immediate disciplinary action. With that, Deculine turned on his heel and walked away with an air of absolute authority, leaving Sylvia standing stunned in the middle of the library. Sylvia clutched the book tightly, grinding her teeth, feeling deeply humiliated. She turned away indignantly, muttering to herself that she only wanted to learn about the fairy race through this novel. But then Sylvia froze, a deadly question forming in her mind. How could Deculine read Etanol, an ancient language that was almost impossible to decipher? In the forest near the academy, the university students were having their first outdoor practical training, shouting as they chased their targets. Observing from a distance, Deculine appeared cold, but he had to admit that these rookies handled themselves quite calmly compared to the fear of Shadow Mountain. A brief introduction to Shadow Mountain, an extremely important experience and magic material farming ground for the Mage Tower. Naturally, this place was also a den of monsters and poisonous insects, full of formidable creatures ready to tear apart anyone who let their guard down. Professor Retlan approached Deculine, complaining that he still hadn't found anyone to cover the patrol shift for this week. Deculine didn't even think, stating concisely, "I'll do it," which completely shocked the stout professor. Retlan quickly flattered him, praising Deculine as a shining example for others to follow, but our protagonist merely smirked. "I have no interest in being an example for anyone." Ding! A Mage Tower side quest suddenly appeared, and Deculine realized something in the forest was calling to him. This was the real reason. As night fell, Deculine dismissed the students, thinking that entering the mountain now was like playing a horror game, and he was about to solo this game. 9 hours later, at a cafe, 2 enormous fruit sundaes were placed on the table, looking mouth-wateringly delicious. Ephraim grinned, announcing that she had just earned 100,000 eln and would treat everyone today. The group of 4, including Julia and 2 male friends, cheered excitedly as Ephraim boldly declared, "This one's on me." Julia announced that she had submitted an application to form a club, and this was their first gathering. She was a little worried because not many people had joined yet, but her friends encouraged her. Ephraim chatted while eating ice cream about the practical training on Shadow Mountain, where 50 reckless students participated despite its reputation for accidents. Suddenly, a strong tremor occurred, startling everyone, and the cheerful atmosphere immediately vanished. The group of friends jumped up, looking at each other in confusion as they heard a strange sound. Deciding to run and see what was happening, Julia and her 2 male friends scrambled towards the source of the sound. Ephraim also ran after them, when suddenly a hand reached out as if to save her, while a desperate cry for help echoed from ahead. Julia turned back with a horrified expression, shouting to Ephraim that something was wrong. The entire ground beneath them collapsed, and all 4 helplessly fell straight down into a dark abyss. Ephraim landed safely after the sudden fall into an unfamiliar place. Still dazed, she recalled her friend's unfinished words just before the ground collapsed. Ephraim looked around blankly, realizing she had been thrown into a gloomy forest, far from the cafe street just seconds ago. Amidst the deadly silence, she suddenly remembered hearing someone's cry for help. Without hesitation, Ephraim eagerly shouted that she was coming to the rescue, and a faint voice echoed back from deep within the forest. She rushed over and saw a long-haired female victim in a panic, quickly asking about the situation. Suddenly, a giant blood thorn pierced through the female victim right before Ephraim's eyes. The unfortunate victim screamed tragically and then vanished, leaving Ephraim frozen in shock. The shock quickly turned to rage. Ephraim roared, channeling magic into her hands, ready to fight the attacker to the death. But immediately, she froze with an expression of extreme horror, as if she had just witnessed something beyond imagination. In the deadly forest, a pair of elegant leather shoes stepped forward, breaking the silence. Deculine appeared, exuding an overwhelming noble aura and formidable magic power, his eyes as cold as ice. Ephraim angrily pointed and questioned, "Professor, why are you attacking a commoner? What in the world are you doing?" Deculine coldly retorted, pointing towards the victim, "Open your eyes and look. That thing is not human." The disguise vanished, and the woman revealed her true form as a hideous, muscular demon creature with a skeletal face. Ephraim froze, stammering in horror, while Deculine calmly explained, "It seems you've fallen for this demon's charm spell." Without further explanation, Deculine grabbed Ephraim, his voice full of authority. "Don't get in the way, get out of here." With that, he unceremoniously flung Ephraim away like a toy, despite her desperate screams. Now alone facing the demon, Deculine calmly declared, "Well then, shall we begin the hunt?" Deculine smirked disdainfully as he saw the demon growling. It's furious about losing its prey. Whoosh! Deculine made his move, a purple magical current tearing through space, initiating the hunt. The demon had no chance to resist, torn apart by countless energy slashes in midair. It let out a tragic shriek as it was flung away like a tattered ball. In a frenzy, the demon charged straight at Deculine, intending to fight to the bitter end. But its skill was still too green. Deculine calmly retreated, hovering in the air like a god looking down on vermin. Deculine silently analyzed, realizing this creature specialized in charm magic. But unfortunately, that trick was completely useless against him. Suddenly, His blood boiled. Deculin's bloodline was screaming to annihilate the demon. The system announced, Eucline trait activated. The ancient demon-hunting bloodline now blazes within Deculine's body. Deculine's eyes glowed a deadly red. All his suppressed killing intent gathered, no longer showing his cold, noble demeanor. With all the fury of his bloodline, he unleashed a finishing blow, a colossal energy sphere preparing to crush the demon. Ping! The system reported the side quest complete, with a bonus demon-slaying achievement, and the Eucline bloodline trait officially awakened. Deculine looked disdainfully at the corpse at his feet. Filthy thing. Even dead, it still reeks of garbage. Deculine reflected that the appearance of a demon was a sign that everything had only just truly begun. This was the start of a game with no players, and he was the only one who knew the script in advance. The next morning, at the Academy's infirmary, everything seemed to have returned to peace. Ephorine woke up with a start, her eyes wide with panic. She gasped and cried out, as a nurse standing nearby calmly announced, "Lady Luna, you're awake." Ephorine dazedly asked where she was, clearly remembering being in the forest, but the nurse simply replied that she probably didn't remember anything. The nurse began to explain. "Last night, a demon appeared on Black Mountain. You were enchanted by it and fainted from a mental attack. Fortunately, you were found and brought to the infirmary, and the mountain area has been sealed off for the Mage Tower to investigate, and the one who saved you was none other than Professor Deculine," the nurse finished, making Ephorine freeze, her face darkening. Damn it, why him of all people? After waking up, Ephorine quickly asked the nurse what day it was, and received the nonchalant reply that she had been asleep for 36 hours. Ephorine realized it was Wednesday, a fact that stunned her on the spot. "I'm screwed," she cried out in despair as she realized she was late for class, the magnificent image of the academy appearing as if to mock her. Crash! The classroom door burst open, making the students inside jump and turn to look. Ephorine panted, leaning against the door, secretly pleased that she had made it just in the nick of time. Amidst the crowd, Julia happily raised her hand and waved to her best friend. "Effie, over here." Ephorine walked over to Julia, who asked if she was all right, having been very worried. But Ephorine simply replied that she felt perfectly fine after a long sleep. Noticing the unusual arrangement of desks and chairs, Ephorine wondered if she had missed any announcements, but Julia didn't know either, guessing that today would be a special class. Just then, Deculine entered with his usual overwhelming presence, followed by Alan carrying a large box. Another student curiously asked who the man accompanying the professor was, while Ephorine also stared intently at them. Standing at the podium, Deculine announced new information, introducing Alan as the newly appointed assistant professor, which left Ephorine in the audience utterly shocked. The entire class immediately began to whisper and discuss, as everyone knew Deculine's reputation for never having had an assistant throughout his career. They continued to speculate, believing that someone like Deculine would never facilitate another's advancement, as the assistant position was a stepping stone to being evaluated for a professorship. Ephorine was stunned to hear that, recalling how her father, at 30, was still just a research assistant, and had failed to become an assistant professor. Even the genius Sylvia Iliade frowned, unable to understand why Deculine would promote such an seemingly ordinary mage. Deculine ignored the students, announcing that today was a practical session, and giving them a problem to solve within 3 hours, while Alan began distributing stopwatches. Ephorine looked down at her jade bracelet, a memento from her father, which had now become a vessel for her own material magic. A series of questions swirled in her mind. What exactly did her father mean to Deculine? Why had he crushed him? And what was the meaning behind these inexplicable actions now? She tried to focus on the assignment, but stray thoughts kept distracting her, preventing her from conjuring any spells. Meanwhile, Sylvia Iliade had completed the assignment at an incredible speed, calmly announcing, 25 minutes and 15 seconds. Finished, which left the entire class gaping in astonishment. The students were speechless when Sylvia Iliade finished the assignment in less than 30 minutes. Truly, a brand-name talent was different. Sylvia Iliade and Deculine exchanged glances, one a genius confident in her work, the other a final boss evaluating it. Deculine delivered a concise but weighty verdict. Perfect. You may leave, acknowledging Sylvia Iliade's skill. Sylvia Iliade smiled, admiring her magical flower, a true work of art created in an instant. The genius's gaze swept over Ephorine, who was still struggling with the assignment. The contrast in their levels was starkly evident. Sylvia Iliade smirked smugly, while Ephorine gritted her teeth, bitter at being so far outclassed by her rival. Ephorine watched Sylvia Iliade's retreating back, a fierce determination screaming in her mind that she could not accept being left behind as a failure. Time was up, and Deculine began calling names. Julia and a few others passed, while 2 unfortunate students were immediately eliminated. When a student announced that the 3 hours were over, Deculine coldly dismissed the remaining students, without a trace of emotion. Ephraim froze, realizing her time was up, and she had officially failed the practical exam, a bitter curse echoing in her mind. Slam! Ephraim slammed her hand on the desk in helplessness, cursing herself as a useless idiot. She bitterly realized that not only had Sylvia outclassed her, but she was also the only one in the class who couldn't complete the assignment. Burying her face in her arms on the desk, Ephraim questioned herself in despair. What am I even? An idiot who can't solve this simple problem. She admitted that she had been deluding herself. With such pathetic skill, let alone competing, even revenge was a pipe dream. Nearly 6 hours passed, and Ephraim startled, lifting her head in astonishment. Deculine still sat calmly at the podium, his icy gaze questioning. How long do you intend to make me wait? Ephraim was utterly shocked, unable to believe that this demonic professor hadn't gone home but was sitting here waiting for her. Deculine stood up, scolding her directly for losing her composure and failing such a trivial assignment. Ephraim could only bow her head and mumble an apology. He began to walk away, his voice rising as he lectured that being surpassed and mocked by others was nothing. Deculine continued his lecture on demeanor, stating that no matter what happened, a mage must never lose their composure. Deculine uttered bitter words, directly targeting Ephraim's resentment as her greatest enemy stood right before her. He coldly walked past, throwing back a stark philosophy. A mage must always keep a cool head. Stopping at a safe distance, Deculine delivered a final blow, asserting that, with her current pathetic skill, Ephraim couldn't even hope to touch his heels. The professor turned away, his tone filled with disappointment. I am quite disappointed in you, Ephraim. I thought you were a rough diamond. Slam. The door slammed shut, Deculine leaving Ephraim alone in the empty classroom with words that cut like knives. Instead of collapsing, Ephraim gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with indignation and determination. She would not accept being looked down upon like this. Time continued to tick by, the clock's steady rhythm echoing, but Ephraim remained unmoving, determined to persevere to the very end. Bang! Ephraim slammed her hand hard on the desk, casting aside her weakness, and beginning to focus on solving the damned magic problem again. In another moment, Deculine reiterated his thought, that he had truly seen Ephraim's potential. Deculine's hand, adorned with the jade bracelet, clenched tightly, showing that his disappointment was not feigned. He was betting on this rough diamond. Cornered, Ephraim gritted her teeth, her attitude defiant. So what? Green mana violently erupted around her as she growled, declaring that she didn't need pity and would solve everything herself. She pushed herself to her limits, a nosebleed starting from mana overload, but her will remained unshaken. Ephraim's hand reached out, trying to control the raging magical current, determined to succeed at all costs. With fiery eyes, Ephraim roared, asserting that she could do it, magic gushing forth like a torrent. It turned out Deculine was still standing outside, arms crossed, observing the green light emanating from the window, muttering contentedly. This is enough. Deculine silently calculated that the 6 hours spent on Ephraim was a necessary investment, as her growth was key to what was coming. He recalled the demon that had been defeated, revealing that the main quest was about to begin with the appearance of a demon from Black Mountain. A vision appeared of Ephraim in the future, domineering and powerful, destined to be one of the named characters to clear the main quest. Deculine admitted that Ephraim was still immature now, but if she overcame this challenge, she would make a leap in power, a power he would never let slip from his control. For Deculine, fate was merely an excuse for the lazy. The only thing he trusted was himself. With Deculine's personality, he would never accept being surpassed by a rookie. And just then, a sound echoed. Click! The door burst open, and Ephraim stumbled out, her body exhausted but her gaze still terrifyingly resolute. She dragged her heavy steps across the vast hall, heading straight towards Deculine, who was waiting in the distance. Deculine merely stood there, his face as cold as stone, observing the results of the hellish training he had devised. A lily made of pure and complex magic bloomed right before him, radiating a brilliant light, proving that Ephraim had succeeded. Deculine coldly announced the result. 6 hours and 25 minutes. Exercise complete. He sat at the table, writing his evaluation of Ephraim, remarking that the girl embodied all the bad habits of untrained mages. But he paused his pen for a moment, preparing to deliver his final conclusion. He finished the concluding sentence. The quality of the finished product was top tier. At the same time, the system panel displayed a notification that a subquest was complete, adding 1 shop point. Having finished with Ephraim, Deculine also prepared to leave the academy. But after only a few steps, a figure blocked his path. "Oh, Professor Deculine." A burly, white-haired man with a wild grin appeared, introducing himself as Zeit, and greeting him with a wide smile. Deculine broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. Why is this guy here? Memories flooded back. Zeit von Freyden, the current patriarch of the Freyden family and Yuli's older brother. This was the man who had orchestrated and forced Yuli into a political marriage with Deculine. But more importantly, in the game, he was a named character ranked third in combat power, even stronger than Ganesha. Deculine surmised that the man might have come here for Yuli's Snowfire Stone. The situation was tense. Deculine realized this was a genuine death variable, and with his current skill level, he stood no chance against this monster in a solo fight. Zeit feigned casualness, asking about his relationship with Yuli, but Deculine merely gave a bland, cold reply. Zeit von Freyden opened his mouth to invite him to dinner, but Deculine knew it wasn't a good deal, secretly thinking, fortunately, he's still pretending to be friendly for now. Deculine clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he accepted the invitation. Zeit von Freyden burst out laughing, giving Deculine a strong pat on the shoulder, delighted that his opponent wasn't being difficult, and declared that everything was taken care of from A to Z. The burly man bared his sharp teeth, his eyes flashing with deadly danger. Then, "I'll see you again, Professor Deculine." Zeit von Freyden turned and left, leaving Deculine frozen in place, realizing he didn't even have the option to refuse. Deculine narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. No, perhaps refusal was never an option to begin with. Deculine analyzed this monster. Family was everything to Zeit von Freyden, and if anyone dared to obstruct his plans, the consequences would be unimaginable. A cold wind blew past. Deculine knew this arrangement couldn't be cancelled. The scene shifted to the next day at the Freyden estate, where a grumpy female voice rang out. "I don't want to. Why do I hate him so much?" Yuli, in her knight's armor, her face scowling, yelled, "We argued. Besides, I'm busy training knights. I don't have time to meet him." Zeit von Freyden teased Yuli, asking if she was sulking because she lost a measly Snowfire Stone, making her fume and vehemently deny it. From a distance, Deculine had just arrived and witnessed the Freyden family's domestic drama. Zeit von Freyden continued his persuasive speech, suggesting that Deculine bought the metal to forge weapons for her, but Yuli snapped, declaring that if that man dared to give her a sword, she would announce the annulment of their engagement right then and there, her eyes blazing with determination. Zeit von Freyden froze, realizing the girl wasn't joking and was truly serious. The Freyden family patriarch began to rage, his crimson killing intent erupting overwhelmingly, as he growled a warning. "Yuli, think carefully." In an imagined moment, Zeit von Freyden gently embraced Yuli, telling her that canceling a strategic marriage was no big deal. He added, asking Yuli if she had someone in her heart, because as far as he knew, no one loved her as much as Deculine, making her sadly bow her head and admit she didn't. Back in reality, Zeit von Freyden questioned if she was worried Deculine wasn't skilled enough. Yuli denied it but fell silent when asked for the real reason. Losing patience, Zeit von Freyden ordered decisively, "Go to dinner. If there are any problems, resolve them there," then turned and left, giving her no chance to refuse. In the middle of the vast training ground, Yuli and Veron stood facing each other, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Yuli gritted her teeth, tightening her grip on her sword hilt, killing intent beginning to emanate from her veined fists. Swish! She drew her sword like lightning, a purple streak of light tearing through the air, her speed extraordinary. Yuli let out a furious cry, swinging her sword to attack an illusion of herself, venting her anger. Clang! The sword blades clashed, creating an explosion of blue energy that shook the entire area. After unleashing her skill, Yuli panted, sword energy still swirling around her, while Veron stood silently, observing from beginning to end. Veron spoke, his critique blunt and unreserved. "Your swordsmanship is still quite crude, my lady." It turned out this was Veron, a Haidakane knight and Yuli's direct subordinate, his face cold with one eye obscured by his hair. Caught off guard, Yuli's face flushed red, and she turned away, muttering an apology for letting him see her lose control. Veron replied with loyal crimson eyes, his voice firm. "It's all right, I understand, my lady." Veron was grumbling, criticizing Deculine as a scoundrel unworthy of Yuli's involvement, and wondering why the patriarch was forcing the engagement. Yuli snapped, cutting him off. "Stop!" Turning her back, Yuli lectured him directly. "Speaking ill of others behind their backs is not the conduct of a knight." She spun around, her sharp gaze fixed on Veron. Yuli unexpectedly smiled, her voice soft yet resolute. "Don't dirty your hands for my sake. I'm fine." Veron merely remained silent, his crimson eyes reflecting an indescribable look. Yuli decisively declared she would return and ordered Varan to prepare. He immediately obeyed as they both began to walk. Varan's crimson eyes followed his lady's, retreating back. Something was clearly being calculated in his mind. Watching Yuli's figure recede, Varan suddenly called out, "My lady." In Varan's mind, a decision had formed after much deliberation. He had found a way to prove his loyalty. His hand on his sword hilt, Varan resolved to do something he believed only he could accomplish. Varan stood in the middle of the training ground, his gaze resolute, silently vowing to bring happiness to his lady at any cost. At the Burt Council chamber, shocking news spread. A demon had appeared at Black Mountain. Inside the meeting room, the mages affirmed that the original mission of magic was to eradicate evil, and they could not stand idly by in this war. The leading mage, a powerful old man, commanded, "Send a message to the 12 mage families." A sealed scroll was dispatched, summoning all families according to Bert's will to prepare for war. The scene shifted. Deculine had finished organizing the pile of items he had just acquired from the auction. He planned to wear the Lutheran ring for mana regeneration and the ancient rune necklace for mana storage, throwing everything else into storage for safety. However, a problem arose. Deculine seemed helpless when an item refused to obey. The most important item, the enormous Icefire stone, lay inert, showing no reaction. Deculine admitted he knew beforehand it couldn't be used immediately, but he was frustrated that even his renowned manipulation ability couldn't budge it. The Icefire stone still lay inert, its mana resisting Deculine's magic. He admitted this super-grade item from the game was tougher than he imagined. Even moving it was impossible. Suddenly, Deculine seemed to have an idea, a light flashing in his mind. Standing before the enormous stone, Deculine recalled a passage he had once read in the library. The passage spoke of legendary swordsmanship. A legendary sword required time to be trained, and that process involved communing with it. Deculine muttered, realizing the problem. "So, I have to understand its essence?" No sooner said than done. Deculine decided to try immediately, his hand slowly reaching towards the stone. Blue magical power began to gather in his hand, not to manipulate, but to perceive. Whoosh! A massive surge of energy erupted as his hand made contact with the stone. Deculine focused all his concentration to communicate with it. Tap, his finger finally touched the cold surface of the Icefire stone. The system window appeared. Comprehension, 0.1%. Consumed 2,000 mana. Deculine calculated that this would take at least a year. But this was the only way he could proceed for now. Having finished, Deculine decided to change clothes to prepare for dinner. He glanced at the wall calendar to check his schedule. As scheduled, he had a dinner appointment with Zeit today. Deculine narrowed his eyes, his expression a little thoughtful. Clearly, this appointment was not just a simple meal. He also noticed another appointment in 4 days, a Memorial Day, an event that had been arranged even before his soul entered this body. The meeting place was the super luxurious Von Mischul restaurant. Just looking at it, he could smell money. Deculine entered with Zeit, who announced as they walked that Yuli had already arrived and was waiting. Zeit turned to look Deculine up and down, chuckling delightedly. "Oh, you clean up pretty well." And here was the center of attention. Yuli in a pristine white dress, her aura completely different from when she wore armor, flawlessly beautiful. Deculine froze for a few seconds, clearly speechless by Yuli's beauty. Zeit muttered, finally understanding why the original Deculine was so infatuated with Yuli. She usually wears armor, who knew she'd be this beautiful dressed up? Zeit smugly boasted that he himself had put effort into sprucing Yuli up, while Deculine merely observed in silence. Another white-haired woman was already seated at the table. Zeit casually introduced that he had also styled her outfit. While Deculine began to feel something was amiss, Deculine suddenly realized that because he was so engrossed in looking at Yuli, he hadn't noticed the presence of an extremely dangerous individual. She was Josephine, Yuli's older sister, sitting there with an overwhelming and cunning aura. Deculine's game knowledge immediately raised a red flag. Josephine was not merely a sister. She was one of the individuals he had to be most wary of. Her formidable profile was revealed, a genuine sociopath, the leader of the underground intelligence organization Shadow, and possessed power on par with even the monster Zeit. Josephine whispered to Yuli, the only person she truly cared about, and that also meant that touching Yuli was akin to seeking death. Deculine racked his brain, not understanding why Josephine hadn't moved to eliminate him yet, but he was certain he had sensed something, and he recalled that from the moment he stepped into this room, a chilling killing intent had been directed straight at him. Josephine's killing intent erupted, aimed directly at Deculine as the system alerted him. Villain's fate has been activated. Deculine broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this was an extremely dangerous death variable. To survive, he had to prove his genuine feelings for Yuli. Zeit von Frieden didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. Professor Deculine, when will the wedding be held? You two have been engaged for almost 3 years now. Yuli frantically called out Zeit's name, but a hand stopped her before she could react. Her brother cut her off, stating this was a matter for the family head. Yuli could only fall silent, gritting her teeth in endurance. Deculine looked directly at Yuli, breaking the silence. Go ahead and speak freely. Deculine's eyes flashed with blue magic. He already had a plan to turn the tables. Josephine smirked, showing extreme interest in the drama about to unfold. Deculine made a bold statement, dropping a bombshell in the middle of the dinner table. I want to entrust the full decision-making power for this relationship to Yuli. He added a final blow, ready to annul the engagement if Yuli wasn't confident, leaving her stunned, her entire body trembling. Zeit von Frieden growled, questioning Deculine why he could demand to annul the engagement so lightly. He continued to exert pressure, sarcastically remarking that Deculine shouldn't think breaking an engagement was easy, making Yuli tremble with anger. Zeit concluded, declaring that the family elders would never allow this to happen. Unable to endure any longer, Yuli exploded, yelling directly at her autocratic brother. Suppressing her anger, she turned to Zeit von Frieden and asked him to give her and Deculine some private space to talk. Zeit von Frieden lightly tapped his hand on the table, signaling his agreement to his sister's request. Zeit stood up and invited Josephine to leave with him. She even waved goodbye dramatically, wishing them a pleasant conversation. The room was now left with only Deculine and Yuli. The atmosphere was as tense as a taut string. Deculine looked directly at Yuli, his voice icy, asking her directly what she was up to. Struck by the unexpected psychological blow, Yuli was deeply shocked and could only stammer in extreme confusion. What? In a moment of contemplation, Josephine, in her alluring black dress, sipped her wine, her gaze directed towards Deculine. Her sharp golden eyes gleamed, calculating what her opponent truly desired. Back in reality, Deculine sat opposite Yuli in the luxurious room, coldly getting straight to the point. What do you want? Deculine's eyes flashed with a blue light. He immediately realized him being watched. Yuli also sensed the surveillance. She knew perfectly well that Josephine was eavesdropping from behind the door. She knew very well that a cunning fox like Josephine would never leave without pulling a trick. Her sly smile when leaving had given everything away. A magical eye was observing them, but this was a golden opportunity for Yuli, because Josephine had no idea that she had already figured out its true identity. Yuli came up with a bold plan. If she could put on a convincing act that Deculine truly loved her, she could avoid the death variable hanging over her head. Deculine, still unaware of the drama about to unfold, sternly called Yuli's name, awaiting an answer. Yuli began her act, bowing her head with a pained expression, and replied vaguely, I'm just expressing my true feelings. Yuli continued her act, twistedly asking Deculine back, what about my true feelings? Deculine ignored her, getting straight to the point. It seems you can't annul this engagement on your own. More accurately, both of us are already too deeply involved. He clenched his fist, his voice full of contempt. So what? Are you going to play your dirty tricks to torment me again? Deculine laid his cards on the table, exposing the fact that Yuli had used money to bribe the elders to force this marriage. Deculine called Yuli by name, his gaze sharp, completely unmoved by her act. Suddenly, Yuli screamed in pain, putting on a full performance for the eavesdropper. The battlefield is very dangerous. She slammed the table, unleashing a torrent of accusations that Deculine had used that excuse to force her to leave the Knight's Order, then brazenly enticed her to command the Ukline Knights and spread defamatory rumors when she refused. With tears in her eyes, Yuli concluded her act with a loaded question. That's why I'm asking if this is another one of your schemes? Deculine remained silent, his inner thoughts cold as ice, because he had known everything beforehand. I already know all of this. Memories of the original Deculine resurfaced. A true devil who destroyed everything around Yuli, so she had no choice but to depend on him, mistaking sick possession for love. Yuli gritted her teeth, her hands clenched tight, her inner self screaming that she was the one who understood her hatred for him best. Deculine coldly declared he would no longer play those old tricks, but Yuli brushed him off, yelling that she would never believe his lies. Deculine unexpectedly revealed his hand, admitting he had unfairly bound Yuli, leaving her frozen in place, not understanding what was happening. He flatly admitted his actions were wrong, without a hint of hesitation or excuse. Yuli broke out in a cold sweat, completely unable to keep up with the script that had just taken a 180-degree turn. Deculine continued to press, exposing that not only was he selfish, but Yuli's siblings were also cut from the same cloth. He delivered the final blow. If they weren't those kinds of people, why would they stop you from breaking off the engagement? Isn't it just for the family's reputation? Yuli was silenced, unable to retort a single word in the face of the harsh truth. In the tense atmosphere, Deculine calmly cut his steak, completely in control of the situation. Deculine played his trump card, speaking directly to Yuli's deepest secret dream of becoming a guardian knight, a path that would force her to leave her family, terrifying her to the core, and making her unable to believe he knew this shocking secret. Deculine declared directly to Yuli, admitting he was not the loyal or righteous type at all. Yuli broke into a sweat, her mind unable to process Deculine's self-sabotage. "What the hell are you talking about?" Losing all patience, Yuli snapped, demanding he get straight to the point as they were clearly incompatible. But Deculine coldly replied that a man like him could only do one thing for her. Deculine declared he would maintain the engagement but not marry, admitting they were both bound by complex political schemes. He revealed his ace card. Yuli could use his reputation as a shield until she achieved her dream, and he would wait. Completely shocked by the suspicious generosity, Yuli questioned his motives, unable to believe why he would do this after everything. Deculine firmly stated that he was not doing it to demand anything in return. Yuli held her breath, waiting, and Deculine finally presented his sole condition. And then he delivered a cheesy but fatal final blow. "I just want to see your smile once a month." Deculine ended his psychological reversal with a concise statement, his eyes unruffled, leaving Yuli completely stunned. Yuli blushed furiously, her mind unable to process Deculine's cheesy but fatal words. From afar, Josephine and Zeit von Freyden were watching through a magical eye, both heavily shocked by the unpredictable turn of events. Deculine thought to himself, all these sweet words were just to avoid the death variable. However, his plan had an unexpected variable. Yuli's confused reaction, as she stammered, asking why he would make such a promise, looked incredibly adorable in Deculine's eyes. He had to admit a harsh truth. It seemed he had inherited the original Deculine's feelings for Yuli. Sitting opposite him, Yuli was still confused, screaming in her head that he was using sweet words to tease her. She tried to act tough, declaring she would never be fooled, while Deculine merely chuckled casually at her naivety. Josephine, the eavesdropper, remarked with a smirk, "It's cheesy, but his feelings seem genuine." Seeing that the situation was stable, Josephine decided to continue observing. At the same time, a system notification appeared for Deculine. Villain's fate overcome, death variable. Received +2 shop currency. 3 days later, a luxurious car rolled down a tree-lined road. Sitting inside, Deculine mused how quickly time passed. He glanced at the calendar. Today was the circled anniversary of death. Deculine strode alone into the cemetery in the twilight. He thought to himself, a cemetery was a special place, its atmosphere capable of stirring the strongest emotions. The warm evening sun enveloped each tombstone, creating an unusually serene scene. Deculine felt his soul had merged with this place even before his body arrived. He stood silently before a tombstone, affirming that this was where his memories resided. But those were not Deculine's memories, but Kim Woojin's, the man with blue eyes and brown hair. Before him was a tombstone engraved with Kim Woojin's name, the resting place of his own soul's former body. Amidst his somber thoughts, Kim Woojin's memories suddenly flashed with the image of a girl smiling brightly. The flashback shifted to introduce the Bloodshroud clan, a race born from ancient demons, identifiable by the blood membrane that enveloped them as infants. The Bloodshroud clan had to live in hiding across the continent, concealing their identities, as they were creatures completely antithetical to mages. The war between mages and the Bloodshroud clan was one of the main storylines, the backbone of this entire game world. Returning to reality, Mage Killer Lockhack had been pinned to the ground by Deculine, without a chance to resist. Lockhack growled, bitterly saying that just for carrying the Bloodshroud blood, his entire life had been lived in danger. Deculine coldly speculated, it was very possible that a purge targeting the Bloodshroud clan was happening somewhere right now. Deculine looked down at the defeated man, admitting that he understood the oppression Lockhack had to endure was a disgrace. But then he delivered a fatal line. If you kill an innocent mage, you are just a monster like them. Lockhack furiously roared, telling Deculine to shut up and stop preaching, and to just kill him already if he dared. Deculine declared bluntly that he knew the Bloodshroud clan was also innocent, stunning Lockhack, who was lying face down. Lockhack furiously yelled, unable to believe his ears. What? What the hell did a petty mage just say? Deculine coldly declared, I am Deculine of the Eucline family, a noble lineage that has never lost its dignity. Even while being utterly defeated, Lockhack still strained his neck to curse. Are you trying to show off before killing me? Useless, Deculine retorted, revealing the only time he had lost his dignity was when facing a demon, and a ghostly apparition appeared behind him, leaving Lockhack speechless. He explained that the Eucline bloodline, demon hunters from ancient times, would boil as if wanting to incinerate everything upon seeing a demon. An irresistible instinct. Deculane turned to Lockhack and asked directly, his voice full of sarcasm. Lockhack, have I lost my dignity and composure in front of you? Then he delivered a final blow to Lockhack's pride. Or did I waver at your provocations? Lockhack broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had been completely overwhelmed, and bitterly wondered, did I go mad as if having an epileptic seizure? He looked up to see Deculane looking down with icy eyes, declaring a harsh truth. You are humans. Deculane, with an overwhelming aura, concluded his lesson on class. This is the true dignity of a genuine noble. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed along with shouts of, over there, hurry up, Deculane said to Lockhack, who was sprawled on the ground. You can trust me. With that, Deculane delivered a devastating kick to Lockhack's chest, sending blood splattering and ending all resistance. Deculane stood over him, ordering the unconscious defeated foe. Then lie still and be bound. A man in uniform appeared, saluted formally, and introduced himself. I am Inspector Ropa. Inspector Ropa flattered. Head Professor Deculane's kick was truly worthy of his reputation, then turned to the soldier about to deliver another blow to Lockhack. Leave him be. Deculane waved his hand, and a brilliant blue spatial gate opened right in the middle of the forest, while Inspector Ropa and Lockhack, lying, motionless, could only watch in stunned silence. Deculane coldly opened a brilliant blue magic gate, demonstrating his superior class as he prepared to leave the scene. Inspector Ropa froze, completely overwhelmed by the display of power. I never imagined magic could be this impressive. Deculane quickly explained that this guy had the ability to nullify magic, so magic cuffs were useless, then threw the inspector a coil of steel wire. Use this to tie him up. Deculane turned to question Inspector Ropa, his eyes full of scrutiny. You arrived quite early. Are you on patrol? Inspector Ropa hastily explained that they came because someone reported a crime, not because Deculane called, but the cold noble denied. It wasn't me. Done with the matter, Deculane turned his back and walked away decisively. Then I'll be going. Well done. Inspector Ropa could only bow in obedience while his subordinates tied up Lockhack. Walking in silence, Deculane thought to himself, it's a good thing everything ended without bloodshed. He gently closed his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind. In a place where traces of that person still linger, under the moonlight, Deculane's solitary figure faded into the night, concluding his thoughts. I didn't want to hurt anyone. The next day, in the training room of the Eucline mansion, a shocking announcement was made. A meeting in Berkt was convened for the first time in 19 years. Uriel Eucline personally brought the summons to Deculane, who was training shirtless, sarcastically remarking that since he didn't care, she had to come herself. Deculane merely smirked, replying that caring for the family was the role of the current head, subtly asserting his position. Teased, Uriel blushed and changed the subject, announcing the appearance of a demon on Dark Mountain, and the system immediately activated the main quest. The summons of Berkt. Deculane skimmed the notification while Uriel clarified the conditions. Within 1 week, accompanied by a guard, Uriel suggested sending Jeff, a former mercenary, as a bodyguard, but Deculane dismissed it without hesitation. Unnecessary. Deculane thought to himself that Jeff was now just a mere driver, while elsewhere, the driver suddenly sneezed. Despite Uriel's worry that he couldn't go without a guard, Deculane coldly asserted, I know what I'm doing. With eyes gleaming with magic, Deculane understood that the trip to Berkt was a life-or-death mission, but he remained completely unfazed. Deculane smirked and directly asked his younger sister, Worried about me? Uriel Eucline flinched, vehemently denying, Nonsense. It's just that I can't let you die before I officially claim the position of family head. Hit where it hurt. Uriel Eucline blushed awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. She asserted, Leave the guard matter to me. I will entrust it to a reliable place. The scene shifted to the guard post of the Freeheim Knights Order, where new recruits were sparring fiercely during a training session. A white-haired female knight, seemingly a commander, shouted loudly to encourage the soldiers, Good, that attitude. Maintain your focus. Suddenly, she fell silent, her gaze directed towards a goatee-bearded commander standing quietly observing from afar. The goatee-bearded commander looked confused, asking someone behind him, What should I do? But only received a cold counter-question. Varan, the knight with long black hair covering one side of his face, silently appeared, his crimson eyes flashing with a deadly glint. The goatee-bearded commander jumped when Varan suddenly appeared behind him, yelping, Ah, you should make some noise when you walk, Varan. The goatee-bearded commander lamented about a lucrative but problematic mission, to the point he didn't dare report it to the captain. Veron coldly replied, telling him not to shoulder all the worries himself. The goatee-bearded commander swallowed, revealing that the difficult mission was to escort Deculine, which stunned Veron. He further explained that it was actually about protecting the entire convoy, but the other party knew the knight's order would refuse if it involved Deculine, so they downplayed it. After hearing this, the goatee-bearded commander unexpectedly gave a decisive order. Take that mission. Veron immediately analyzed the benefits. Escorting an entire convoy was no small feat, and success would skyrocket the Knight's Order's reputation and solve their financial problems. The goatee-bearded commander interrupted, concerned about the relationship between the captain and Deculine, but Veron brushed him off, his crimson eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Veron firmly stated that their captain was a professional who would never let personal feelings interfere with a mission, then pressured the commander with a counter-question. Right? Without waiting for an answer, Veron turned and walked away, declaring he would report directly to the captain, leaving the commander behind. Veron's face was shrouded in shadow, only his bloodshot eyes, full of hidden meaning, remained visible, indicating that this matter was not just a simple mission. Introducing a new location, Burst, a 3,500 m high, snowy mountain region in the north, the stronghold of mages known as the Elders, and a place where all schools of magic must bow down. The power of this place is immense. Every decision made here holds absolute authority. Even the floating island of mages must obey. The door to supreme power opens, revealing the summoning conference, an extremely rare event, held only once every few decades. Attending this conference is an honor, proof of a renowned mage's status, gathering all kinds of elites in the magical world. However, the summons from Bercht also carries another deadly name, the Mage's Graveyard, signaling an ominous journey. The scene shifts to the Bercht train station, a magnificent station amidst the white snow. A long black-haired knight asked her short white-haired knight companion if she was fully prepared, receiving a firm affirmative. The short white-haired knight suddenly looked up, announcing with a serious expression, "He's here." Deculine appeared with the demeanor of a magnate, accompanied by his student Alan, who was marveling at the heavy snowfall despite it being April. Deculine glanced ahead, his deep voice thanking someone for coming all this way to greet him. The goatee knight commander announced that the Freyheim Knights would be in charge of the escort, but Deculine ignored him, staring intently at the white-haired knight and calling her name. Julie? Julie froze, her face flushing as if short-circuited, stammering promises of a comfortable journey while Deculine merely wore a puzzled expression. It turned out that in the past, Deculine had once taunted her, saying she should smile at least once a month, a remark that had stuck in her mind and still flustered Julie to this day. Julie's inner self screamed, frantically wondering whether to offer a faint smile or a full-toothed grin to get it right. The goatee knight commander standing nearby secretly admired her, thinking his captain was truly respectable for trying to appear professional before someone she detested. Seeing the tense situation, the goatee knight commander intended to step in and relieve his captain, volunteering to handle everything. But a long black-haired knight was a step faster, interrupting the commander and introducing himself to Deculine. "My name is Veron." The long black-haired knight also spoke up, declaring that he was the one primarily responsible for this mission, while the other two were merely here to show respect. The goatee knight commander quickly chimed in with a boast, telling Deculine that Veron was a renowned figure recognized by the entire order, and he could safely entrust the task to him. Deculine scrutinized Veron from head to toe, muttering the words "renowned figure" with a probing gaze, clearly assessing his opponent's skill. Deculine narrowed his eyes, activating his clairvoyant sight to thoroughly check Veron. Veron's skill was too meager. He looked at Deculine but couldn't sense any special energy, wondering if he was overthinking things. Veron announced the rules. Each mage would have a personal escort, and he would be Deculine's constant companion in the cabin. After the arrangements were made, Julie offered a polite farewell and prepared to leave. "Well then, I'm off. I wish you a safe journey." With that, Julie turned on her heel and walked straight away, not once looking back. Deculine stood watching her retreating back, his expression puzzled. Suddenly, Julie stopped dead, her face beat red, grinding her teeth as if undergoing a fierce internal psychological battle. The goatee knight commander froze, bewildered by his superior's expression. "Captain?" Contrary to everyone else, Deculine smirked subtly, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "So, you kept your promise." A few hours later, the steam train whistled loudly, billowing smoke as it began to move, leaving the station behind. Inside the luxurious train car, the passengers settled into their seats as the train gently swayed, beginning its long journey. Deculine indifferently told Veron to sleep if he was tired, as the journey was still long, and the knight obediently agreed to take a nap. The steam train accelerated, its iron wheels grinding on the tracks at dizzying speed. His student Alan could no longer hold on, and slumped forward, fast asleep. Deculine mused, knowing well that this journey to Berkt also went by another name, the Mage's Graveyard, a place that was both a pillar of the magical world and yet harbored a completely opposite facade. The train crossed a bridge spanning the snowy mountains, and Deculine knew the reason for its danger, an unexpected event called the train attack. In his mind, the game's map appeared. One of the trains would explode, and to overcome one of these deadly challenges, players had to use their wits to choose the correct safe train. Deculine knew that the safest option was to spend money on shadowy connections to buy information about the attacked train. He smirked, admitting that if it were the original Deculine, a cowardly and incompetent man, he would certainly have chosen that dirty bribery method. But now it was different. The soul of Kim Woojin was in control, and he affirmed that he had severed all the shady connections of the previous owner. Deculine silently pondered his preparations, including mastering the martial arts of the legend Strong, while the boy Alan beside him was fast asleep after his earlier excitement. A few days prior, Deculine had invited Alan to accompany him to Berkt, casually adding a perfunctory remark, "Of course it's dangerous, so you're allowed to refuse." Alan immediately teared up and sniffled with emotion, but Deculine instantly doused him with a cold splash, true to his fastidious nature. "If your snot drips, stay home." Back in the present, Deculine was quite surprised that Alan dared to follow, despite knowing the dangers, wondering if the boy was more ambitious than he appeared. Alan remained deep in slumber, completely unaware of the professor's calculations. The train's iron wheels screeched on the tracks, sparking as it hurtled forward at terrifying speed. The scene shifted to a vast, snow-covered station, signaling the train's imminent arrival at Berkt. Inside the luxury train car, Alan was still dozing, while Deculine sat with his legs crossed in a noble manner, calmly waiting. Deculine glanced outside, noticing that only Berkt Station remained, and everything was suspiciously peaceful, making him wonder if he had chosen the correct safe train. He smirked confidently, revealing that he had prepared thoroughly, even using Midas Touch to reinforce his entire suit, maximizing his defensive capabilities to be ready for any variable. Deculine subtly glanced up. A wooden steel dart hidden in the train car's ceiling flashed with magical light. It turned out there wasn't just one. He had scattered wooden steel darts, reinforced by Midas Touch, throughout the train like a deadly trap. Even the boy Alan's clothes had been casually enchanted by him into a high-grade protective cloak. Deculine looked speechless. He truly was prepared to the teeth. He thought to himself, preparation was one thing, but it would be best if nothing happened to avoid trouble. Deculine let out a sigh of relief, hoping the journey would continue to be this peaceful. The train sped across the bridge, spanning the majestic snowy mountain range, a suspiciously peaceful scene. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion obliterated the bridge right in front of the train, ending all peace. The scene shifted back to a few days before Deculine's departure, a voice remarking on his incessant reading habit. It turned out to be Giltheon Iliade asking his daughter Sylvia about her studies at the Mage Tower. Giltheon Iliade was proud of his daughter Sylvia. "Even though you'll become an archmage someday, you still work harder than anyone." Sylvia replied ambitiously, stating that if she didn't strive so hard, how could she possibly become an archmage? Sylvia secretly thought she wasn't worried about Ephraim, but she deeply regretted missing Deculine's lectures. Sylvia turned to question her father. "Why did we leave the summoning conference in Berkt so early?" Giltheon Iliade fell silent, his expression hardening, clearly concealing an unpleasant truth. He changed the subject, asking his daughter if she had heard about the journey to the Mage's Graveyard in Berkt, to which Sylvia innocently replied that she thought it was just a ghost story. Giltheon Iliade immediately extinguished that innocence with a firm declaration, leaving Sylvia Iliade speechless with shock. The naked truth was revealed. Each summons to Berkt resulted in several mages perishing. 15 years ago, 11 lives were lost. Giltheon Iliade explained that in the past, being summoned was the highest honor, a way for the 20 families to etch their names into history. But the rules of the game had changed. Any family called upon that failed to attend would be permanently erased, and a new family would take its place. Giltheon Iliade pressed his daughter. "Do you think there's an easy way to bring down prestigious families?" Sylvia Iliade stammered a denial, but he replied curtly, "There is." He explained that the journey to Berkt was a playground for those who wished to climb to the top by hunting down the lives of existing mages. Sylvia Iliade froze, her eyes wide with horror, as she realized the true nature of what was called family honor. Giltheon Iliade revealed why they had to leave urgently. "I received intelligence that a group is planning to attack the next departing train, and I want to take Sylvia Iliade with me to ensure her safety." He thought to himself that despite the risks, Sylvia Iliade had to know the truth, as she was about to face the cruelty of this world. Giltheon Iliade continued to question the nature of power, suggesting that if anyone had to be punished, it should be all mages. He concluded with a chilling statement that perishing on the way to this conference was essentially considered a natural death in the magical world. Scene change. Deculin was calmly reading a book in a luxurious train car, while Alan slept soundly beside him. Whoosh! A propelled missile slammed straight into the side of the train, signaling that a bloody spectacle was about to begin. Boom! A terrifying explosion ripped through the train car, shattering all false peace. Veron, the escort knight, glanced at Deculine with a tense expression, but our protagonist maintained an unnervingly calm demeanor. In that moment of danger, Deculine's eyes flashed with magical blue light, a sign that his true power was about to be unleashed. Whoosh! A colossal magic circle enveloped the entire train car, emitting an intensely powerful blue light, activating just before disaster struck. The shock startled Alan, who had been sleeping like a log, awake, his face bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. The boy screamed in panic, stammering to call out to his professor as he saw the horrifying scene outside. "Professor, look, the train." The entire colossal train was suspended in mid-air, held up entirely by magic, with a deep chasm and treacherous mountains below. In contrast to everyone's panic, Deculine merely let out a soft sigh of relief, as if lifting an entire train was trivial. What a relief. It turned out he had just managed to memorize the basic object teleportation spell, right before the train fell. Truly, it was like hacking a game. Thud. A figure lightly landed on the train's roof, signaling that the bloody spectacle had only just begun. On the bridge ahead, a group of hooded assassins stood waiting, astonished by the display of power. Absurd. An entire train? Those arch-professors truly are monsters. The leader of the hooded assassins raised his voice to encourage his subordinates. A bit unexpected, but the fun has only just begun. Focus up. There'll be a hefty reward once this is done. Crash. The side of the train car was shattered, and a hooded assassin rappelled inside, initiating the attack. Whoosh! Another one swiftly lunged in, and the entire group began to pour in like a storm. Shatter. The train car floor broke apart, and Deculine, Alan, and the hooded assassins fell freely through the air. In mid-air, Deculine merely smirked, his eyes flashing with a blue magical gleam. Fools. Immediately, fragments from the train floor hovered in mid-air, enveloped by Deculine's azure magical power, ready to transform into deadly weapons. "Too bad for you, I've anticipated everything," Deculine declared coldly, waving his hand to control the dagger-sharp wooden fragments, which pierced through the hooded assassins, splattering blood everywhere. A surviving hooded assassin could only stare in wide-eyed horror, unable to believe the massacre that had just unfolded in an instant. Meanwhile, Alan was still screaming in panic like a child. "Professor, it's an attack! What the hell is going on?" "Get some rest, Alan," Deculine said casually, then swung his hand and struck the back of his noisy student's neck, sending him into slumber. After the blow to send Alan to sleep, Deculine cast a cold glance, completely unbothered by the recent commotion. He turned and ordered Veron, "Take this boy to safety. Evacuate any other passengers if there are any." Without another word, Veron scooped up Alan and flew straight out of the hole in the train's side, landing in the snowy mountains below like a phantom. Alone amidst the shattered train car, Deculine stood, silently gazing into the void, with the demeanor of a predator lying in wait. He suddenly realized that the blow to the neck felt unusually soft, a detail his hypersensitive iron body senses couldn't overlook. "Put that aside for now. I'll deal with these pests first." Deculine dismissed the thought, and magical power began to surge around him. The fragments of the train floor hovered, sharp as daggers, and Deculine spoke menacingly. "You lot started this, so you must be ready, aren't you?" The hooded assassins froze, cold sweat pouring down as they heard the deathly question from the figure before them. "Your deaths here will simply be considered natural deaths," Deculine declared, and azure magical power erupted, signaling a massacre. Meanwhile, in a safe spot on the mountainside, the unconscious Alan was gently laid on the ground. Veron landed safely with the unconscious boy Alan, silently turning his gaze towards the devastated train. A colossal surge of azure magical power violently erupted from the train car, sweeping everything away in an instant. Inside, the result of the cleanup was a pile of assassin corpses strewn across the floor, blood staining the entire train car red. Deculine slumped onto a seat, panting, his face smeared with blood, admitting that this fight had been more draining than expected. His hands trembled. Having to both mitigate the explosion's damage and deal with the small fry had depleted his mana, leaving only 10 drops. Just then, Veron suddenly reappeared, standing amidst the ruined train car. Veron reported that all passengers had been evacuated to safety, and Deculine nodded, acknowledging. Deculine remained silent, his gaze sharp, looking like someone who had just finished a cleanup. Varan thought to himself that this man's eyes were completely different from before, a change that only elite knights would notice. Deculine merely smirked, thinking to himself that even he was surprised by the attack, so it was only natural for the knight to be astonished. Deculine, still out of breath, suddenly froze as a crimson surge of killing intent erupted from behind him, catching even him by surprise. Varan slowly advanced, enveloped in overwhelming killing intent, and the system blared the fatal question. The villain's fate? Deculine clicked his tongue, admitting he had been too careless, not expecting this knight to have hidden his true strength all this time. Varan's sword gleamed with a deadly light, and he coldly declared, "It's fortunate you're still alive." Immediately after, he pointed his sword directly at Deculine, growling, "Allow me to personally finish you off." Despite being low on mana, Deculine maintained his boss-like composure, his eyes glowing with blue magical power as he asked directly, "Is someone pulling your strings?" Deculine had just begun to mouth, "Is it Jewel?" when Varan screamed as if poked with a hot poker, his neck veins bulging as he immediately cut him off. "Shut your filthy mouth," Varan roared, declaring he would not forgive anyone who dared to utter his master's name, a righteous and honorable knight. Varan's eyes blazed, and he asserted firmly, "You will die by my hand for my master." Seeing the knight's excessive reaction, Deculine smirked, his mind racing. It seems this has nothing to do with Julie after all. Deculine's mind raced, acknowledging that Varan was an elite of the Freeheim Knights, while he himself had only 10 drops of mana left. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Varan declared his escort duty over and charged straight at Deculine with blinding speed, crimson killing intent enveloping his body. Deculine took a full kick to the shoulder, but his face remained stone cold, muttering that this was the only path to take. Varan froze in astonishment, seeing Deculine block his blade with a wooden stick, an unbelievable feat, but that was just a feint. Deculine growled, "Cancel object teleportation," and the entire train car exploded in a blinding blue magical light. Deculine annihilated the entire train, sending it plummeting from the broken bridge into the bottomless snowy chasm. A drastic self-destruct move to turn the tables. Scene change. In a cozy room, a voice echoed, "Young lady, would you like something to eat?" Sylvia sat on the floor with a dejected expression, refusing the snow cream that Knight Sirio brought, saying she was utterly sick of it. Knight Sirio, the Iliade family's guard, bewilderedly held 2 ice creams, not understanding who Sylvia was referring to when she mentioned everyone. Sylvia muttered that everyone was already here, except for Deculine and Ephraim, her gaze still fixed on the window, waiting. Sylvia coldly and decisively replied with a curt, "No." Knight Sirio could only silently accept, her expression slightly flustered. Sirio left, leaving Sylvia alone in the quiet room. She sat on the bed with a distant look on her face. Only one name lingered in her mind at that moment, Deculine. Memories suddenly flooded back to a beautiful sunny day, when she accidentally witnessed a sight she shouldn't have. A pristine bouquet of white lilies was solemnly placed on an old stone step. It was the tombstone of Isielia von Elemen Iliade, the proud wife of Maj Giltion and Sylvia's beloved mother. Young Sylvia huddled before her mother's grave, whispering as if she were still there. A normal visiting day like any other. As she walked through the cemetery, the little girl grumbled about Professor Deculine, who assigned so much homework it felt like his was the only class she took. Suddenly, a strange sound made Sylvia jump. She looked up cautiously. What was that sound? Young Sylvia secretly hid behind a tree, curiously observing a familiar figure. Suddenly, the little girl froze, her eyes wide with shock at the scene unfolding before her. It turned out the person standing before the tombstone was none other than Deculine, the professor she always found detestable. The arrogant noble slowly knelt, his back exuding solemnity yet also a heavy burden. Sylvia broke into a sweat, her mind reeling. Why is he here? Someone like him, visiting a grave? Deculine stood up, still with his back to Sylvia, completely unaware he had an unwitting audience. The moment Deculine turned his face, Sylvia froze. He was crying. A tear rolled down the cheek of the man who always appeared cold and arrogant, shattering in the silent space. The sight was too shocking. Sylvia quickly turned and ran, her mind incessantly wondering, does that annoying professor also have memories of a lost loved one? The image of Deculine's tear, beautiful as a shooting star, continued to haunt her young mind. After fleeing, Sylvia remained dazed, her mind in turmoil from the scene she had just witnessed. In her memory, Giltheon Iliade announced shocking intelligence. A certain group was planning to attack the departing train. Her father's warning made Sylvia even more uneasy, a discomfort rising within her. She suddenly recalled Deculine's lecture, and an idea sparked in the genius mind. Sylvia decided to experiment immediately, taking out a monostone as a conduit, preparing to cast magic. Based on the theory of the 3 attributes of magic, Sylvia channeled the energy of the 3 primary colors into the stone, causing it to begin taking shape. Success! A small bird composed of pure light was created. She whispered, "I did it. It's the primeval color creation magic." Sylvia gently stroked the magical creature, giving it a name. "From now on, your name is Swift." Swift, the energy bird, responded to its master's words with an affectionate nuzzle. Sylvia released Swift, commanding, "Fly and show me what you see." Crash, crash, crash. The train car shook violently, dust flying everywhere, signaling a horrific collision. Deculin scrambled to his feet amidst the wreckage, his face smudged, but his eyes still razor-sharp. He let out a growl. The entire train had derailed, hanging precariously over a sheer, snowy cliff, a sight enough to make the faint of heart swoon. Deculine brushed dust from his clothes, muttering that even if he broke a few bones, thanks to his iron body characteristic, he would soon recover. A crimson killing intent flared around Deculine. He had identified his target. Without a moment's hesitation, Deculine shot forward like a phantom, heading straight for the enemy, standing at the end of the train car. The attacker unleashed an energy slash that struck Deculine squarely, but he only paused for a moment, shocking his opponent. "He's still fine?" Julie, the white-haired knight, couldn't believe her eyes, pouring all her strength into a direct slash of light at Deculine. Julie's attack struck an invisible wall. She exclaimed in surprise, "An aura shield?" Deculine, with the crimson eyes of his activated Eucline bloodline, seized Julie's energy blade and growled, "You're truly persistent." Julie put all her strength into a crimson slash, but Deculine held firm, blocking the attack. The white-haired knight gritted her teeth, pouring all her might into her sword, determined not to give her opponent a moment's rest. Deculine strained to defend, making Julie admit in her mind, "He's strong." Deculine told himself that Varan's skill was superior to this girl's. Even at her peak, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. But it was fine. The rare characteristic, Resolute, activated, helping Deculine maintain his composure, immune to all psychological tricks. Julie bitterly realized a harsh truth. Someone like Deculine would never fall in this situation. Deculine waved his hand, and magical wooden shields, hard as diamonds, appeared, blocking Julie's sword. Julie roared, concentrating all her strength into a single point, determined to break through the defense. Sweat began to bead on Deculine's forehead. It seemed fending off. A top-tier knight was no laughing matter. Crack! The shields began to splinter, the pressure from Julie's sword truly not to be underestimated. Deculine cursed, his face smeared with blood, but his eyes still razor-sharp. Julie's blade plunged down. Deculine briefly considered the game-over scenario. Would he return to his office in the old world if he were struck? Slash. Fresh blood splattered. A strike had hit its mark. The scene suddenly shifted to a train speeding through snowy mountains, a brilliant golden bird soaring in the sky. In a solemn meeting room, the first agenda item was presented. Dealing with the demon that appeared on the dark mountain peak. A green-haired mage proposed notifying all schools or cooperating with the church to send people to the dangerous area. Essenzel's suggestion, the head of House Buhan, was quickly approved without any opposition. A mysterious hooded figure announced that the meeting would adjourn. Back at the scene, Deculine collapsed, completely exhausted after the battle, admitting he had run out of both stamina and mana. Even at his limit, Deculine knelt with a straight back, maintaining his imposing demeanor, astonishing the butler with his aura and overwhelming characteristics. Below the grand hall, influential mages had gathered after the break. A voice called out, "Professor!" Deculine lifted his head, his gaze still sharp despite having just fought a battle to the death. Alan, the young student, ran over with teary eyes, asking, "Are you all right, Professor?" Deculine coldly brushed off Alan's concern, while the boy explained that he was late because he had been stopped outside. Deculine's mind raced, realizing he could no longer treat this boy as an innocent child, especially knowing he was hiding his true identity. But why? Deculine wondered. Why would someone like Alan do that? What was his purpose? His eyes flashed with a blue light, a phrase from his previous life suddenly appearing in his mind. Deculine uttered a chilling remark that froze Alan. "Alan, from now on, just stand silently by my side." He had decided, employing the strategy of keeping friends close and enemies closer. He would personally supervise Alan to uncover his true nature. At the same time, the meeting of the high-ranking council members resumed in a solemn atmosphere. The next topic of the meeting was introduced, an extremely sensitive issue. It was the decision regarding the mage's stance on the Scarletborn. Deculine quietly observed, well aware that this debate would not be easy. Bang! A noble slammed his hand on the table, initiating the verbal battle. Bedin, the head of House Biorod, roared with indignation, likening the Scarlet-Born to a swarm of cockroaches secretly multiplying and gnawing at society. Essential, the head of House Buhan, immediately retorted, questioning Bedin's evidence when there was no way to distinguish them from ordinary people. Bedin still insisted on unifying the mage towers to eradicate the cockroaches, causing Essential to shout a warning for him to choose his words carefully. Deculine merely thought coldly to himself. As expected, the factions were divided from the start. Bedin continued his delusional speech, claiming that the Scarlet-Born were gathering under a mysterious leader and plotting something sinister. Essential could no longer tolerate it, slamming the table and shouting that those were just Bedin's baseless speculations. Bedin continued his inflammatory speech, sowing fear about a mysterious leader of the Scarlet-Born gathering forces and plotting in the shadows. He roared, directly cursing the hesitant ones, saying their half-hearted attitude was no different from 60 years ago, and the price paid was the spilled blood of countless mages. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. Essential could only silently watch the madman manipulating the entire council. Suddenly, Giltheon Iliade, the head of House Iliade, spoke up with a meaningful smirk. Giltheon Iliade pointed his spear directly at Deculine, asking what House Eucline, the pioneers in the fight against demons, thought about this issue. All eyes turned to Deculine, who had remained silent until now, awaiting an answer from the head of the most renowned family. In Deculine's mind, or rather, Kim Woojin's, memories of brutal racial discrimination on Earth surfaced, where those who were too lazy to think always caused suffering for others. He calculated that while the oppression of the Scarlet-Born was wrong, due to the main questline in the future, he couldn't stop it completely, only delay it for as long as possible. Deculine knew well that the true common enemy of this world was not the Scarlet-Born, but a hooded figure wielding a bow. The real threat remained hidden. After a moment of silence, Deculine finally spoke, his voice icy. It is true that in the past, the Scarlet-Born were our enemies. However, Essential spoke up, suggesting that the conflict between the two sides stemmed only from a misunderstanding. Bedin immediately strained his neck to argue. A misunderstanding? Deculine coldly confirmed. Precisely. He delved into history, recounting Lodren's wrongful conviction 287 years ago, which ignited the bloody massacre targeting the Scarlet-Born. Deculine further exposed the truth, asserting that the incident 60 years ago, which Bedin had spread rumors about, was actually a political ploy to seize a mana mine, infuriating Bedin because House Eucline itself had massacred them to take the mine. Bedin screamed, insisting that the Scarlet-Born were descendants of demons, and that House Eucline, demon hunters, should know this better than anyone. Deculine retorted sharply, his eyes flashing blue. The Eucline tradition is to hunt demons, not the Scarlet-Born. Bedin lost all reason, yelling at him, the Scarlet-Born are demons. Overwhelmed by Deculine's presence and logic, Bedin staggered back a step, speechless. Seeing the opportune moment, Alan spoke from behind, his voice icy, cornering Bedin. Do you dare take responsibility for your words? Deculine concluded with a bone-chilling statement. Do not casually label others as demons, for those who do so might realize that they themselves are the demons. Cornered and out of words, Bedin could only sullenly leave under the gaze of the council members. The first meeting ended in a deadlock. Scene change. Giltheon Iliade was tearfully bidding farewell to his daughter Sylvia, as if they were parting forever, even though they were just going to their separate rooms and would meet again tomorrow. The overly dramatic Giltheon Iliade whined like a child, while Sylvia was speechless at her father's theatrics. Giltheon Iliade anxiously instructed Sylvia to carefully read the rules of the Burt Hotel because of its high mana concentration, which could easily cause anomalies at night, but she brushed him off. Sylvia held a paper filled with rules written in an ancient language, which looked mysterious. Disregarding the rules as child's play, Sylvia thought that simply sleeping as usual would be fine and prepared to go to bed. In the middle of the night, as Sylvia slept soundly, a strange, golden leaf-shaped object began to glow and float in her room. Sylvia suddenly opened her eyes wide, her gaze vacant as if controlled by some invisible force. The girl stepped barefoot onto the cold floor, her body moving unconsciously as she mumbled, "So thirsty." Still sleepwalking, Sylvia slowly advanced towards the mirror in the pitch-dark room. Suddenly, a surge of purple magical energy erupted, jolting Sylvia out of her unconscious state. The entire space around her began to crack and violently distort. The floor shattered into crystal fragments, throwing Sylvia into a chaotic dimension. The space suddenly turned into a corridor. Damn it, did I do something wrong? Sylvia realized with a shock that she had fallen into a trap. Sweat poured down her face, and she began to feel a chill down her spine as she realized the gravity of the situation. Looking back at the rules, Sylvia was stunned to read the warning. Once you lie down in bed, do not wake up until morning, or you will be instantly teleported. She realized the mana concentration here was much denser, especially as she got closer to the Barrett Council chamber. I was too careless, Sylvia chastised herself, trying in vain to calm down. But the space continued to twist, Sylvia's eyes widening in horror as the anomaly worsened. Sylvia panicked, sensing a terrifying presence lurking in this distorted space. She ran frantically without direction, wondering where she could hide in this damned trap. Thrown into the air, Sylvia recalled the foolish rule she had broken. The hotel had only one floor. Going up or downstairs was forbidden. She continued running down the corridor, another rule appearing in her mind: absolutely do not look into open rooms. Trembling as she tried to stay calm, Sylvia told herself that there had to be a door leading out. Utterly helpless, she pounded on the door, screaming for help, ironically remembering the rule against answering knocks from outside. In the endless corridor, Sylvia's cries for help were just a small, desperate sound. Exhausted and despairing, Sylvia collapsed to the floor, her eyes welling up with tears. Just then, a cold voice echoed from ahead. "Are you lost?" Deculine appeared like a god, his calm gaze fixed on her as he called her name. Sylvia. Having just escaped death, Sylvia sniffled, her face tear-streaked, staring at her savior. Deculine coldly allowed Sylvia into the room. She mumbled her thanks and timidly stepped inside. By the fireplace, Sylvia stammered, explaining that she had just woken up to find herself in the eerie corridor. Deculine, with the air of an omniscient being, explained that in Barrett, mana anomalies created sentient specters, and chastised Sylvia for not following the rules. Sylvia secretly thought that only someone as formidable as Deculine could confidently throw open the door without hesitation. Suddenly, a white-haired specter with glowing yellow eyes loomed behind Sylvia, growling menacingly. The creature immediately transformed, revealing its hideous skeletal face, and lunged at Sylvia with a space-rending shriek. In the heat of the moment, Deculine calmly issued a concise command. "Stand still." Without a wasted movement, streams of blue magic shot from Deculine's hands like missiles, pinning themselves into the air. The monster shrieked in helplessness as Deculine's magical chains bound it tightly, completely neutralizing it. The skull-faced ghost let out a final growl before dissolving into purple smoke under Deculine's magical pressure. Sylvia looked up at the floating magical stones, the result of the recent display of power, completely overwhelmed. Deculine calmly explained that it was merely magic specialized for killing. Nothing to boast about. He continued to lecture coldly that magic was not originally created to take lives, leaving Sylvia stunned. Hearing such a philosophical statement from a notoriously cruel man, Sylvia involuntarily blushed, her heart pounding. To demonstrate, Deculine calmly sat reading a book while magical flames erupted around his chair, introducing it as flowing fire. He glanced over, his eyes sharp as if evaluating, then uttered a concise remark. "Well done." Deculine continued to showcase a series of formidable skills: Thundercloud, Metal Flower, and even Ghost Fire, each time concluding with a subtly meaningful compliment. Sylvia tried to recreate the magic, a flickering blue orb of energy in her hand, but she was frustrated that she couldn't clearly see its structure. The genius suddenly had an idea. What if I tried doing it sloppily? She then created a much more complex magic circle and received praise from Deculine. Deculine smirked, beginning his judgment. But he pointed out a fatal flaw in Sylvia's magic, stating that her wind magic circle integrated into fire was extremely unstable, leaving her dumbfounded. Struck where it hurt, Sylvia's face flushed crimson as she snapped back. Then, "Professor, what is my weakness?" Deculine coldly replied that she had to find that out herself, making Sylvia retort indignantly. "But didn't you teach Ephorine?" He calmly turned a page, delivering a blunt remark. Ephorine taught herself. Sylvia was utterly speechless, only able to stand there and endure the professor's coldness. Unexpectedly, Deculine lowered his voice, advising Sylvia not to be impatient, which left her bewildered. He continued to preach his philosophy, asserting that she had plenty of time and would mature if she put in the effort. Maintaining his distance, Deculine adopted the air of a learned teacher, telling her to take her time, step by step, and she would achieve her goals. Finally, he delivered the finishing blow, declaring Sylvia's talent to be among the top 3 inches this world, leaving her utterly stunned. Sylvia recalled that she had been praised to no end since childhood, all familiar, empty words. Yet, that same recognition, coming from Deculine's mouth, carried an entirely different weight, stirring her deeply. Night fell, and the bright moon shone brilliantly in the sky. In the quiet room, Sylvia tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, while Deculine calmly sat reading at his desk. Deculine continued to calmly turn the pages of his book, a warm aura of magic silently emanating from him. Suddenly, he looked up and out the window, sensing an unusual aura. This aura, in a flash, Deculine teleported out of the room, landing on a trail in the silent night forest. Deculine smirked, recognizing the scent of a tycoon and a rare opportunity, muttering that he might get an even better deal than expected. Without hesitation, he calmly advanced towards a grotesque rock that was swirling with purple evil energy. A hideous, skull-faced ghost shrieked fiercely, but Deculine casually walked past, not even sparing it a glance, treating it as if it were thin air. The hooded ghost, with its skeletal hands and swirling purple energy, appeared utterly bewildered by the stranger's presence. It shrieked wildly to assert dominance, but Deculine merely advanced calmly, walking through its evil aura as if strolling in a park. Deculine walked past the ghost, completely ignoring its existence, leaving behind a specter frozen in place from being disregarded. He turned back, not to fight, but to ask an incredibly arrogant question. By any chance, have you seen any items containing a lot of mana around here? Insulted, the ghost roared and lunged to attack Deculine from behind. Deculine merely glanced back with a bored expression, wondering casually, what's wrong with it? Ignoring the antics of the ghost, Deculine found his true target, a colossal tree blazing with magical power, and declared, found it. He picked up a purifying mana wood fragment, a rare crafting material, and realized he had stumbled upon an even better bargain than anticipated. Deculine mused that despite his relentless efforts since transmigration, he was still limited by this body's inherent talent, and the new item would be the key to breaking through his power faster. As dawn broke over the snowy mountains, Deculine contentedly concluded that tonight's hunt had yielded a much more valuable prize than planned. Bedin strained his neck, shouting for proof, but Deculine merely sneered, retorting with a profound question. If I could persuade a fish living underwater, would you call me a fellow fish? The heated verbal battle caused the other mages on the council to whisper amongst themselves, not understanding why Deculine was defending the Scarlet-born tribe. Giltheon Iliade, an old fox, narrowed his eyes calculatingly, trying to discern what trick Deculine was playing. Standing beside her father, Sylvia Iliade was certain that everyone suspected Deculine was acting due to some hidden agenda, but she believed they were all wrong. Deculine was simply stating an obvious truth that no one dared to confront. An influential old mage couldn't take it anymore, slamming the table and roaring, "Enough!" cutting short the argument. The presiding mage declared that the meeting had not reached a consensus, and the topic of the Scarlet-born tribe would be postponed for later discussion. The multi-day meeting finally concluded, and the mages began to leave the grand hall. The irritated old mage from earlier walked past Deculine, letting out a loud, disgruntled huff, but our protagonist merely gave a slight glance, not bothering to acknowledge it. Deculine mused that, despite his best efforts for the future main quest, it seemed he couldn't avoid making enemies with a few people. The next day, at the Burt shopping district, the atmosphere seemed peaceful. Deculine and Alan browsed a materials shop, examining various crafting items. Deculine held 2 magic stones, his mind calculating the necessary materials to craft a high-grade staff from the mana tree. Suddenly, Alan was startled when he spotted a familiar figure. The boy quickly called out to Deculine, making him turn and ask what was wrong. Alan excitedly pointed, showing that the benefactor who helped him arrive safely was right there. Deculine glanced over, curious to see who the boy was so flustered about. It turned out to be Lilia Primian, deputy director of the Security Bureau. She immediately recognized Deculine as well. To repay Lilia Primian for safely escorting Alan, Deculine decided to invite her to a meal. After the meal, Lilia thanked him but immediately got down to business, stating she needed to ask Deculine a few questions to complete her investigation. Deculine directly asked about the fate of the escort knight Varan. Lilia Primian coldly replied, "He died in the ambush." Servants served lavish dishes onto the table. Deculine, Lilia Primian, and Alan dined together in a luxurious restaurant. While Deculine calmly enjoyed his meal, Lilia Primian narrowed her eyes, observing him, her mind filled with doubt. This man is very different. The scene shifts to the Empire's Security Bureau, where the notorious criminal Lockhak was about to be sent to Rekordak, the worst prison, for murdering countless mages. In the interrogation room, Lockhak, the mage killer, sat opposite Lilia Primian, silent as a statue despite her questions. Lilia Primian sneered mockingly, clearly accustomed to his stubborn attitude. "Humph, you only keep your mouth shut when you're in the interrogation room, don't you?" Suddenly, Lockhak looked up, his voice issuing an incomprehensible command. "Activate it." This made Lilia Primian ask again, full of surprise. Lilia Primian growled, giving a direct order rather than asking, "Activate your ability." Lockhak gritted his teeth, enduring as a surge of magic power began to leak from his body. A violent explosion of purple magical energy erupted from Lockhak, engulfing the entire interrogation room before Lilia Primian's unwavering gaze. Lockhak's magic power violently exploded, a giant, ghostly purple eye forming from the energy. The energy sphere dissipated. Lilia Primian merely let out a sigh, her face as cold as stone, completely unfazed. Slam! Lilia Primian slammed her fist onto the table, veins bulging on her hand in a flashback scene. "You damn fool!" Lilia Primian roared, her face etched with extreme anger. It turned out to be a private conversation. Lilia questioned Lockhak as to why he would act so foolishly and disgrace their bloodline, while he merely gave a faint smile. Lilia coldly declared, "I was going to eliminate you, because if his identity were revealed, the enemy faction would have more reason to oppress us." Lockhak believed they could still live peacefully as long as they concealed their identities, but Lilia expressed skepticism about a peaceful future. Lockhak retorted, asserting that they were born with a devil's gift and feared by the world. But Lilia dismissed it, arguing that the Scarletborns weren't the only ones with special abilities. Lilia got straight to the point, questioning why Lockhak attacked Deculine when the Eucline family was already within their sights. Lockhak broke out in a cold sweat, speechless as Lilia narrowed her eyes and asked directly, "Were you planning to kill him?" Lilia Primian warned that if Deculine continued to act recklessly, they wouldn't stand idly by, but Lockhak coldly dismissed it. "Don't." Lockhak unexpectedly defended Deculine, asserting that the nobleman was genuine and there was no need to eliminate him. Lilia Primian flew into a rage, calling Lockhak a fool for trusting a criminal, but the assassin merely endured in silence. In Lockhak's mind, Deculine's image appeared, full of charisma, with confident eyes as he declared that the Scarletborns were humans, not demons. Lockhak delivered a fatal blow that stunned Lilia Primian. "He knew I was a Scarletborn, but he didn't kill me." Lilia Primian leaned in close, revealing the genocidal past of the Eucline ancestors, but Lockhak calmly replied that he knew nothing about it. Lockhak retorted sharply, arguing that if they sought revenge on Deculine just because of his bloodline, they would be no different from demons, making Lilia Primian seethe with rage and roar. "Don't give me that sophistry." Cornered, Lockhak pressed Lilia Primian on how long she intended to hide her identity, but she confidently declared she could conceal it forever, because their clan members couldn't be detected by blood or appearance. Lockhak subtly reminded her of their fatal weakness, forbidden foods, but Lilia Primian merely shrugged, saying they just needed to avoid them. The argument subsided. Lilia Primian announced the political situation. "The Emperor is nearing his end. Our faction needs to lie low and wait to see the new monarch's stance on the Scarletborns." Lockhak concluded, telling Lilia Primian that she should also keep her mouth shut and remain inactive in Rekordak. Still resentful, Lilia Primian growled that in her eyes, Deculine was just a wretched nobleman, nothing special. A figure brushed past, and Lilia Primian immediately had to cover her nose due to the strong smell of alcohol. Deculine appeared with a cold expression, directly asking what she was doing there, and declaring he had nothing to say. Suddenly, a blond man in a long coat appeared, and Deculine called him by name, Ehelm. Ehelm smirked meaningfully, saying that he truly needed to hear something from Deculine. He continued, saying that what he wanted to hear came from the depths of Deculine's dark, rotten heart. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Freyheim Knights, an important order was being issued. Julie was stunned, unable to believe her ears, and asked the person opposite her to repeat what they had just said. Opposite her was the Goatee Knight Commander, who was delivering shocking news. The Goatee Knight Commander coldly delivered the fatal news. Varan sacrificed himself during the mission, leaving Julie frozen in place. Suppressing her grief, Julie slammed the table and ordered the commander, "Immediately prepare everything for me." Meanwhile, at a luxurious restaurant, Julie was determined to question Deculine as soon as he returned. At the dining table, Deculine, Ehelm, Alan, and Lilia Primian sat in an atmosphere as tense as a stretched bowstring. Lilia Primian thought to herself, "I can't believe this man is the head of the Rewind family. What in the world is going on?" Ehelm couldn't take it anymore and directly asked Deculine why he acted so unpredictably and angered the other mage families. Ehelm's gaze was sharp. He truly wanted an explanation for Deculine's insane actions. Deculine maintained his indifferent attitude, delivering a sharp counter. "Are you afraid of the Scarletborns?" Lilia Primian froze upon hearing that, unable to believe what she had just heard. Ehelm smirked, retorting dangerously, "Didn't you yourself once clamor for the slaughter of the Scarletborns, deeming them an inferior race unworthy of life?" Deculine coldly countered, reminding Ehelm that his thesis advocating for the extermination of the Scarletborns was still in the university archives. Ehelm furiously retorted, questioning whether the new slave in Deculine's research was a Scarletborn, causing Alan to jump up and shout, "You've gone too far, don't insult my professor." Deculine remained unfazed, gesturing for Alan to sit down and gently wiping his mouth. "Calm down, Alan. I'm fine." Deculine delivered a deeply sarcastic remark, comparing Ehelm's brain to rotten cheese, implying his lack of understanding was natural, which infuriated his opponent. Ehelm sneered, his eyes flashing with resentment and a determination to fight to the end. Ehelm issued a threat, reminding Deculine of his upcoming research presentation and declaring he would wait to see how long he could keep up his act before being exposed. Having said that, Ehelm turned and left, leaving Lilia Primian stunned, unable to process what had just happened. Lilia Primian was lost in thought, unable to believe that Deculine would dare to risk offending all the other families just to side with the Scarletborn. She couldn't recognize the man in front of her, wondering if this was truly Deculine, while Alan anxiously called out to his teacher but was brushed aside. Finally, a name flashed in Lilia Primian's mind. A crucial piece in this chaotic puzzle. Lockhack. Deculine's taunts still echoed, making someone toss and turn, wondering if what he said was true. The next day, the story continued at a new location. Before leaving Bert, Deculine sought out a master craftsman to commission a custom magic staff. As soon as the task was done, the system panel announced side quest complete, Lockaloc's staff. It turned out this craftsman was so formidable that even the original Deculine had to visit him, and our protagonist had inadvertently cleared a hidden quest. The steam train set off, carrying Deculine back to the Empire through the snow-capped mountains. Unfortunately, Deculine was sharing a carriage with Badine, who was exuding intense killing intent, glaring openly. Even though Badine glared furiously enough to burn down the entire carriage, Deculine and Alan remained unfazed, as if nothing was amiss. Deculine calmly sat reading, his mind only on the fact that this long, drawn-out journey was finally nearing its end. The train finally arrived at the station amidst a romantic snowfall, signaling the start of a new drama. Passengers began to disembark, and Deculine and his entourage also prepared to return to the capital. Alan stretched and let out a long yawn, tired after the arduous journey. The student complained to Deculine that they only needed to transfer trains one more time, weary of seeing nothing but snow everywhere. While waiting, Deculine and Alan suddenly froze as a familiar figure with long flowing hair approached from behind. Deculine turned, his gaze unwavering, and called out the name of the newcomer. Julie. Called out so suddenly, Julie could only lower her head, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She regained her composure and asked, "I heard you were attacked. I'm glad you're all right." Deculine replied curtly, "Thank you." But in his mind, he immediately guessed that news of Varan had reached them. He knew full well that the knights were whispering behind his back, resentful that a noble like him had survived while their comrade hadn't. Julie continued, saying that she had read the reports and knew Deculine had cooperated with Varan to rescue the survivors. The female knight's gaze sharpened. She fell silent, seemingly pondering something about the recounted story. Julie lowered her head, her voice filled with sorrow, but still managed to ask, "I just want to ask one thing." She looked up, staring directly into Deculine's eyes, her gaze piercing him. What kind of person was he? The female knight's eyes shone with determination, resolved to uncover the truth, no matter how harsh it might be. Deculine maintained his stone-cold expression, devoid of any emotion, enveloped in silence. The two stood facing each other in the bustling station, with Alan and the Freeheim knights holding their breath behind them, watching. Deculine thought to himself that he had originally intended to reveal the entire truth to her. A flashback flashed. Varan furiously charged at him, and the outcome was a battle to the death between the two. But now, facing Julie directly, Deculine realized he couldn't bring himself to utter those words. He stared at her, with only one thought in his mind. Should I tell her the truth? But it's too cruel. Deculine understood Julie's nature. Her conviction was as hard as rock, but her heart was as fragile as crystal. If she knew the truth, she would torment herself to death. Deculine knew full well that if he told her the truth, Julie would torment herself as if it were her fault. Deculine's eyes flashed with resolve. He decided to bury this truth for Julie's sake. Accepting the hatred of the seething Freeheim knights behind him was fine. It was a price he was willing to pay. A ticket inspector shouted, announcing that the 4th train to the Empire was ready to depart for those with tickets. Turning decisively, Deculine and Alan walked away, leaving Julie and her knights behind. Deculine threw back an ambiguous remark, as if he had just fabricated a story to deceive Julie. Julie bowed her head, completely believing Deculine's explanation that Varan was quite an emotional person. "Thank you," Julie said, We'll go to him right away. You should rest. Julie led the Freyheim Knights away, without a hint of doubt about the story Deculine had just concocted. Deculine admitted to himself that he was just a fool, unable to untangle the chaotic emotions welling up inside him. Alan began to grumble about the Knights' unreasonable attitude, while Deculine merely remained silent, paying them no mind. Alan continued to mutter that their side was also a victim, yet was being glared at, then turned to question why Deculine had held back, but he simply brushed it off. Ignore them. They're just a bunch of fools. Suddenly, Sylvia Iliade appeared with a cold expression, blocking the path of the teacher and student. Sylvia Iliade walked straight up, questioning Deculine with an extremely serious demeanor. What do you mean, Professor? Deculine calmly held out a book, uttering a mysterious remark that this was how he repaid his debt. Without another word, Sylvia Iliade snatched the book and turned to leave immediately, leaving the teacher and student dumbfounded. Alan curiously asked about the book, but even Deculine had to admit he had no idea what it was. Deculine sighed, looking exhausted and only wanting to quickly return home to rest after this tiring journey. As the train began to pull out of the station, Deculine urged Alan to hurry, and the student immediately obeyed. The Goatee Knight commander began to report the situation. During the first ambush, Professor Deculine took control of the situation, then rescued the survivors along with Veron. But during the second ambush, the train was overturned, and Veron fell in battle amidst the chaos. The train conductor handed over a sphere of light, likely Veron's soul, and offered his thanks. Julie and the Goatee Knight commander stood in silence, receiving the shocking news. Julie asked about relics and the mastermind, but the conductor replied curtly, "There are no relics, and there's an unwritten rule not to ask about crimes on the way to Burscht." Julie stepped out alone, standing on the edge of a cold, snowy cliff. Standing amidst the snow, she painfully admitted, "I've lost my capable right-hand man. To just die so uselessly." Suppressing her pain, Julie gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with anger and bitterness. "You foolish bastard." Julie's hateful scream echoed all the way to the Eucline family mansion. Deculine. As soon as they arrived at the mansion, Uriel Eucline exploded, yelling directly at Deculine. "You signed another family check, didn't you?" While the poor old butler tried to intervene, she continued her tirade, her face contorted with rage. "Did you forget what I told you? Our finances are in ruins. At this rate, we'll all be beggars in less than 2 months, you idiot." Deculine's face was impassive, as he thought to himself that the cost of crafting the staff had indeed exceeded expectations. But now, the Eucline family only had 2 months left. He had to act immediately. "Calm down," Deculine casually uttered. "I have a way to make more money now," which left Uriel Eucline dumbfounded. The scene shifts to a luxurious room, filled with precious items, from golden cups and silver shields, to various glittering treasures. Deculine led Uriel Eucline and the butler into the storage room, standing with his arms crossed, looking at the mountain of riches. "What on earth are you doing?" Uriel Eucline wondered. And Deculine replied concisely, "These are items I bought at auction just to show off my wealth." Deculine turned, ignoring the matter of money, and adopting a superior air. "Calm down, and speak like the lady you are. You are the successor to the head of the family." Provoked, Uriel Eucline flared up again, shouting that Deculine was the one driving the family to bankruptcy, yet dared to lecture her, while Deculine merely glanced, completely unconcerned. Deculine monologued, admitting that he hadn't understood why at first. He recalled the auction, when the items emitted a special energy that he had simply considered art investments. But now, it was different. Deculine had realized how to use this junk to make a fortune. Without further ado, Deculine activated his Midas touch skill, his hand glowing with golden energy as he touched an antique. Uriel Eucline was speechless at the sight, calling her brother an idiot for just standing there with his hand outstretched, while the butler could only meekly call out, "Young lady." Deculine coldly declared that he would re-auction everything, and ordered an appraiser to be called, leaving Uriel Eucline and the butler gaping in astonishment. Uriel Eucline exploded, yelling and questioning why he was selling newly bought antiques, asserting that he would lose a fortune, but Deculine simply uttered a terse reply. "Silence, Uriel." Completely ignoring his sister's rage, Deculine ordered the butler, "Call an appraiser immediately and transport all of this away." Deculine stood there with his arms crossed, an imposing demeanor, absolutely confident in his financial turnaround plan. Ding! Thanks to the Midas touch skill, the ordinary ceramic vase was instantly upgraded to a premium item. The flowers placed inside would never wither, and it would slowly transform into a stamina recovery item. Deculine smirked, thinking that the 2.5 million Eln item had now become a priceless treasure that he would never sell. He coldly ordered the servants to carefully transport the items, ignoring his sister Yariel, who stood frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening. Yariel yelled, asking if Deculine was intentionally trying to bankrupt the family, but he casually replied, "Don't worry, we'll make money," then walked off, leaving his sister exploding in helplessness. The scene shifts to a magnificent, grand academy building. Inside is the common room of the Normal Magic Exploration Club, part of the University Mage Tower. Here, Ephorine, Julia, and a group of other students were gathered, playing cards together. Ephorine suddenly flipped her cards. A dominant royal flush neatly laid on the table, her eyes full of determination. Everyone gasped. Julia couldn't believe Ephorine had won 3 consecutive rounds, while the white-haired girl was overjoyed to be exempt from chores for the entire week. The friends at the table were frustrated by their loss. One grumbled, "I almost won." Another dismissed it. "Those are just losers' excuses." While Ephorine merely chuckled delightedly. Ephorine's eyes crinkled in a smile, feeling as blissful as if she were daydreaming after her winning streak. A flood of memories washed over her. Ephorine recalled her humiliating past. Born into a minor baron family, lacking formal education, and despised by the entire Mage Tower from day one. Not just the students, even the professors, led by Deculine, looked at her with contempt, treating her like trash. Countless times bullied and isolated, Ephorine could only grit her teeth and endure it all alone in resentment. Back in reality, Ephorine unconsciously blushed, her heart warming as she thought of what she now had. She couldn't believe that she now had a club where she could socialize with real friends. Ephorine turned to Julia, grinning widely, and saying that she really liked this Normal Magic Exploration Club, leaving her friend bewildered. An unidentified man suddenly appeared behind the door, his voice cold as he warned Julia, "Watch your words," then muttered, "Stupid kids." Making her jump and quickly apologize, a strange man kicked open the door and roared, "What the hell is this? What kind of nonsense is this club doing?" Startling Ephorine and the others. It turned out to be 2 old professors. The thin Relin sneered and tattled. "As I've said, Professor, these low-class commoners just take up space in the Mage Tower and do useless things." Ephorine immediately recognized the 2 thorns in her side, Professor Relin and Retlan, 2 old men who specialized in bothering commoner students. Retlan's disdain was evident as he read the club's name, Normal Magic Exploration Club? How ridiculous. Yelled at by Retlan, Ephorine quietly closed her eyes, telling herself that she had anticipated this and had to handle it with dignity. Ephorine stood tall, calmly replying, "We submitted an application for establishment, and it was approved. This is an official club." Retlan was furious, pointing directly at Ephorine and shouting, "What? Who the hell approved this idiotic club?" The fat professor suddenly paused, recognizing Ephorine. "Wait, you're that piece of trash who was punished last time." Leaving her frozen, Ephorine's eyes blazed, resentment surging as she was once again called trash. Professor Retlan looked disdainfully at the students, and then aimed his criticism at Ephorine. "Ha, look at this insolent brat daring to glare at her professor." Enraged by Ephorine's defiant gaze, Retlan roared, "You! Look down!" While a female student nervously nudged her shoulder, her voice hesitant. Ephorine. Hiding behind the door, the thin Professor Relin couldn't hide his delighted expression, chuckling to himself as he saw Ephorine about to get into big trouble. A tall figure unexpectedly entered as Retlan was interrogating Ephorine. "Fine. If you're so confident, then tell me. There's no way any professor would approve this club." Ephorine froze, looking up at the person who had just entered with an expression of utter disbelief. Seeing Ephorine fall silent, Retlan triumphantly yelled, spittle flying everywhere, "See? I knew it. No professor would ever allow a club. I did." An icy voice cut him off, and Deculine stood directly behind Retlan, making the fat man stiffen in shock. Deculine grabbed Retlan by the collar, his sharp gaze fixed on the thin professor, whose face had turned pale. "I approved it. Professor Relin, do you have any objections?" Ephorine's entire body trembled. She could only utter the name in her mind with extreme astonishment. Deculine. Deculine glared, his aura absolutely overwhelming, allowing no resistance. He grabbed Retlan by the collar, his voice icy as he directly asked the frozen Relin, "I approve. Do you have any objections, Professor Relin?" Turning to Ephorine's group, Deculine sneered, "Your voice echoed my name throughout the hallway. Is something wrong? Or must I ask for your permission first?" Deculine thought to himself, bothered by Uriel early in the morning. And now, no sooner had he arrived than he ran into this brat causing trouble. Exuding killing intent, Deculine leaned close to the sweating fat man, making Retlan stammer incoherently. "Professor Deculine, I didn't mean that. Sensing trouble, Relin immediately changed his tune, chuckling and trying to divert the conversation. Well, this place looks quite shabby, doesn't it? He continued his act, feigning concern. I just think the mages of the Royal University deserve better equipment. This sight truly bothers me, haha. Relin hastily bowed before Deculine, fawningly promising, I will take responsibility for replacing everything, Professor. Deculine smirked, patting the old man's shoulder. Professor Relin is always so thoughtful. Cornered, Relin could only break out in a cold sweat and promised to handle everything properly. Having made his point, Deculine turned and left, leaving behind a deeply bowed Relin and a Retlon frozen in place. Deculine smirked, thinking contemptuously. Filthy cockroaches will always act like cockroaches, Deculine coldly declared. I'm leaving first, then strode past the butler. The butler could only stand motionless, silently watching his young masters retreating back. The scene shifted to a sun-drenched university lecture hall. In class, the students were whispering about Deculine's return after his trip to Burt. A blonde student thoughtfully recalled the earth-shattering train accident, the incident where the entire train hovered in mid-air, which was even published in the Mages magazine. A hand slammed down on the podium, and a powerful voice rang out, cutting through all the noise. Silence, everyone. Deculine stood on the podium, skillfully manipulating a piece of chalk with magic, and announced, Now, I will begin the lecture. He turned his back to the blackboard, announcing the topic of the lesson. Pure elements and magical interference. A complex magic circle appeared, illustrating the concept of magical interference when a spell is disrupted by another mage's technique. Deculine announced that they would begin with a warm-up exercise, while Alan stood behind him, holding a box of items. With a snap of his fingers, Deculine displayed his power. Immediately, numerous azure mana stones flew out from the box, hovering throughout the lecture hall in a sea of magical energy. The entire class, including Ephorine, looked up in awe at this masterful display. Deculine coldly announced the value of each stone, 3,000 elna, a sum that made any student swallow hard. He laid down a tough challenge. I will leave them hovering here. Whoever is skilled enough, use magical interference to snatch them from my spell. Hearing about the money, Ephorine's eyes lit up like headlights, screaming internally at the bargain before her. Julia had to quickly cover her best friend's mouth before Ephorine did something foolish. Deculine looked annoyed, explaining that for a mage, resisting interference was as important as casting it, and even though the defender had an advantage, they should still try. He concentrated his mana, enveloping a mana stone with a dense orb of energy, demonstrating a completely different level of magical control. The entire lecture hall erupted with mana as the inexperienced students simultaneously made their moves, attempting to snatch the mana stones. Deculine stood still, thinking to himself that this was also an opportunity to test his skills with the basic object teleportation spell he had recently learned. He also wanted to see how long his lame spell would last against 150 apprentice mages. In particular, he wanted to see his skill when facing the top-tier geniuses, his gaze fixed on Sylvia Iliade and Ephorine, who were exuding overwhelming auras. Meanwhile, Ephorine's eyes gleamed as she calculated. Hey, I'm running out of money, and that old man Deculine is giving out gifts. It'd be a waste not to take them. Sylvia Iliade squinted, observing, realizing that Ephorine was the first to act, her green mana attempting to break through. Sylvia briefly recalled Deculine's words about Ephorine teaching herself everything, her gaze becoming complex. I can't lose. Sylvia also joined in, directly confronting Ephorine, both geniuses seriously competing with their mana. But the other small fry didn't stand a chance. A blonde student buried her face, groaning as her magic was mercilessly repelled. Another met the same fate, repelled by Deculine's orb of energy, only able to helplessly stare at the mana stone without being able to do anything. Alan stood behind him, his eyes wide in admiration. Professor, you're incredible. Taking on 150 students without a single opening, they don't stand a chance. Deculine thought to himself. Even he was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the rookies to be so stubborn that they'd bleed from their noses and still fail. Suddenly, a mana stone broke the stalemate, flying straight towards Deculine, making him glance over. And the owner of that attack was none other than Sylvia Iliade. She was panting, but had successfully claimed the first mana stone. Ephorine looked visibly annoyed, seeing Sylvia, who was sitting far away, had been one step faster than her, while Julia was still trying to cast her spell. Sylvia was sweating, but her eyes were still full of challenge, as if to say, see, that's how it's done. Deculine turned, coldly acknowledging, well done, Sylvia. You are the first. Praised, Sylvia could only bow her head, her expression complex, unsure if she was happy or deep in thought. Deculine again monologued internally, admitting that he had anticipated Sylvia as a genius, would be able to do this. Meanwhile, the remaining small fry were still struggling in vain, being thoroughly beaten by Deculine's magical orbs. He raised his voice and asked, "Is there no one else?" Deculine glanced around, coldly leaving a sentence hanging. "If not." Suddenly, a blonde female student cried out as Deculine announced, "Ah, another one has succeeded." Ephorine, bruised but grinning from ear to ear, held up the monostone she had just claimed, proving her potential. The blonde female student broke out in a cold sweat, speechless at Ephorine's success, clearly unconvinced. Meanwhile, the remaining students were still being battered by the magical orbs, screaming in helplessness. Deculine uttered a single word, "Enough," ending the torture as the students collapsed, some vomiting, others unconscious. He rubbed his forehead, looking utterly disgusted with the small fry before him, and announced a break for them to clean up the battlefield themselves. The students dragged themselves out of the lecture hall, each one looking as if they had just escaped death. Julia slumped onto her desk, incredulously asking Ephorine how she passed the hellish test, while Ephorine complained about almost dying and her tongue still being numb. Despite her exhaustion, Ephorine looked up with sharp eyes, declaring that she had realized something important. Ephorine explained to Julia that even though she didn't fully understand mental power, she felt as if something inside her had opened up when she tried to break the magic. The blonde female student looked visibly resentful, unable to believe that a bottom-ranked student like Ephorine could climb to second place overnight, especially when Deculine had explicitly stated he wasn't giving private lessons. In her mind, a scene of Deculine staying late to tutor Ephorine flashed, confirming the rumors were true. The blonde female student froze, realizing a bitter truth. So, he lied to me? Meanwhile, Ephorine was joyfully hugging the monostone to her cheek, while the blonde female student jealously wondered why Deculine cared about that foolish girl. The blonde female student's eyes blazed, growling in her mind. That arrogant woman. Deculine stood before the class, preparing to begin his formal lecture after the brutal warm-up. He pointed out that all the students had struggled with something called magic interference, but there was actually a simpler way to dispel incantations. Both Ephorine and Beck listened intently, as Deculine said that those who succeeded had probably begun to feel what it was. Deculine concluded with a sharp gaze, revealing the main topic of the lesson. What I am talking about is mana interference. Deculine began his lecture on mana interference, an advanced technique not for blocking spells, but for analyzing and destroying an opponent's incantation structure in its infancy. Alan and the blue-haired student sweated profusely, thinking this was too incredible, as it required memorizing an entire repository of magical formulas. Deculine smirked, explaining that this technique could only be used with spells one already understood well, so in actual combat, less skilled mages usually chose to erect shields or cast other spells to counter quickly. He uttered a cold philosophy, no pain, no gain, and ordered the entire class to seize this opportunity to study the mana interference technique. The key to this technique, according to Deculine, was identifying the core circuit of the magic circle, whether it was an attack, support, or elemental spell. The task was simple: to find that core circuit in the opponent's spell and destroy it on the spot. Once mastered, comprehensive magical interference would become as easy as pie. Words alone were not enough, so Deculine began to demonstrate, dark purple magical power surging around him as he prepared to demonstrate how to find the core circuits. He gave his first example with the magic circle of the piercing wind blade, pointing out that the circuits of destructive spells always radiated from the center, as if an explosion from within. When Deculine moved on to an example of support-type magic, all the students frantically took notes, not daring to miss a single word. 2 hours passed, and Deculine's lecture continued under the afternoon sun. Deculine coldly announced, "Moving on to the next part," his eyes devoid of emotion. He slammed his hand on the desk, declaring that time was up, even though there were still a few things he hadn't taught. But it was the students' fault for wasting time, so they shouldn't complain. The rest they should imagine for themselves. Deculine announced the upcoming midterm exam, and that a public practical session would be held, emphasizing that today's content was extremely important, so they should study it thoroughly. He declared the class over, leaving the entire lecture hall with students still bewildered, unable to fully digest the mass of knowledge. The chalk in Deculine's hand fell, shattering into pieces as he turned and walked away without a word of farewell. The entire class began to murmur and complain about the half-hearted professor, feeling as if they were interrupted while relieving themselves. Julia stretched tiredly, grumbling about having to imagine the rest. In contrast to everyone else, Ephorine smiled contentedly, feeling she had just made a small breakthrough, though it was hard to put into words. Suddenly, a provocative voice rang out, calling Ephorine by name, identifying her as the representative of the commoners. Ephorine and Julia turned to look, seeing Deculine already far down the hallway, while the one who had just spoken was approaching. Julia immediately bristled, snapping at the blonde female student who had just arrived. "Beck, why are you picking a fight with us again?" Julia grumbled, bringing up the old incident with Professor Relin to mock Ephraim for her arrogant attitude. Another noble interjected, his voice full of sarcasm, directly insulting Ephraim as a commoner who didn't know her place, and questioning what tricks she had pulled to climb from last place to second. Ephraim smirked contemptuously, showing she wouldn't bother with such small fry, about to retort sharply. "Humph. Even if I were to say," but before she could finish, she froze, as the noble shouted, falsely accusing her of being a shameless person who had bribed the professor. Ephraim flew into a rage, leaping to her feet on the stairs, her eyes blazing as she growled. "What did you just say?" The noble puffed out his chest, casually delivering another critical blow. "Am I wrong? Everyone in this school knows Professor Deculine is tutoring you privately." Even Beck, the one who started the incident, was also stunned, and blurted out a denial of the blatant slander. "What? That's not true." The noble ignored her, crossing his arms and cornering. "Ephraim, then explain it. How could an ignorant, ungraded student like you improve so quickly?" He laughed obscenely, continuing his vile speculation that Professor Deculine must have gone easy on her, or secretly bestowed a magic stone upon the poor girl. Emitting a greenish magical aura, the noble delivered the finishing blow with the most vicious insult, aimed directly at Ephraim's orphaned background. Struck a nerve, Ephraim erupted with greenish mana, clenched her fists and growled defiantly. "Go on, finish your sentence if you dare." The arrogant noble didn't flinch, puffed out his chest and taunted. "Do you think those threats work on me?" Ephraim roared back. "Then try me if you're not scared." Witnessing the tense confrontation, Beck could only stand and watch, cold sweat pouring down as she knew trouble was brewing. Just as Ephraim was about to lunge forward, a hand firmly grabbed her shirt from behind. Julia hurriedly intervened, her voice full of worry. "Don't do it, Ephraim." Her friend continued to advise, reminding Ephraim of the consequences if she were dragged before the disciplinary committee again. For a moment, Deculine's image and his teaching, "A mage must always keep a cool head," flashed through Ephraim's mind. The advice worked. Ephraim let her hands drop, her anger gradually cooled, surprising Julia. Ephraim turned and grinned at her best friend, admitting she had been a bit too hot-headed, and thanking Julia, making her friend exclaim in surprise, "Effie!" As she walked away, Ephraim mumbled that talking to an idiot made her lose a few brain cells, leaving the arrogant noble fuming behind her. Ephraim invited Julia to eat, treating the arrogant noble shouting behind them as if he were thin air. Julia cheerfully ran ahead, completely unaware that Sylvia was observing from a distance. The genius Sylvia stood there, her sharp gaze following them, clearly calculating something. Outside the academy, it was a beautiful sunny day, but the atmosphere was about to change. Annoyed, Ephraim clicked her tongue and stomped her foot. As she walked, she grumbled bitterly, admitting that she only held back thanks to Julia, but swore that next time, she wouldn't let that noble bastard off the hook. Still fuming, Ephraim suddenly stopped short as a familiar figure blocked her path. She was startled to realize it was Sylvia, her sworn rival. Sylvia looked Ephraim straight in the eye, her voice cold. "We need to talk." The two potential mages stood facing each other, the atmosphere as tense as a taut string, signaling an imminent fiery confrontation. Still annoyed, Ephraim snapped at Sylvia that if she wanted to mock her, she had picked the wrong time, and to get lost. Sylvia didn't beat around the bush, hitting Ephraim with a direct question. "Are you getting private lessons from Deculine?" Making Ephraim's mind explode on the spot. Ephraim erupted like a volcano, shouting that what the hell did Sylvia know about the deep-seated animosity between her and Deculine to dare ask such a question. Sylvia still maintained her cold expression, crossing her arms and observing, secretly thinking that this girl didn't seem to be lying. Just when it seemed the matter was settled, Sylvia unexpectedly launched a psychological attack. "But do you know about this?" Sylvia revealed a shocking piece of information. After her father's death, Deculine had not set foot in his laboratory for 3 whole years. Ephraim smirked smugly, thinking it was obvious, because without her father, Deculine was nothing but trash. Sylvia immediately delivered a finishing blow that left Ephraim speechless. "Then you must also know that 3 months ago, Deculine started going to the laboratory every day." Sylvia continued to list. He had cleaned it thoroughly, hired an assistant professor, and spent a fortune buying a pile of magical items. Sylvia looked Ephraim straight in the eye, asking a critical question. "What do you think that means?" Leaving Ephraim stunned, sweat pouring down as a terrifying speculation formed in her mind. A crazy thought popped into Ephraim's head. Could he be planning to continue her father's research? but she immediately dismissed it, believing someone like Deculine wasn't capable enough. Ephraim clenched her fists. Contradiction and anger surged within her. Sylvia shrugged, her tone casual. Who knows? Hez a professor after all. Hez probably just experimenting with something. But Ephraim snapped, trying to sound indifferent. What does that have to do with me? Though her heart was in turmoil, Ephraim forced a nonchalant expression, as if Sylvia's words were just wind passing through her ears. Nothing, just letting you know in case you weren't aware, Sylvia said her final piece. Then turned and walked away, leaving Ephraim alone with her chaotic thoughts. Once alone, Ephraim's hardened expression crumbled, replaced by deep contemplation and profound doubt regarding the information she had just received. A few days later, at the next lecture, the Academy's magic tower stood majestically under the sunlight. The students, including Ephraim and Julia, had gathered in full, their whispers and chatter incessant. Julia wondered what kind of bizarre practical lesson Deculine intended to hold that had dragged everyone out here. Ephraim replied curtly, "No idea. Sounds like he's up to something again." An arrogant noble student deliberately brushed past, bumping hard into Julia, who let out a yelp, while he smirked. Julia was fuming at encountering that wretched noble again, but Ephraim managed to hold her friend back, clicking her tongue to let it go. Just then, Deculine appeared. With a single step, the entire noisy student body immediately fell silent. He declared bluntly that today was the final practical session before the midterm exam. Deculine raised his hand, signaling that the lesson was about to take a dramatic turn. Thump! The surrounding scenery changed in a flash. The entire class now stood in the middle of a colossal public arena. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Deculine coldly announced that this was a public demonstration. Ephraim and Julia gasped as they realized the stands were packed with people watching them. Deculine ordered the students that they would have to solo magic duels right here. The rules were laid out. Direct confrontation, using at least 3 pure elemental spells. Winning or losing didn't matter, as he would personally observe and point out each individual's strengths and weaknesses. To ensure everyone gave their all, Deculine announced that Professor Relin was here to handle safety, so they should fight fiercely without holding back. Deculine wasted no time, calling Eurozan directly to the stage and ordering him to choose an opponent. In the vast public arena, Eurozan and another commoner student stood face to face, ready to fight to the death. From above, Deculine smirked, his eyes signaling his readiness to enjoy the spectacle he himself had directed. As soon as the start command was given, mana erupted, and fire and wind clashed fiercely as the duels proceeded smoothly. One student was blown away by wind magic like a puppet, crashing face first onto the ground without mercy. Professor Relin stood nearby, sweating profusely from the pressure, while Deculine maintained his poker face, notebook in hand. Initially bewildered, the students quickly got into form. A pink-haired student flexed his arm, unleashing a scorching fireball. Boom! A terrifying fire explosion engulfed a corner of the arena, its destructive power no laughing matter. Sylvia stood tall, while her opponent lay defeated on the ground. Deculine coldly declared, "The winner, Sylvia." 2 scummy nobles in the stands burst into delighted laughter, mocking another commoner's defeat and suggesting they should have just become servants. Hearing the wretched noble's jeers, Ephraim glared fiercely, silently cursing, "Those bastards," and thinking that if it were Sylvia, they would have been thoroughly beaten. Seeing the defeated student slink away, Ephraim shouted encouragement, "Keep it up, you did great." Deculine, with a cold expression, called the next match. "Beck, choose your opponent." An arrogant noble named Beck stepped forward, arms crossed, and smirked. "I choose." He pointed directly at Ephraim, his voice full of provocation and challenge. Ephraim. Ephraim didn't flinch, her sharp gaze meeting the challenge. "Fine by me." The two stood facing each other in the vast arena, the atmosphere as taut as a bowstring before the decisive moment. Beck began his trash talk, sneeringly asking Ephraim, "Are you sure you're okay? There's no one secretly teaching you how to win here, is there?" Ephraim coldly cut off his verbal sparring. "That's enough. Did your parents teach you to babble nonsense all day?" She delivered a critical blow, mocking him directly. "By the way, your imitation of Deculine's demeanor looks pathetic," leaving Beck speechless and utterly shocked. Ephraim didn't bother to argue further. Green mana erupted around her, as she declared she would show her opponent that his magic was as trashy as he was. Insulted, Beck roared and charged straight at Ephraim like a wild beast, cursing her as a lowly worm. The noble unleashed a massive fireball, yelling that he would help Ephraim reunite with her grandparents. The explosion completely engulfed her in a sea of flames. Julia screamed Ephraim's name in horror as the magic explosion ravaged the arena floor. Believing he had won, Beck smirked smugly, muttering curses at Ephorine for being stupid. But before he could finish gloating, his fire magic was suddenly overwhelmed from within by a surge of green energy, leaving Beck stunned. It turned out Ephorine had erected a magic shield as solid as a fortress, easily neutralizing Beck's attack completely. Standing amidst the smoke, Ephorine coldly declared that there was a maxim she had always cherished since entering the Mage Tower. With that, she unleashed a colossal magical energy in the shape of a beast, growling, "All nobles deserve a beating," leaving Beck pale as a ghost. A massive energy punch sent Beck flying into the air like a ragdoll. Julia in the stands cheered excitedly. "You did great, Ephorine." Beck lay on the ground, eyes wide, groaning after taking the devastating blow. The noble slowly regained consciousness, still not understanding what the hell had just happened to him. Ephorine stood with her hands on her hips, looking down from above with a provocative, taunting expression. "How was it? How does it feel to be squashed by a worm?" Hearing the referee's loud declaration, "The winner, Ephorine." Beck clicked his tongue in frustration, bitterly muttering, "Just luck, you low-class commoner." Standing on the judging platform, Deculine complained that these small fries fights were boring and ended too quickly, leaving his guests with nothing to watch. Hearing this, Ephorine spun around, her sharp eyes directly asking Deculine, "Then, Professor, could you grant me another opportunity?" Ephorine explained that the test required 3 spells, but because her opponent was too weak, she only needed 1 move, and the match ended before she could complete the task. Deculine nodded, acknowledging her reasoning was sound, then coldly declared, "Very well. You may choose a second opponent from anyone present here." Without a second's hesitation, Ephorine immediately pointed directly at the judging platform, aiming straight for Deculine. With an arrogant smile and fiery eyes, Ephorine enunciated each word. "I choose Professor Deculine as my opponent." Professor Retlin and all the students were utterly shocked, shouting loudly, "This girl is crazy! What the hell are you saying?" Julia, Ephorine's best friend, could only remain silent, unable to believe her ears. Ignoring the chaotic uproar in the stands, Ephorine stood firm, thinking, "Just as expected, I'm not foolish enough not to have anticipated this." In the white-haired girl's mind, this was a golden opportunity to confront Deculine, an opportunity she had long craved and was willing to be considered insane to seize. In contrast to the chaos, Deculine merely gave a slight smirk, showing extreme interest. Retlin was still flustered and shouting, but Deculine cut him off coldly. "Calm down, Professor Retlin." With an overwhelming aura, Deculine raised his head and declared, "Good. I permit it." Deculine clearly explained to the entire arena, "I said you could choose anyone. There are no limits. Therefore, I will be your opponent." The professor continued to lay down a harsh condition. "A professor cannot fight fairly against a rookie. I will not attack first." Deculine finalized the victory condition. "You win if you can make me move from this spot." Ephorine broke into a sweat, but her eyes still blazed with fire as she nodded, accepting the challenge. On the vast arena, Ephorine faced Deculine directly, and the life-or-death match officially began. Her heart pounded, and green mana erupted around Ephorine as she channeled her power. Ephorine's eyes blazed with fire. She had longed for this battle for a very long time. Deculine stood tall, coldly uttering a single word. "Begin." Without a second's hesitation, Ephorine opened fire, unleashing a barrage of greenish magic bullets toward Deculine. She knew her skill was still lacking. There was no way she could do anything against an opponent of a completely different caliber. But Deculine merely stood with his arms crossed, an invisible shield effortlessly blocking every attack as if they were child's play. Even knowing this was a desperate battle, Ephorine still wanted to seize this opportunity, to measure for herself the unimaginable power gap between her and the professor. With a roar, Ephorine poured all her mana into a giant, blazing fire magic circle, preparing to unleash her ultimate attack. Deculine smirked, showing a hint of interest in the girl's efforts. Flames from Ephorine's magic circle erupted fiercely, engulfing the professor. It wasn't over yet. Ephorine pushed further, summoning the earth element as well, determined to fight to the bitter end. A colossal fireball, combining the power of 2 elements, shot straight towards its target. Professor Retlin's jaw dropped in horror, while Beck could only exclaim in astonishment at this insane power. Ephorine poured all her focus into the magic circle, her eyes gleaming with absolute determination. The blazing meteor was about to collide, carrying enough power to flatten the entire arena. But no, the orb shattered into pieces before Deculine, who didn't even bother to lift a finger, his face as cold as stone. Ephorine gasped for breath, exhausted after unleashing her full power without even scratching her opponent. Not giving up, she unleashed another rapid-fire volley of magic bullets, determined not to let the match end so easily. Deculine, His face as cold as stone stated bluntly, "You have a habit when using magic." He continued to nitpick, saying that the habit became more apparent with stronger magic, making Ephraim realize her magic was being interfered with again. Annoyed, Ephraim braced herself to unleash her next move, but then froze. She fumbled, her limbs feeling awkward as she tried to cast a spell. Sweat poured down, and Ephraim frantically realized her magic couldn't activate, suspecting he had tampered with her magic circuits. From afar, Deculine delivered a cold verdict. "In front of me, you can no longer use magic," leaving Ephraim completely stunned. However, she still refused to give up, her eyes flashing with stubbornness. Shouting that the magic battle wasn't over, Ephraim abandoned her spells and charged straight in for a hand-to-hand fight. She roared, more confident in her close-quarters combat ability, and swung a punch straight at Deculine's face. Thwack! The punch was easily blocked, Deculine's hand firmly grasping Ephraim's face, leaving her dumbfounded. Without another word, Deculine unceremoniously tossed Ephraim, sending her flying like a toy. Thud! Ephraim face-planted onto the arena ground, creating a cloud of dust right before the professor's indifferent gaze. Deculine merely clicked his tongue softly, showing annoyance at his student's immature performance. He silently analyzed. This girl has excellent magical senses, knows how to combine wind and fire, then uses earth to create a dust explosion. But her skill is still raw. Though the idea is good, it lacks the finesse to execute, resulting in her injuring herself. Deculine realized that what made this potential overwhelming power was Ephraim's vessel talent. Just by wearing the bracelet, she could use all elements. A power any mage would drool over, he thought to himself. If it were the original Deculine, he would surely be insanely jealous of such a talent, and consider it a waste if it wasn't developed properly. The outcome was clear. Ephraim knelt, completely helpless and unable to resist. Deculine looked down at the stunned girl, offering a concise yet weighty remark. "Not bad." Ephraim froze, her eyes wide open, completely unable to believe her ears after Deculine's rare compliment. Deculine turned and walked away, coldly declaring the practical session over and ordering the rookies to prepare for the midterm exam. The university students began to whisper, deeply shocked, as this was the first time Deculine had praised anyone. They also realized Ephraim was the real deal, not a small fry like in the boring match against Beck. Beck heard everything, his face darkening, so resentful he was speechless when everyone criticized his match as a joke. Ephraim's stunned expression quickly vanished, replaced by a smug smile as she realized she had just been acknowledged by the final boss. Ephraim's team, led by Julia, rushed forward, cheering for her like a hero, shouting that she was their pride. The scene shifts to a harbor, where Ganesha and her party were waiting, watching the approaching ship and saying, "Aha, they're here." An ash-haired adventurer leaped down from above, landing lightly before grinning and greeting his teammates. "Leo, Carlos, long time no see." Ganesha waved excitedly as a black-haired girl appeared. "Yuria, welcome. Did you miss me?" The girl named Yuria turned back with a mischievous smile, and a shocking plot twist was revealed. This was the body that Yu Ah-ra, Kim Woojin's ex-girlfriend, had possessed. Ganesha rushed forward and hugged Yuria tightly, nearly suffocating her, while Yuria shrieked that it was child abuse. Ganesha let go, and Yuria fell silent, sinking into the stream of memories about that fateful day. The flashback began. Yu Ah-ra, Yuria's true self, was engulfed by a blinding flash of light while in the modern world. The light swallowed her, erasing everything, and her old world completely vanished in silence. When she awoke, she found herself in Yuria's body, lying alone in a forest. Her old world, gone without a trace. She overheard the adventurers discussing Deculine's intentions to use her for some purpose and grumbling about contract termination fees. Yuria was stunned to realize that the people before her were Ganesha and her party, characters created by her own team, next to a recently disposed of corpse. The air, the sense, everything was real. She bitterly accepted the truth. She had transmigrated into the very game she created. She confirmed her new identity, accepting her fate to become Yuria, a character in the game world she had personally written. Returning to the present, Leo and Carlos, two members of Ganesha's party, were playfully chasing each other on the dock. Yuria watched Ganesha from afar, telling herself that she was the #1 adventurer in this world. To survive in this damned game world, Yuria decided the best course of action was to stick close to Ganesha. She made a firm resolution. I must survive and find a way back. Meanwhile, at the magnificent Eucline family mansion, an important item had just been delivered. Butler Roy solemnly opened a box, declaring, "It's finally here." Inside was a branded magic staff, Lokelok's Eucline staff, custom made for Deculine. capable of storing 500 mana and amplifying magic like a support circuit. Deculin only needed a glance for a series of impressive stats to appear. Premium ironwood material, a self-learning feature to optimize magic, and notably, the ability to automatically change color to match its owner's attire. Deculin picked up the staff, marveling as he realized it also possessed an item trait, a rare commodity. His demon-slaying Eucline bloodline clearly sensed the staff's value, acknowledging that while the initial price of 9 million elms seemed steep, its performance and beauty far surpassed that of a mere relic. Roy knocked on the door, announcing, "Young master, it's Roy. Dinner is ready." Deculin put away the staff, replying concisely, "All right, it'll be right down." Dinner at the Eucline mansion was lavishly prepared. A feast of delicacies. Deculin sat at the table, with a stone-cold expression, devoid of any emotion. Uriel Eucline wondered about the extravagant meal while the family's finances were tight, but then told herself it was to replenish energy to overcome difficulties. Uriel Eucline asked butler Roy about the antiques Deculin had instructed to sell, and was informed that they were hot items, extremely popular with buyers. At the auction, all of the Eucline family's items were bid on as soon as they appeared, creating such a frenzy that it caused a commotion. Roy and Uriel Eucline were overjoyed to the point of tears, reporting that they had enough money to cover the territory's expenses for the next few years without worry. Roy respectfully told Deculin that this meal was a token of gratitude from Lady Uriel. Deculin subtly curled his lips, a smile almost imperceptible, but enough to show his satisfaction. Uriel Eucline froze when she heard her brother utter a compliment for the first time in her life. "It's good." Deculin looked directly at his younger sister, casually saying, "So you know now," as if everything from beginning to end had been part of his calculations. The luxurious dinner concluded. Deculin, Uriel Eucline, and butler Roy stood in the opulent dining room, the atmosphere still a bit tense. Deculin, in his mind, still didn't forget to criticize his sister's knife-holding technique, making Uriel Eucline fume. Afterward, in Deculin's office at the academy, a place exuding an aura of power and prestige, on the desk were stacks of old documents, seemingly exam papers from previous semesters. A hand slammed down on the paper, a voice full of irritation. "What a mess." The rival professor sat in Deculin's chair, gritting his teeth and cursing the rude predecessor professor under his breath. He was preparing for the midterm exam, and was confident that he was pouring his heart into creating a high-quality set of questions. To get ideas, he pulled out the pile of old exam papers that Deculin had submitted for reference, and he was utterly shocked, realizing that all the exam questions were ridiculously difficult, completely beyond the level of the freshmen. In his mind, Deculin's arrogant image appeared, declaring his overwhelming power and challenging the students to despair before his questions. The rival professor clutched his head, grumbling that just looking at those exam questions was enough to see how rotten the old Deculin's character was. He believed that the original Deculin had delusions of grandeur, mistaking the difficulty of the exam for his own superiority, which led him to create a bunch of impossible questions. The professor vowed not to follow that path, declaring that he would create quality questions. He wanted to create questions that were both challenging and made students proud when they solved them, understanding that his every action influenced the growth of the young mages. His gaze swept to the last document box, hoping to salvage some ideas from the remaining papers. He casually picked up a paper from the new box to examine, still maintaining a condescending attitude. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized something was completely different. He was stunned, muttering that these questions were completely different from those old, trashy papers. He firmly asserted that someone else had prepared this set of questions, while a photo on the desk showed Deculin and young Ephraim fooling around in the background. Although the difficulty was still hardcore, he had to admit that these new questions were incredibly captivating and surprisingly stimulating. The rival professor began to test drive the new set of questions, using his comprehension ability to analyze each one. He intended to directly transmit the answers onto the magical exam paper to see what kind of result would appear. As soon as it was activated, a series of elemental magic currents of various colors erupted from the paper, engulfing him. The magical energy swirled, creating an overwhelming spectacle right there in the office. From within the light, a magical illusion with long, flowing white hair began to take shape. The illusion appeared completely before the professor, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. The rival professor muttered, realizing the overwhelming mechanism of the exam. Solve the question, transmit the correct answer, and a work of art would appear. He immediately understood. The colors were the elements, and the solution was the way to combine colors to create a masterpiece. He marveled, acknowledging that this was the ultimate question for the subject of pure elemental magic comprehension. The rival professor clutched his chest, feeling intense bitterness and envy. admitting that the beauty of this exam set was something his talent could never achieve in a lifetime. The rival professor was still reeling from shock, but another question popped into his head. A magical illusion of a magical illusion woman appeared from the exam, making the professor wonder, who is this woman? Scene change. A wooden sign with peculiar characters appeared, signaling an important location. On the table was an official document. The issue of the Bloodshroud tribe will be discussed at the next meeting, signed Elder Berkt Dezikdan. Adeline, president of the Magic Tower, skimmed the document and smirked. Interesting. So this is the outcome of the discussion about the Bloodshroud tribe. She showed amusement at the unexpected development, especially since it also involved Professor Deculane. Adeline's gaze sharpened. Clearly, this game had more than one player. She glanced at the old-timers in the council, silently calculating. And that applies to all of you here too. Adeline, president of the Imperial University's Magic Tower, a notorious mage with terrifying magical power, and the most promising candidate for the Archmage title. However, contrary to that power and strength, she possessed a rather easygoing and mischievous personality. Two female students were whispering about some hot drama. What? Deculine and Knight Julie had a serious fight? Adeline, despite her immense power, had a penchant for gossiping about everything, from Professor Rellin's failed diet to deep palace secrets. It turned out that this gossipy nature stemmed from her true identity, a half-elf, and this was also the source of Adeline's terrifying magical power. Although she always grumbled, Adeline was actually eagerly anticipating today's meeting, where all the old-timers would gather. At the monthly meeting of the Magic Tower professors, Adeline smirked upon hearing that Deculine had sided with heresy. How interesting. As expected, whenever there was drama, Deculine's name was always involved, and he always wore a superior expression. Do you think a Eucline like me needs to impress others? But this time was different. Adeline realized that everything was being discussed while the main character, Deculine, was not present. An old professor suddenly announced shocking news. At this Mage Council meeting, Lady Luina has appeared. Luina was Deculine's old rival, the one he had used dirty tricks to oust from the head professor position, forcing her to resign voluntarily. The old professors began to discuss Luina's return, believing that if a good position was guaranteed, she would surely come back. An old professor nodded in agreement, believing that if Luina returned, the Magic Tower would greatly benefit from her considerable achievements. Adeline, holding a teacup, smirked and fanned the flames. It's not that I'm disparaging the current head professor, but if Deculine truly sided with heresy then, the old professors immediately chimed in, one of them flatly declaring that he would consider it if Luina truly returned, ready to kick Deculine out. Adeline stood up to conclude the meeting, ordering those who hadn't submitted their exam questions to hurry up, causing the old professors to hastily comply. When she was alone, Adeline pondered that Deculine had been acting very unusually lately. She glanced at the stack of exam questions, muttering that this test was too sophisticated to have been prepared by Deculine alone, and decided to make things difficult for him. Adeline's eyes gleamed mischievously as she thought of the drama. Now, if his old rival, Luina, were to appear as well. Adeline was utterly thrilled, jumping up and down in her spacious office and shouting with joy. That would be so much fun. A few days later, at the university, the midterm exam for understanding pure elemental magic officially began. In the lecture hall, the students whispered because the rumors about Deculine's bizarre exam were true. One male student looked at the questions and could only sigh in despair. Oh well, I give up. Alan, Deculine's teaching assistant, stepped forward to reassure the bewildered students. Calm down, everyone. I know this exam isn't normal, but the questions are what they are. He flatly announced. The midterm exam for understanding elemental magic will last for 10 days, with the deadline being midnight on the last Sunday of the academic calendar. The rules were laid out. Each student would take the exam in a private room, allowed to take other exams, eat, and sleep, but strictly forbidden from taking the exam questions outside. Alan concluded with a statement that silenced the entire lecture hall. As I said, this is an open book exam. Ephorine tore at her hair, lamenting that a normal exam was already hellish enough. But this was a 10-day open book exam, exactly like that eccentric Deculine. Alan continued his psychological ploy, quoting Professor Deculine. Deculine made a cool declaration. Anyone who achieves a perfect score will receive a letter of recommendation personally written by me, in my capacity as head professor. The entire lecture hall erupted. All the students were in shock. A letter of recommendation from the head professor was a golden ticket in the wizarding world, an unimaginable boon. To climb the ranks in the wizarding world, from level 11 to level 1, the rank of Eternal Grand Wizard, was an extremely arduous journey. This wasn't a grind and level up system. One had to pass promotion exams so difficult they could bury anyone. They were no joke. The golden ticket was heavily advertised. With Deculine's letter of recommendation in hand, a monarch-class wizard was practically guaranteed a promotion. Hearing this, Ephirine immediately bristled, showing blatant disdain. A letter of recommendation from my sworn enemy? How annoying, to be associated with that old man. But just a second later, she paused, a dark thought flashing in her mind. Ephirine was lost in a powerful fantasy. One day in the future, Deculine would have to kneel at her feet, and she would step on his head and roar. If you hadn't written that letter of recommendation for me back then, you wouldn't be crawling at my feet like this now. You idiot! A sinister smile appeared on her face, and Ephirine concluded with determination. Just you wait, Deculine. I'll get a perfect score. Just you watch. Time flew by, and the exam had entered its 4th day. But life was not a dream. Ephirine tore at her hair, silently screaming because the exam was ridiculously difficult. As each hour passed, the difficulty of the questions skyrocketed exponentially. She toiled until she was haggard, with dark circles under her eyes like a panda. Even so, she had to admit one truth. Damn it. But these questions are truly brilliant. The process of solving the questions was agonizing, like torture, but the overwhelming feeling of breakthrough when finding the answer was exhilarating, making Ephirine wonder, did that Deculine really create this exam? Ephirine, despite her mind being stretched taut, couldn't stop solving the questions because the feeling of enlightenment when finding the answer was too satisfying. Clenching the exam paper, she gritted her teeth and resolved. Just you wait, Deculine. I will definitely get that letter of recommendation. But immediately after, she encountered a question so perplexing that her brain went on strike, with absolutely no clue how to proceed. Feeling her mind about to explode, Ephirine decided to stand up and get some fresh air to clear her head. Meanwhile, in a luxurious garden, the genius Sylvia Iliade was also sitting alone, focused on tackling the challenging exam. Sylvia sighed in relief, stretching after toiling for 30 hours just to solve a single question. She recalled Deculine's promise of a letter of recommendation for anyone who achieved a perfect score on this exam. Sylvia merely scoffed, deeming the promise meaningless, as anyone skilled enough to get a perfect score would automatically pass the promotion round, rendering a letter of recommendation unnecessary. But then her eyes sharpened, determined to achieve a perfect score not for the grade or the letter, but for herself. For Sylvia, each question in this exam was a work of art, a key to enlightenment, and if she solved them all, her skill would reach a new level. Sylvia Iliade closed her eyes, convinced that this exam was the key for her to break through and become a wizard of a higher caliber. Lost in thought, a figure unexpectedly approached, catching Sylvia Iliade's attention. It was Ephirine, looking haggard as if the exam had drained her, which surprised Sylvia Iliade. Sylvia Iliade secretly assessed her rival, curious to know how far this commoner girl had gotten. Ephirine didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point and asking, "How many questions have you solved?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Both were a little tense facing each other. Trying to appear nonchalant, Sylvia Iliade exhaled a wisp of smoke and replied, "I'm on question number 8. Ephirine was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "What? You've already solved question 8? I'm still struggling with it?" However, Ephirine immediately admitted her own progress. "That's fast. I'm still stuck on question number 7. Upon hearing this, it was Sylvia Iliade's turn to be stunned, her mind churning in disbelief. Is she lying? This commoner girl is actually keeping pace with me so closely. Caught off guard by Ephirine, Sylvia Iliade irritably turned away, telling herself to focus on the exam, not this commoner girl. Ephirine teased, "What's wrong? Did you stand up because you saw me?" But Sylvia Iliade vehemently denied it, saying she was just taking a break. While the Magic Tower students were still engrossed in their exams, a political storm had begun to brew. Deculine, unlike the small fry, had sensed a massive change approaching. He skimmed the report and smirked. Things were finally beginning. Emperor Krebium is in critical condition. The shocking news was confirmed. Emperor Krebium was dying, but Deculine maintained a calm expression as if everything was within his calculations. The old emperor, known for his gentle nature, lay on his sickbed, preparing to pass away. He was the one who always maintained the balance of power and did not suppress the Bloodshroud clan, but the real problem lay with his successor after his death. That successor was described as the most important, and also the most troublesome, character in this world. A variable Deculine had anticipated. The new queen, Sophien Yekatere August von Gebrein, appeared with a dark aura, signaling an era of chaos about to engulf the entire world. At the Magic Tower, dusk fell, signaling the impending end of a hellish exam. On the final day of the exam, Numerous exhausted students raised white flags, officially dropping out of Deculin's marathon test. However, the difference in skill levels was stark. The top students were as calm as mother ducks, while the small fry struggled miserably. Regardless of their scores, the students who survived the exam strutted around, boasting as if they had just received a Medal of Valor. But there was something strange. Instead of relaxing, they buried themselves in reviewing the material, a phenomenon that attracted the attention of the entire school. The exam's notoriety spread so far that even the professors of the Magic Tower became curious, gathering to examine this unique exam. And now, only 2 people remained in the race, struggling with the final question. Ephorine, working herself to madness, and Sylvia, frustrated to tears. Ephorine muttered, determined to solve this damned 8th question. The final obstacle. Looking at a mountain of empty coffee cups, she told herself she couldn't give up after consuming such a massive amount of caffeine. But as she focused on the question once more, Ephorine suddenly froze, as if she had just discovered something shocking. Deculine's entire room lit up with a surge of magical power, signaling something was amiss. Alan rushed in to report. "Professor, someone has solved the final question." Deculine's expression remained unchanged as he coldly uttered a sentence, as if he had known all along. "I knew it would be her." Click. The doorknob of the genius's room turned open. Deculine stepped in, and the entire room was bathed in a sea of sparkling magical light. He calmly closed the door, showing no surprise at this surreal sight. With an expression as expected, Deculine looked directly at the person opposite him. "I knew you would solve it. Congratulations." Sylvia Iliade stood at the heart of the magical storm, her golden hair blending with the ethereal light she had created. This was the answer to the exam. A living work of art, woven from the purest magical elements. This magic was both chillingly blue and radiating warmth, a contradictory yet perfectly harmonious combination. Deculine stared at the flowing sea of magic, silently acknowledging it as a true masterpiece. He told himself that even as the one who set the question, he himself could not create such beauty due to his own limitations. Memories of Kim Woojian surfaced, an untalented artist who still burned with passion for art, and that artistic soul had been embedded in this question. Thanks to this, both Deculine, who loved beauty, and Kim Woojin, who dreamed of art school, felt comforted by the sight before them. Deculine turned and walked away, uttering a brief remark to Sylvia Iliade, who stood stunned. "Well done." He added another sentence that completely froze her. "And thank you." Sylvia Iliade could only stand frozen, watching his back disappear behind the door, completely unsure how to react. She also thought to herself that she, too, wanted to thank him. Sylvia Iliade reached out, gently controlling the sparkling flow of magic, the art she herself had created. But then the specters of family expectations reappeared, echoing in her ears with urging words. "You must become an archmage." Amidst the brilliant golden magic, Sylvia Iliade's hand gently swept through, admiring her achievement, a true work of art. She told herself that there was no need to become an archmage, because magic itself was already beautiful enough. The scene shifted. The academy hallway was now deserted, not a soul in sight. In the messy room filled with coffee cups, Alan walked in to inform a dazed Ephorine. "Rookie Ephorine, time's up." Ephorine looked up with the smile of someone on the verge of collapse, reluctantly accepting the fact that she couldn't complete the exam. Alan handed back her paper, comforting her that she had done very well, as only 2 people dared to attempt that question until the very last minute. Ephorine immediately pressed. "What about Sylvia? Did she solve it completely?" Alan only replied with a knowing smile. Upon hearing the news, Ephorine buried her face in the desk, her soul seemingly flying away, muttering that Sylvia was truly a monster and she was incredibly jealous. But immediately after, the despondency vanished. Ephorine's eyes lit up again, gleaming with an unyielding determination. In her mind, she realized that thoughts of recommendation letters or revenge against Deculine had completely vanished without her noticing. In Ephorine's mind, everything was now clear. The only thing left was not hatred, but the pure thirst for knowledge of a mage. Her blue eyes blazed with the fire of determination. A new path had been laid out. Back in the room, Alan pointed out an obvious truth. The exam time was over, but the question was still here. Ephorine spun around, declaring firmly to Alan, "I will solve this question." She flashed a mischievous smile, her fighting spirit boiling. Alan merely smiled gently, fully supporting his friend's somewhat crazy decision. Under the magnificent academy sunset, Alan silently cheered. "You can do it, Ephorine. I'll support you." As night fell, Ephorine dragged her tired but purposeful steps across the silent campus. She exhaled, admitting her exhaustion after the marathon exam, and regretting not having the satisfaction of completing it. But then her eyes sharpened again. for she knew well that the only thing awaiting her after a tough exam was an even tougher challenge. Ephraim faced the only thing awaiting her, the door of her shabby dorm room, covered in graffiti. Just as she stepped in, a hand from the shadows suddenly grabbed her shoulder. Ephraim jumped, turning around when she heard someone call her name intimately. It turned out to be her close friends, Julia and her two blue-haired and green-haired friends, grinning as they welcomed her. Julia spread her arms, inviting, "The exam's over. It's an unwritten rule to let loose. Let's go eat something good." Ephraim was so surprised that tears welled up, and she could only utter Julia's name. Seeing her friend's blank expression, Julia teased, "Why the dumb look? Was the question that hard?" Her reddish brown-haired friend looked at Ephraim with eyes that were both teasing and concerned. Julia quickly declared that because of Ephraim, they were all late, so Ephraim had to treat them, making Ephraim shriek in protest. A few days later, Ephraim stood in her room, her hand controlling a brilliant orb of energy, the result of relentlessly tackling the exam question. Ephraim admired the fiery magic she had created, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "It's truly beautiful." While admiring her work, Julia's voice startled her from outside the door. "Ephraim, are you done yet, girl?" The two sat at a cafe, Julia eagerly discussing their upcoming trip after the exams were over, while Ephraim was still enjoying a few rare days of leisure. Ephraim took a sip of tea, smugly thinking about the exam. "It's a good thing I didn't give up. That was truly the best magical experience ever." Julia suddenly asked seriously, "Ephraim, have you heard the news?" Julia dropped a bombshell. "It's about Professor Deculine. His exam question has thrown everything into chaos." While slurping her drink, Julia revealed shocking information. "I don't know the details, but it seems Professor Deculine has been summoned." Julia concluded with a chilling statement, her eyes full of hidden meaning, "To the floating island." Ephraim froze upon hearing this, cold sweat breaking out, so shocked she could only unconsciously repeat the name. The floating island appeared in the sky, a magnificent fortress hovering 7,500 meters above the ground, known as the Community of Mages and the pinnacle of magical engineering. The floating island, the holy land of mages, containing all the knowledge and magic of the world, an area completely independent of mundane laws. Two high-ranking mages were discussing Deculine's exam question animatedly, with one old man remarking that it was a completely new approach to magic, making him a hot topic on the island. Because of that challenging exam question, Deculine received an official invitation to the floating island to give a special lecture on its solution. Deculine grandly entered the lecture hall, exuding a supreme demeanor, documents in hand, preparing for his upcoming performance. He thought to himself that this exam question was hotter than he'd imagined, and even better, the system had given him an event quest, Lecture on the Floating Island, which granted a direct plus 30 mana. Furthermore, the remuneration for this lecture was a colossal sum, about 1 billion won, making Deculine realize this was not a bad path for development. Deculine placed his hand on the paper containing the solution, a simple yet authoritative gesture, signaling the imminent start of the lecture. Amidst a lecture hall packed with influential mages, Deculine confidently greeted them. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." He grandly introduced himself. "I am Deculine, a monarch rank mage, and a senior lecturer in charge of elements at the Royal Mage Tower University." Deculine held up the paper, concluding, "Our topic today is the university's midterm exam question, and this will be a 2-hour lecture." Deculine began his lecture, announcing that he would explain pure elements before delving into the main topic, while Adeline quietly observed. Adeline whispered to the person next to her, certain that the challenging question was plagiarized, as Deculine's skill level couldn't possibly have conceived it. Luina von Schlott McQueen, a green-haired mage with a stoic face, watched with a scrutinizing expression, arms crossed. Despite the suspicion, Deculine's lecture flowed smoothly, captivating the entire hall packed with influential mages. To illustrate, Deculine demonstrated his mastery by effortlessly manipulating multiple magical elements simultaneously, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The veteran mages below could only nod in satisfaction, completely engrossed by the systematic and intuitive explanation they had never witnessed before. After the introduction, Deculine finally moved to the main topic, directing everyone's attention to question number 6. Just then, a voice rang out, interrupting the lecture and causing Deculine to pause. Adeline, unable to sit still any longer, sprang to her feet and raised her hand, demanding to directly question the professor. With a challenging smile and an explosion of magical power, Adeline began to pose a counter-argument based on Deculine's recently taught theory. Adeline drew a dazzling golden magic circle, preparing to ask a difficult question to challenge Deculine. She challenged, "How can this magic be combined with magic number 6, to achieve maximum destructive power. Deculine smirked, thinking, "The Mage Tower president is here too? I see why she's present." Adeline smugly thought that the president, herself, enjoyed playing around, and given the reputation of the old Deculine, it was clear this question was problematic. Deculine decided to indulge her, raising his magic pointer staff. "If it's about that." With a whoosh, Deculine immediately drew a complex magic circle in the air, stunning Adeline. Adeline froze upon hearing the unexpectedly simple answer. "Just add a linear central circuit." She stammered her thanks in astonishment. After that, Adeline fired off a barrage of questions, but Deculine calmly answered each one perfectly, demonstrating absolute comprehension. Annoyed by Adeline's back-and-forth questioning, the other mages glared daggers at her, forcing her to shut up in frustration. Deculine glanced at his watch, announcing that only 10 minutes remained and he would not explain the final question to make up for lost time. In the middle of the lecture hall, a hand shot up, breaking the silence. "May I ask one last question?" The green-haired mage looked directly at Deculine, asking in a low, firm voice, "Do you believe your answer to question number 8 is correct?" Luina, Deculine's old rival, stood tall, her gaze sharp and challenging. Deculine coldly called her name, Luina, then demanded she clarify her intentions. Luina spoke loudly, directly questioning whether Deculine had come up with question number 8 himself, implying he was a plagiarist. The entire hall of renowned mages began to murmur, unable to believe their ears. Some had already started to suspect Deculine had indeed borrowed the idea. Deculine maintained his superior demeanor, calmly admitting that drawing inspiration from others was common in academia. But then he emphasized a crucial word, "however," and the atmosphere immediately shifted. Boom! A surge of pure and overwhelming golden magical power erupted from Deculine, engulfing the entire lecture hall to everyone's astonishment. Standing amidst the sea of magic he himself had created, Deculine arrogantly declared, "All of this belongs to me," quashing all doubts with absolute power. Deculine calmly declared that because he had just created this magic on the spot, it was different from the one in the exam, leaving the renowned mages gaping in astonishment. "Wow, it's beautiful." He glanced towards Luina, the one who had just loudly questioned him, along with Adeline Cizelian and the others who were sitting silently. Deculine coldly asked her directly, "Does that sufficiently answer your question, Professor Luina?" Luina broke out in a cold sweat, speechless and unable to utter a word, completely overwhelmed by this display of mastery. Giving no one a chance to say another word, Deculine decisively declared, "The lecture is over." A system notification appeared, announcing event quest completed, mana plus 30, as Deculine turned and walked away with an air of authority. As he left, he muttered to himself that, according to the storyline, Deculine and Luina had always disliked each other, and trouble was surely on its way. Standing by the window, Deculine sighed in exasperation. "Seriously, I'm surrounded by anti-fans." Suddenly, he noticed Ephraim slumped on the corridor floor, looking exhausted. Deculine narrowed his eyes at the girl, thinking, "Huh? Who's this? She looks familiar." A woman named Charlotte looked at Deculine with a look of utter disgust. Deculine caught her gaze, thinking, "What's this? Why does this girl look so disgusted?" Without bothering to care, he simply walked straight towards Charlotte in the magnificent hall. Scanning his memories, Deculine immediately realized, "Ah, I remember now. This girl was my university classmate." He proactively extended his hand in a noble greeting. "Long time no see, Charlotte." Charlotte flinched, replying sarcastically, "Good heavens, Deculine. I don't think we're close enough to use first names." Completely ignoring her insolent attitude, Deculine cut straight to the chase. "Is Princess Maho still well?" This made Charlotte freeze on the spot. In his mind, his relationship with Charlotte was worthless. The only important thing was Princess Maho, whom she was protecting. Deculine knew the scenario well. Emperor Krabayam was on his deathbed, and that was the game's major turning point, where numerous prominent figures would face life-or-death situations. The target he needed to save was Maho, a crucial character he had designed himself, who would have an enormous impact on the main quest in later stages. Deculine calculated in his head. Princess Maho carries the bloodline of both kingdoms. Her fate is always intertwined with war and bloodshed. Currently, Maho was using the excuse of studying abroad to stay in the Empire, but once the Emperor died, she would immediately become hunted prey. Charlotte growled, her face flushed with anger. "Deculine, you're still as good as ever at forcing venomous words out of people, aren't you?" Completely ignoring her, Deculine held out a glowing white crystal orb, leaving Charlotte confused and clueless. He smirked with absolute confidence. "Don't panic. It'll be a lifeline for the ally who chose the path of death." Deculine's overbearing declaration left Charlotte speechless. only able to break out in a cold sweat in silence. After a while, Charlotte slumped onto the floor, still holding the crystal orb, her mind reeling from the current situation. She realized this was a communication orb, and Deculine had given his condition. When you've made your decision, contact me. I'll help. Her pride flaring, Charlotte shot upright and yelled, "You want me to beg a scoundrel like you? Never," Deculine coldly retorted, his words like a hammer blow. "There's no time left, and I'm sure you know that well." Deculine glanced dismissively, uttering coldly, "But if you still don't like it, then so be it. Do as you please." With that, he turned and left, leaving Charlotte alone in the grand hall. Charlotte let out a frustrated sigh, her face contorted with helplessness and anger at the noble's attitude. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, concerned by Charlotte's distressed expression. "Char, you don't look well at all." It turned out to be Princess Maho, whom Charlotte was risking her life to protect, smiling innocently. Maho entered the room, reassuring Charlotte. "It's all right. I know what's happening. Don't put so much pressure on yourself." Maho revealed that her brother's henchmen were coming to eliminate her, and she didn't care about that damned throne. Though she tried to act strong, Maho couldn't hide her fear and admitted, "I'm really scared." She explained that she had fled to the Empire under the guise of studying abroad because it was safe, but now everything was different. Maho concluded that the successor emperor would surely not leave her alone, forcing them to leave quickly, which only made Charlotte sigh in exasperation. Maho looked directly at her bodyguard, her innocent eyes filled with understanding. The princess made a grand gesture, pushing a suitcase full of savings towards Charlotte, making the female bodyguard freeze. "Princess, what are you doing?" Seeing Charlotte frantically refuse, Maho gently explained that she knew her bodyguard lacked money to hire mercenaries for their upcoming journey. Maho concluded with a dignified statement, asserting that Charlotte didn't have to carry the team alone. She declared that this money was for everyone, so it wasn't a waste at all. Charlotte was completely convinced, rendered speechless by the maturity of the princess she was protecting. Finally, Charlotte accepted and promised to use the money to hire more soldiers. While outside, a hooded intruder had snuck into the courtyard. Just as she boldly declared that the team would face the dangers together, Charlotte suddenly froze, spotting a shadowy figure lurking outside the window. Charlotte yelled, questioning the stranger, making the hidden hooded figure flinch, startled at being discovered. Without a word of explanation, the intruder immediately turned and fled, leaving Charlotte standing frozen, watching from above. After the intrusion, Charlotte realized the situation had become far more dangerous. She knew full well that without strong enough backing, the entire team would be wiped out. Meanwhile, at the Eucline mansion, Deculine calmly sat reading a book, like a king. He was completely immersed in knowledge, exuding the aura of one who stood above all others. Uriel Eucline suddenly appeared, teasing her older brother. "You actually read books? I don't recall you having such a refined hobby." Seeing Deculine ignore her, she, annoyed, called out directly, "Brother." Uriel began her spiel. "I heard you went to lecture on the floating island, and were handsomely compensated, weren't you?" Deculine, without taking his eyes off the book, bluntly stated, "No, Uriel," making his younger sister startle and vehemently deny it. Caught off guard, Uriel quickly changed the subject to official documents, saying that the new recruits from the Mage Tower wanted to visit their territory, but Deculine replied with a curt word, "No." Suddenly, a memory from his previous life flooded back. The sight of a colleague vomiting rainbows at a wild drinking party left Deculine speechless. Flatly refused, Uriel Eucline frowned and argued back. "Cleaning up after those trips is impossible. I won't allow it." "What the hell are you talking about?" She continued to nag, telling Deculine to stop being difficult and look at the documents because this was an opportunity for their Mage Tower to show off its power. But a hand stopped her right in front. Deculine harshly waved his hand, without even glancing up. "Get out, Uriel," his sister pleaded. "Just take a quick look." Deculine's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, and he growled with absolute authority. Now, faced with her brother's overwhelming aura, Uriel Eucline choked up, and could only stammer her agreement in fear. Dismissed outright, Uriel slinked away, resentful, while Deculine remained seated, his composure unwavering. After his sister left, Deculine fell silent, his face thoughtful. Suddenly, a communication crystal ball glowed brightly in Deculine's palm. The other end connected, and the image of a black-spectacled Mage Tower messenger appeared. Deculine coldly ordered, "Speak, colleague." Elsewhere, Charlotte sat on a bed, holding a similar crystal ball, her face tense. "I think we have to leave immediately. There's no more time." Through the crystal ball, an urgent voice pleaded for help from Deculine. Deculine accepted, but with an overbearing condition. "You will have to obey my every word, understood?" He pointed at the map, declaring that Princess Maho had only one path to survival, an extremely dangerous route that was also the safest. He coldly uttered the name of that death trap. Crevice Canyon. Hearing that name, Charlotte turned pale, unable to believe her ears. Charlotte yelled through the crystal ball. What? That place is overflowing with demonic energy. She bitterly realized she should have known Deculine's ruthlessness beforehand. Deculine harshly retorted, "Do you think taking the usual path will let you avoid death's door?" This left Charlotte speechless. Deculine concluded with an undeniable tone. "Trust me, Charlotte. We will cross Crevice Canyon." Crevice Canyon appeared, a land of death bordering a demon's lair, overflowing with demonic energy and belonging to no nation. Deculine firmly asserted that it was Princess Maho's only path to survival. Once they crossed Crevice Canyon, they would reach the Yuren Duchy. Through the crystal ball, Charlotte admitted she had also considered the fastest route, but never in a million years expected to go with a Eucline. Deculine firmly declared he would personally lead the way through the canyon, making Charlotte unable to believe her ears. "You, personally?" Charlotte was speechless, her eyes filled with doubt, clearly not trusting this infamous noble. She bluntly questioned, "What do you Euclines gain by going so far?" But the only reply was silence from Deculine. Deculine sat on his chair, bluntly stating, "Charlotte, politically, intellectually, or in terms of judgment, you don't stand a chance against me." This made Charlotte furious, yelling to ask if he was looking for a fight. He coldly clasped his hands, declaring this a fair exchange, not charity. "I merely want your princess to survive, to bring benefits to my family and territory." After being put in her place, Charlotte had no choice but to relent and ask for the meeting location. Deculine concluded with a tone that brooked no refusal. "In 3 days, at the entrance to Crevice Canyon. If you can't even manage that, you don't deserve to live." Charlotte gritted her teeth and agreed, not forgetting to retort that she hoped his skill was as big as his mouth. And immediately, a system quest window appeared. 3 days later, a crowd of passengers had gathered at Hidecane, all marveling at the magnificent scenery, like a completely different nation. Hidecane, the central city of the Eucline territory, appeared as a tourist paradise, a place where Deculine had always refused to hold training sessions. Yariel Eucline questioned Deculine why he had changed his mind, reminding him of the dirty excuse he had once given to refuse. Deculine calculated silently. He chose Hidecane because it was only about 3 to 4 hours by horseback from Crevice Canyon, the meeting point with the princess, perfectly suited for him to slip away naturally. He turned and asked Alan, his assistant, "Where are the new recruits?" Alan reported that he had booked an entire floor at the Hidecane Romance Hotel, 4 people per room, and anyone who wanted a private room would have to pay out of their own pocket, which made Deculine nod in satisfaction. Deculine stood on the stage before all the students, beginning his speech as a professor of the Magic Tower and the lord of this land. He declared bluntly, "Training must be free. I will not interfere with how you all enjoy yourselves." However, Deculine's eyes flashed a warning, and he growled, intimidating them all. "If any of you defile this hotel or territory, then be assured that you will never smile again for the rest of your student life at the Magic Tower." Ephraim and Julia stood in the crowd, their faces pale, speechless at their professor's domineering display of power. Deculine thought to himself that he had spent time laying the groundwork, turning Hidecane into a stronghold for his future plans. Deculine's eyes swept over the mages of the Hidecane Magic Tower, confident that these were the most elite individuals in the area. And with his insight, combined with great capital, he easily identified those worth investing in. Without a word of explanation, Deculine pointed directly at a brown-haired female mage and a blue-haired girl. "Give these 2 a raise." Then, he turned to a red-haired, glasses-wearing mage. "As for this one, get out." This left all 3 of them frozen, utterly shocked. Night fell, and the students gathered around a campfire, beginning their field training with a firework magic practical. Amidst the crowd, Sylvia Iliade gently made her move. A pillar of pure white magic shot skyward, preparing for a spectacular display. Boom! Sylvia's magic exploded into a flawless firework display, illuminating the entire night sky. The panel of judges nodded in approval, not hesitating to award a perfect score of 10 for Sylvia Iliade's masterful performance. Meanwhile, in a corner, Ephraim was speechless, complaining to Julia about the ridiculous impromptu firework practical right in the middle of their field trip. Looking at the dud firework in her hand, Ephraim could only force a helpless smile. She truly was the professor's least favorite. It was Ephraim's group's turn, including her, Julia, and a blue-haired student. Ephraim had just begun to present her idea of combining destruction and harmony magic when a cold voice cut her off. "Stop!" Ephraim froze, breaking out in a cold sweat, not understanding what was happening. A professor on the judging panel looked fed up and curtly declared, "Less talk, just fire it." The group lit the fuse, and the firework sputtered weakly, signaling a disastrous performance. Boom! The firework exploded into a chaotic mess of colors. It seemed noisy, but artistically, it was a disaster. Some students below, however, seemed amused, exclaiming that Ephorine's group's firework display wasn't half bad. But life is not a dream. A professor grimaced and covered his ears, giving them a straight 6 points for being excessively noisy. Following suit, a cold female judge, without a trace of emotion, slammed the group with 4 points, officially crushing all hope. Julia was visibly furious about the dismal score, but Ephorine remained resolute, reassuring her friend that everything was fine. Just as the group was feeling disheartened, a voice rang out, declaring bluntly, 10 points. Deculin explained that the performance had found a perfect balance between destruction and harmony magic, shocking the 2 remaining judges so much that they sprang to their feet. Ephorine froze, her eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to believe her ears. What? 10 points? Night fell, and the moon rose overhead, signaling the end of a stressful day of examinations. On a secluded trail, Deculin was preparing his gear beside his horse, ready for a secret journey. He thought to himself that the plan was solid, and he could now depart, while also feeling a fleeting worry for Charlotte's safety. Suddenly, Ephorine appeared from behind, her voice full of accusation. "Is it because your conscience is bothering you?" Deculin flinched slightly, but immediately regained his cold demeanor, snapping at Ephorine about what she was doing here, alone at this hour, then bluntly sent her away. Despite being dismissed, Ephorine still grumbled, questioning Deculin. "Please answer me. From the punishment, the club incident, to even today, you're treating me like this because of my father, aren't you?" Deculin merely glanced at her in silence, his gaze as cold as ice, not bothering to reply. He curtly declared, "Go find out for yourself," then turned his horse, clearly showing he wanted no further entanglement. Deculin added a remark that felt like rubbing salt in a wound. "You're not a child who needs to be spoon-fed," which made Ephorine grit her teeth in anger. With that, Deculin rode straight off, leaving Ephorine standing frozen in the dark. Just as he had gone a short distance, Ephorine shouted loudly from behind, making a shocking declaration. "Professor, I will join your tutoring program." Fury flared in her eyes as she yelled with determination. "I will find out the truth myself. Why did my father commit suicide? Who pushed him to such an extreme?" Ephorine concluded her fierce declaration of war, aiming directly at Deculin's retreating back. "I will definitely surpass you, Professor. Become greater than you." Deculin was out of sight, leaving only Ephorine standing alone on the trail, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ephorine stood alone in the forest, her gaze unwavering after her intense confrontation with Deculin. Deculin rode straight ahead, not bothering to look back even once. On his way, Deculin thought to himself, "Ephorine wants to be my disciple? How strange. My villain's fate didn't activate at all." He began to feel uneasy, as he himself wasn't sure what the original Deculin had done to Ephorine's father. And he wondered, if it's an unforgivable sin, what then? At the edge of the forest, Deculin ordered his horse to return on its own, as the area ahead was steeped in mana miasma, arranging for it to pick him up at noon. Advancing alone into the forbidden land, Deculin muttered, "Has Charlotte arrived yet? I'll have to use the crystal ball to contact her." Suddenly, a voice rang out, calling his name directly. "Deculin." Charlotte was already waiting, speaking coldly. "You've had a tough journey, making it all the way here." Charlotte appeared with Princess Maho and an escort. The entire group looked disheveled, clearly having just fought their way out. Deculin finally met Charlotte's group, all 3 looking battered as if they had just carved a bloody path out of hell. Seeing Deculin approach, Charlotte immediately bristled, raising a hand to block him from getting close to Princess Maho. Deculin didn't bother to acknowledge her, merely bowing politely and introducing himself with an air of authority. "I am Deculin von Grahan-Uklein, head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University." Princess Maho, despite her young age, remained calm and accepted his offer of escort with a brief thank you. Deculin glanced at their blood-soaked appearance, making a sarcastic remark befitting a noble. "It seems the journey wasn't very smooth, was it? You all look quite pathetic." Charlotte silently tossed Deculin a notebook, curtly stating that it contained notes received from the adventurers. Deculin coldly opened the notebook to examine the information within. After reading, he threw the notebook away with an expression of utter contempt. Disgusting. A bunch of nobodies who don't know their place. Under Maho's worried gaze, Deculin reassured her with an absolutely dominant demeanor. "Of course, "I'm fine, just stay right behind me." With that, Deculine turned and led the way, his aura radiating as if all dangers ahead were mere child's play. Under the bright moonlight, Deculine led the group through the forest, his dominant aura unmistakable. Maho turned to ask Charlotte, curious about the contents of the paper Deculine had just read. The young girl looked worried, recalling Deculine's displeased expression after he finished reading. Charlotte was silent for a moment, her eyes hardening. Clearly, the information was not simple. Charlotte finally revealed the shocking information. The enemy didn't just have 37 assassins, but also a Dianunt. She explained that a Dianunt was a hybrid of ghost and demon, a difficult opponent as it resisted both physical and magical damage. Maho paled, while Charlotte firmly asserted that the monster was even more troublesome than all the assassins combined. But that wasn't all. Charlotte revealed the worst part. The Dianunt was the product of a pact. She explained in detail. A Dianunt could only be summoned by demon summoning magic, using human corpses and demon horns as sacrifices. Charlotte concluded that to hunt them down, the enemy had not hesitated to use the magic of the Ashes cult, a vile act by those who coveted the throne. Maho looked bewildered when Charlotte said there was still a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. That glimmer of hope was Deculine, who carried the Eucline bloodline, the bane of demons, capable of transforming demonic energy into pure mana to boost his own power. Deculine advanced alone into the gloomy forest, his dominant aura unwavering before the deadly scenery. He confirmed this was Krivas Gorge, true to its reputation as a demon's den. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Maho were trembling from the dense demonic energy, so thick that even normal breathing caused pain. But for Deculine, this was an advantageous playground. The system announced that his mana quality had been directly boosted to rank 4. Mana quality was the measure that divided the ranks among mages, an absolute difference in power. The ranking system was explained. Ranks 9 to 10 were commoners. Rank 7 was the starting point for mages and knights, and rank 5 was already rare. Most renowned figures on the continent, such as Zeit von Freyden, Josephine, or Ganesha, were at rank 3 to 4, while rank 1 was the domain of the gods. At rank 2, the pinnacle of mortals, only 4 legends existed, including President Adlan Cizelian. Deculine smirked, confidently asserting that with his current rank 4 mana quality, dealing with a Dianunt was child's play. The group was trudging through the deadly gorge. Charlotte impatiently urged Deculine. "Deculine, can't we go any faster?" Deculine glanced back, his tone condescending. "Impatience is clouding your judgment, Charlotte? Calm down. We are moving at the most optimal speed." Charlotte fell silent, realizing that moving too quickly in this den of demonic energy was akin to suicide, with an extremely high risk of being poisoned. Suddenly, Charlotte spun around, as if sensing someone approaching from behind. Maho gently placed a hand on Charlotte's shoulder, her voice full of concern. "Charlotte, everything will be fine, don't worry." Moved by the princess's unexpected gesture, Charlotte could only utter her name in surprise. In her heart, Charlotte thought that Maho was an incredibly kind and warm person. Maho also thought to herself that even though Charlotte was the one more afraid, she still tried to appear strong to take care of her subordinates. Charlotte stood shielding Maho, her eyes resolute, vowing not to let anything harm the princess, even if it cost her life. Maho shrieked, her voice trembling as she pointed forward, while Charlotte immediately took a defensive stance, blood already staining her clothes. A gigantic swarm of demonic bats, pitch black and radiating dark purple demonic energy, suddenly descended, terrifying Maho. Charlotte didn't flinch, her eyes sharp, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword, muttering, "So it begins." While the group was still on edge, Deculine stepped forward with a cold expression, declaring curtly, "I'll handle it." Deculine began to channel mana, and countless sharp, magic steel blades, shimmering with blue light, formed around him. His eyes flashed with magical blue light, signaling that a high-level attack was about to be unleashed. With a single swing of his hand, Deculine launched all the magic steel blades towards the swarm of bats at terrifying speed. The steel storm formed a torrent of brilliant blue energy, ready to crush everything in its path. The demonic bats couldn't react in time, torn to shreds by the steel storm in the blink of an eye, completely annihilated. In an instant, the path ahead was clear of enemies, the group standing in an eerily silent space. Having dealt with the small fry, Deculine coldly declared, "Let's continue." The guards froze, mouths agape in admiration as Deculine wiped out the entire bat swarm with a single move. A gloomy surge of purple demonic energy suddenly enveloped the entire mountain range, signaling the appearance of something more formidable. Deculine narrowed his eyes, radiating killing intent. He had sensed the true enemy approaching. An ape monster let out a piercing shriek as a magic circle tightened around its head. The guard struggled to deal with the smaller monsters, lamenting that the minions were still arriving in droves. He had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they hadn't encountered the final boss yet, when he saw Deculine look up with an expression that said, "You think it's that simple?" Deculine scoffed contemptuously. Some people never learn what dignity is." His voice echoed through the valley, directly warning the hidden enemy. "I'm telling you now, come any closer, and I'll tear you to shreds on the spot." Charlotte and Maho looked at each other, completely bewildered by what was happening. Deculine merely remained silent, his eyes cold as if watching a bunch of clowns about to perform. A decisive footstep landed, and the enemy finally revealed themselves. The hooded intruder appeared, sneering smugly, "Heh, quite sharp-eyed. For a man about to die." He narrowed his eyes, full of killing intent, continuing his confident prelude. "If that's the case, then you already know what's about to happen to you," he growled, as an entire army of hooded assassins emerged from the shadows, ready for the ambush. Deculine turned, giving a brief order to Charlotte. "Charlotte, take the princess to the Urin Duchy first," his eyes still fixed on the small fry. Seeing Charlotte still hesitate, Deculine sneered. "Are you going to pretend to worry about me? It's useless, you know." This made her visibly annoyed. Deculine snapped his fingers, signaling to Charlotte, "Look over there." Charlotte's gaze followed. A magic staff was hovering, aimed directly at another group of assassins hiding on the cliff. Boom! The staff unleashed a destructive energy blast, sweeping away the assassins in a desperate scream. Deculine's magic swept through, and the hooded assassins were wiped out in an instant, their bodies torn to shreds. Deculine turned to Charlotte, his tone casual. "Feeling confident now? Your job is to get out of here quickly." Charlotte was completely speechless, her eyes still wide with shock at his overwhelming display of power. Maho suddenly pointed ahead in a panic, her voice trembling as she called out, "Charlotte! Look over there!" Charlotte spun around, frozen in shock as she saw a colossal cliff slowly rising from the ground. Both girls could only stare in horror as the cliff transformed into something even more terrifying. From the cliff, a colossal shadow monster with glowing purple eyes and a gruesome smile materialized, standing tall like a god of death. Maho turned pale with fear, while Charlotte gritted her teeth and cursed as she recognized the boss. "Damn it, it's Dianant." Deculine remained unfazed, ordering, "Nothing has changed. Take the princess away immediately." Charlotte cried out in protest. "But you can't handle it alone." The purple-haired protector also eagerly wanted to rush forward to help, but Deculine coldly declared, "I'll kill it myself." Charlotte was speechless, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she was forced to obey the arrogant mage's command. Deculine coldly laid out his condition. "Now is not the time to hesitate. Save the princess, and the Eucline family will need you to repay the favor later." He threw them a few pieces of steelwood for protection, then waved his hand, ordering, "Go." Though unwilling, Charlotte gritted her teeth and accepted, knowing that staying would only be a burden. Charlotte grabbed Maho, fleeing at maximum speed, and shouted back a promise, "See you in Urin." Dianant let out a gruesome laugh, sending its shadow minions to pursue them. "Catch them, don't let them escape." Deculine stood tall, facing the boss, a sneer of contempt on his lips. Worry about yourself first." The boss roared, confidently boasting of its immortality. "Arrogant mage, steelwood cannot kill me, and magic is useless. In this canyon, your mana will be devoured by demonic energy." With that, Dianant plunged the entire area into darkness, rushing straight towards Deculine like a tsunami of demonic energy. Deculine maintained his calm demeanor, his mind racing. He's right to be confident. Dianant cannot be killed by conventional methods because they are almost like souls. Deculine sneered, his hand flaring with azure magic, thinking to himself that the boss had miscalculated. "You're not the only one getting buffed here. My mana isn't just increasing in quality." It turned out he had calculated this beforehand. This area not only boosted power, but also mana recovery speed. More than enough to activate tons of level 5 Midas Touch enchantments he had already imbued into the steelwood. In the middle of the canyon, the colossal shadow Dianant faced Deculine and the Protector, the air thick with tension. "Now!" Deculine snapped his fingers, and the piece of steelwood hovering in the air suddenly glowed brightly, responding to its master's call. Whoosh! A colossal crystal spear shot out from nowhere, piercing straight into the shadow boss in its astonishment. Dianant roared as the crystal energy pierced through it, but still managed to say, "This isn't enough." Deculine merely cast a cold glance, clearly indicating this was just the appetizer. Boom, boom, boom. The entire ground shook violently as numerous sharp crystal pillars emerged, transforming the whole area into a cage of death. Dianant's eyes flashed with panic. It realized it had fallen into an elaborately set trap. Deculine stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the boss being torn apart by his magic, while the protector beside him could only gape. The protector cried out in alarm, "Professor!" But Deculine coldly brushed him off, telling him not to make a fuss. Deculine's gaze was sharp as a knife, and he declared chillingly, "Just stab it until it dies." With that, Deculine raised his magic staff, summoning a barrage of crystal spears to hover in the air, azure magic violently erupting. He clenched his fist, controlling the crystal spears with an emotionless expression, preparing for the final cleanup. The crystal spears rained down, piercing straight into the shadow boss Dianant, tearing its body into pieces. Dianant was impaled by countless crystal energy beams from all sides, its shadow body beginning to disintegrate under the overwhelming assault. Deculine merely glanced at his achievement with indifference, while the protector behind him could only gape in astonishment. A final, colossal crystal pillar pierced through Dianant's core, completely freezing and purifying the boss' existence. Suddenly, a pitch-black blade pierced through a body, black blood splattering in the dark night. The protector clutched his chest, coughing up blood, and collapsed after taking a fatal blow from a hidden enemy. Charlotte rushed to Maho, who was kneeling, nauseous. "Princess, are you all right?" Maho tried to act fine, but Charlotte immediately recognized this as a symptom of demonic energy poisoning and told her to endure it, as they had just escaped the canyon. Suddenly, Maho flinched when she heard someone call her name from ahead. An elderly man appeared, and Maho joyfully called him uncle. It was Durand, the Minister of Internal Affairs. Charlotte stood to the side, cautiously observing the reunion between the two. Durand comforted Maho, saying she had endured too much, while Maho felt only relief at finally meeting a relative. When Durand asked for her identity, the female protector replied curtly, "I am Charlotte." Charlotte denied escorting them alone, asserting that others had also helped them. With that, Charlotte turned to face Durand directly. She suggested waiting for the rest of their comrades, and Durand immediately agreed. The sunset sky blazed, signaling that a bloody battle had just concluded. Under the twilight, Charlotte, Maho, and Durand looked ahead, where a blood-stained cloaked figure stood waiting. Charlotte couldn't help but worry, wondering if the professor was truly all right after taking on the world alone. She thought to herself that she had risked her life to protect the princess, but compared to that person's sacrifice, it was nothing. Durand placed a hand on Maho's shoulder, urging the girl to return, considering the escort complete. The group advanced towards the city gate, Charlotte and Maho leading the way, preparing for the reunion. Suddenly, both flinched in surprise when they saw the people waiting for them ahead. A familiar voice rang out, confirming that they had arrived safely. Deculine appeared, still immaculate and without a scratch. Beside him was a warrior named Ron, who was covered in blood, but grinning. "Haha, we're still alive, and kicking." Charlotte joyfully carried Maho and ran towards Deculine and Ron. Finally, the entire team was reunited after the life-or-death battle. No sooner had they reunited than Deculine coldly declared, "My work here is done. I'm leaving," ignoring Charlotte's desire to rest and telling her to ask Ron for details. The professor turned his back and walked away without a moment's hesitation, leaving Charlotte and Maho staring after him in bewilderment. Charlotte looked at his back, and in her mind, she began to recall the entire incident. Initially, she admitted that she thought Deculine was just looking for trouble and making things difficult for her. But in reality, Deculine had risked his life to take on all the enemies, single-handedly protecting her and Princess Maho. The memory replayed the scene of him single-handedly blocking the assassins, creating an opportunity for them to escape. Realizing she owed him a thank you, Charlotte quickly called Deculine's name and reached out to stop him. Charlotte extended her hand, smiling genuinely for the first time, and expressed her heartfelt thanks. Deculine responded bluntly, "It's fine, but looking at how dirty you all are, I don't want to touch your hand," which left Charlotte frozen on the spot. Furious and red-faced, Charlotte could only grit her teeth, clenching her fists as she cursed under her breath. "That bastard!" Deculine turned his back and walked away decisively, leaving Charlotte watching him on the twilight road. Called back, Deculine glanced over his shoulder with an expression that clearly showed annoyance. Despite his attitude, Maho happily waved her thanks while Charlotte shouted, promising to repay his kindness. Deculine silently observed them, his sharp gaze revealing no emotion. Finally, he turned and walked straight towards the sunset, giving a slight wave as a farewell. As night fell, Charlotte arrived at a magnificent mansion and reported to Minister Durand. Granted permission, she entered the office. The atmosphere inside seemed quite tense. Durand invited Charlotte to sit, but she only dared to perch on the edge of the chair, her heart filled with anxiety and unease. Charlotte began to ponder, wondering why this old man had called her here, and if it was to deliver bad news about not being accepted. But then she quickly dismissed the thought. telling herself that if he had ill intentions, he would have acted upon meeting her. Durand called Charlotte by name, and she immediately responded. The atmosphere in the room was extremely serious. The minister ordered Charlotte to brace herself, instructing her to listen to the entire story that was coming, making her swallow nervously. Durand got straight to the point, concluding with a startling statement. The Grand Duke wants Maho on his side. Charlotte froze, her brain temporarily ceasing to function at the information she had just heard. She asked again incredulously, "You mean the princess will become the Grand Duchess?" and received a firm affirmative answer. Durand revealed that the Grand Duke had intended this for a long time, even before Maho sent her letter, because he didn't trust his own nephew. The old man emphasized that this was top-secret information, currently known only to 3 people: the Grand Duke, himself, and now Charlotte. Charlotte was completely lost in thought, her mind reeling with the question, can this really happen? She recalled that just recently, she had been worried Maho would perish in the struggle for succession. Yet now, the poor princess, who had nothing, was about to ascend to power, becoming the heir to an entire duchy in the blink of an eye. Charlotte paused, her brain starting to process the information after hearing Durand say only 3 people knew. She directly questioned Durand. "Minister, isn't there one more person who knows about this?" Durand vehemently denied it, but Charlotte immediately countered, "I just heard this news directly from the Grand Duke himself." Seeing the old man speechless, Charlotte knew she had guessed correctly, and her eyes sharpened, recalling. Deculine had stated bluntly that this was a transaction, not protection. "I want the princess to survive so that my family and territory can benefit," he concluded. "If she gains power, Eucline will also be favored, so don't hesitate over trivial matters." Charlotte began to piece everything together, realizing Deculine's words were as if he already knew the future. Considering herself intelligent, she bitterly admitted that she couldn't compare to his mind, suspecting he had calculated and predicted everything. Realizing Deculine's caliber, Charlotte could only shiver and exclaim, "That monster." In her memory, the image of Deculine coldly turning his back and walking away, waving indifferently after setting up an entire political chessboard, reappeared. Charlotte's lips curled slightly, a smile both bitter and somewhat respectful appearing on her face. As night fell at the mansion, she couldn't help but wonder, has Deculine returned safely? Meanwhile, Deculine had returned home, sprawled out on his luxurious bed. Just a moment later, his blue eyes snapped open, completely devoid of fatigue. He sat up abruptly, asking himself, "Have I really slept for 2 hours?" Looking out the window, the sky was still dark. Dawn had not yet broken. Thanks to his formidable iron body characteristic, just a short nap was enough to make all of Deculine's fatigue vanish. Despite the intense day of battle he had just endured, his body had automatically recharged, forcing him to wake up. Deculine began his night training, manipulating several floating crystals and telling himself, "Let's start with telekinesis training." He remained silent, focusing his entire mind on controlling his power. In the dead of night, Deculine practiced magic and sighed, secretly wishing he had worked this diligently earlier. A series of images flashed back to his relentless, arduous training, from when he was Kim Woojin doing sit-ups to exhaustion, to becoming Deculine diligently researching magic and facing danger, all an endless cycle. It turned out that the original Deculine's nature was already a monster of discipline, living by habit, fiercely competitive, and possessing an unbreakable will. His thoughts returned to his lingering regret. If only I had done this sooner, how much better it would have been. Memories suddenly flooded back, taking him to a shabby rented room in the past, where Kim Woojin's past lover heard that very regretful statement. The girl coldly declared, "No, I'm leaving," then turned her back and walked out the door, leaving a disheveled, helpless Kim Woojin, who could only mumble his agreement. Kim Woojin stood frozen in the room, scratching his head wearily and emptily as her retreating figure faded away. Click! The door slammed shut, a dry sound marking the end of a relationship. As the girl walked away on the night road, Deculine realized Kim Woojin's core pain. If he had been as ambitious and diligent back then as he was now, she would never have left him. Deculine muttered, "That damned iron body characteristic is acting up again, preventing him from getting much sleep." In the luxurious room, he sighed in exasperation. Having to stay awake 22 hours a day was like being stuck in a game with no exit button. Hiss! A classic steam train slowly pulled into the station, exhaling plumes of white smoke. Amidst the noisy crowd on the platform, Ganesha and her party members listened to people discussing the trip, everyone regretting having to leave so early. It turned out the crowd had gathered to gawk at the new mage recruits from the Mage Tower, returning from training in Hydecane, a sight not often seen. Yuria crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes as she asked Ganesha why their entire party had to sneak and hide in a corner like this. Ganesha scratched her head with a forced laugh, vehemently denying they were hiding and claiming they were just avoiding the crowd. But Yuria knew there was something suspicious. Ganesha broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes darting elsewhere, clearly hiding a shocking secret. And that secret was Deculine, standing tall amidst his students, making Ganesha curse under her breath. Damn it, why is he here? Ganesha reassured herself that no matter how much Deculine changed, it didn't matter. He was still the same person from the previous request. But her tough front only lasted a few seconds. Ganesha began to break out in a cold sweat as she glanced toward Deculine. The reason was brutally simple. Deculine was so handsome that Ganesha only dared to steal glances, blushing like a total fangirl. Unable to stand the sneaking around, Ganesha decided to lead Yuria out of the cramped alleyway, preferring the crowded streets outside. Suddenly, Deculine spoke up, his gaze fixed directly on them in a confusing manner. Ah, no. Leah. Deculine's razor-sharp gaze locked onto Yuria. He had clearly recognized her in the middle of the crowd. Ganesha jumped in surprise, her face turning pale as she realized her plan to hide was ruined. Damn it, we've been spotted. Ganesha turned to look at Yuria, having absolutely no idea what on earth was going on. Yuria froze, stunned to hear that name from Deculine's mouth. While Ganesha anxiously asked her what was wrong, Kim Woojin's memories suddenly flooded back. From the affectionate scenes with Yu Ah-ra at the office, to the moment he was heartlessly dumped by his ex. At the same time, Yuria was also immersed in Yu Ah-ra's reminiscence, her eyes welling up with tears as she recalled the past. Another fragment of Kim Woojin's memory surfaced, this time a happy moment, with a blonde girl, making him wonder why this mess was appearing now. In Yuria's mind, Deculine appeared as a pre-programmed game character, a product created by her own hands. She recalled her past as a developer, telling herself that this nobleman was just a game character after all. Returning to reality, Yuria stood rooted to the spot, her heart in turmoil as she faced Deculine, unable to understand why she felt a sense of longing for a fictional character. Deculine also stared at Yuria with a sharp gaze, his brain analyzing at lightning speed. She looks familiar. The image of the blonde girl's smile from his memories flashed by, throwing Deculine's thoughts into further chaos. After a moment of internal struggle, Deculine stood in the middle of the hall, his eyes locked onto Yuria, as he called out her real name from the old world. Yu Ah-ra.